morning and welcome to the Finance Committee's budget hearing of Wednesday, May 12th. This is a special meeting. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, of course. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Chair Cormack.
Here.
Councilmember Filsath.
Here.
3 present. Thank you so much. Just going to make a few, as I did yesterday, housekeeping announcements and then a few overall announcements. And then we'll turn to staff for an orientation on the continuation. So we're doing this in 3-hour blocks. Again, we'll try to have a 5-minute break somewhere in the middle. Second, depending on how many people are interested in making public comment, I reserve the right to limit that to 1 minute. We'll do this slightly differently. So while the staff is doing each presentation, I'll ask members of the public to raise their hand. And then at the conclusion of the staff presentation, we'll assess that and allow 2 minutes. We were able to yesterday, but depending on the level of interest, and I know there's probably a great deal, might be 1 minute today. When we refer to page numbers, we are using printed budgets. And because the transmittal letter has Roman numerals, if you're following along at home in those massive 500-page PDFs, you're going to have to find the little number at the bottom and scroll up and down. So when we say page 285, yours might say to, I don't know, 40 or something. So just move around with us. We'll do the best we can. Finally, yesterday was hot. People have babies and dogs and laundry and delivery. So all kinds of things happen and we're all prepared for that. So don't worry if it happens to you. And again, thanks to the clerk who managed us all day yesterday, policy and services last night, us all day today. And hopefully if we conclude on time, we'll move over to the Special Utilities Advisory Commission. With that, let me just make 2 overarching comments. One is, again, our objective is to present tentative recommendations to council next Monday, the 17th, with proposed restorations and identify any areas for discussion. So that's the outcome we're looking for at the end of today. And second, we've received a lot of very strongly worded emails and phone calls. I know all of us have. I want to assure the members of the public that no one on our staff and no member of this council wants to destroy anything. And we are not making ludicrous recommendations or decisions. We're doing the very best we can in a challenging environment. So with that, we'll move to staff for the budget hearing continuation.
All right, we're staring at each other trying to figure out who's going to speak first. So Kylie, why don't you?
Christine's trying to find her unmute button. I can see it.
Yeah.
So Christine Pross is actually going to take us through the overview.
Sure. Thank you very much, Director Nozay. This is item number 1, continuation of yesterday's Finance Committee hearing. I'll skip ahead. I wanted to review with you all new information as of this morning, 9 a.m. today. We have 2 at-place memos. I just checked the agenda. They are both linked now. The first is in reference to the Transportation Management Association letter, PATMA, and a corresponding budget adjustment. This is in relation to item number 3C, which we'll be going over today. There's a second at-place memo issued from OMB. It includes information on crossing guard locations. We heard from the town hall meeting and briefly brought up yesterday as we reviewed the police department budget, wanting to know more information of where the crossing guards will be located at. So within that memo, we've included a list of those intersections. We also have adjustments to the municipal fee item, which is item number 5 on the agenda today. There were a couple omissions in the attachment to the staff report that we are now including today, and as well as survey responses as of last night at 3 p.m. I will turn it over to Megan Horgan-Taylor, who will go over the update of the survey.
Morning. Excuse me. Good morning. I'm glad to be here this morning. Did want to just mention the survey is still open and it will stay open until May 21st at noon. But what we did want to do, because we're receiving quite a significant amount of responses, we wanted to make sure to share initial results along the way as the Finance Committee deliberates and as Council gets updated from the Finance Committee. So as such, this morning we'll present just a few high-level slides on a few of the questions with results, and then we'll come back to the Finance Committee to the Council on May 17th and provide a similar summary of the results. And then, of course, when the survey closes on May 21st, we'll put out an additional At Places memo with the full results and the full report. Next slide. Great. So our survey was fairly short, but we did provide an opportunity to engage the community in different ways. And so from May 4th through May 11th, we've had so far 673 visitors to the specific online survey. There's a lot of information actually on the survey with links to additional details. And so it is an opportunity to also inform the community about the conversations taking place and then engage them through a series of questions. So the questions themselves, there are 4. The first 3 are opportunities to rank or share feedback through these questions that I'll go through. And then the 4th question is really an open-ended question. If they had additional comments that they'd like the Council to consider or budget-related items to consider, they are open to do so, and there are no word count restrictions or anything like that. So it's similar to like an email that you might receive, and you may receive emails from similar residents as well as those that may have taken the survey as well. So just wanted to mention that. So the first question was around the community citywide service areas. So as you know, our City at Work services guide does detail out definitions around the citywide service areas. We did that again through this question. There's detailed definitions about what the citywide service area entails and what services are included within those elements. So as of this survey result, which we took the survey results as of yesterday around 3:30 or so, the highest priority from those that took the survey is community and library services. The second priority is public safety, and the third priority is planning and transportation, and the fourth priority is strategic support. The second question tries to dig a little deeper into the budget proposals that exist in the proposed budget. And the way that we tried to engage the community on this question is around putting through all of the different proposals that are public-facing services. And if they had funding available, which ones would they restore, and rank those 1 through 10. And so what you see on the screen is those compiled ranking of those 1 through 10. And they include things like neighborhood libraries and maintaining distribution services at the library system. It includes the second priority is children's theater operations and production staffing. The third is art center operating hours and programming and increased fees. And the fourth is sports and recreation programming and increased fees. And then the fifth is crossing guard services, restoring them at 50%. So those are a list of the top 10. I won't go through all of those just in terms of time, but just wanted to give you a sense of where these results are shaping up at this point. Next slide. The third question really tries to engage the community around if we were able to have additional funding, what areas could the council consider, and it's kind of a way to inform the community that the council is having these conversations. A lot of that took place even yesterday, talking about reserves and such. So it's a way to try to help the council with their deliberations around those areas. And so this question is also a ranking We included 7 different kind of revenue or opportunities for additional funding to restore services, and provided a wide range of different options for the community to consider. Currently, the top 3, just wanted to mention the 3 or 4, the reduce city reserves by 25% is number 1 at this point. Advance the second year of the ARPA funding to set aside for this coming fiscal year. And so that's number 2. Reduce city reserves by 10% is number 3. And then establish a new revenue source, which would require voter approval. We gave a few examples of a business tax or a charge on a customer utilities bill. That's priority number 4 based on community input so far. So with that, I'll close unless there are any questions. We have not reviewed all of the over 200 pages of comments that the communities provided through the survey with their detailed comments on all things related to the budget. We will have a more combined results around question 4 for the 17th. Any questions or that I could help with?
I think we should just continue with the staff presentation. Thank you so
Sounds good.
much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Carmack. And I will turn it to Director Nozay to go over the parking lot.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Pross. Good morning, everybody. Kylie Nozay, Administrative Services Director. This is just a high-level look at where we're at in terms of the process. So here's a slide that we went through yesterday. On the left are the formal adjustments that the committee has made to the budget. As a reminder, the only thing that they've formally done, or you have formally done, is to provide staff direction to add phase 4 of the Charleston or Ostradero corridor project back in. So staff plan to come forward with what that looks like for an offset to pay for that. The committee discussed things like SUMC funds. We'll bring that forward as part of probably wrap up on the 25th. On the right are the items that were placed in the parking lot. So, and the date. And basically the larger list is the last action the committee took last night, which were the potential looking at restoring the reductions proposed in the police and fire departments. So we've listed those out for ease of reference and for the committee's continued deliberations. Again, just the normal reminders on the bottom, the budget stabilization reserve is estimated to be at the 37.8 million. That's after we include the funding that we discussed yesterday morning. And that would be at the council target of 18.5. And all of this is predicated on us assuming 1.6 million in savings from labor. And that's something that, again, we can't do unilaterally, and it needs to be done in partnership. So this is the status of where we're at as we embark on today. We had an extensive discussion last night as we were wrapping up on the different levers or pieces of the pie, or choose your metaphor. And staff was trying to put together something to be helpful for the committee. And ultimately what we came up with is this example on the next slide. And this is really truly intended to be an example. And so ultimately, once we're past this slide, staff's going to essentially erase all the contents of this and let the committee fill it in as you move through your day to day. But an example of that far left side, right, that we talked about in terms of the actions the committee may choose to recommend. What this outlines is that if the committee were to choose to use the full recovery reserve. So again, this is the first year, that 3.2 we started out our conversation with. We adjust it for the revised recovery funding level. Again, the first year of it, so 600,000. We were to maintain the BSR at what was included in the proposed budget, which is about a 17.3% level. So this is below the council target. It is above the GFOA minimum, and it is within the council's range of 15 to 20%. So there's no real magic to this number, just staff was trying to look at options. If we were to put all of that funding on the table, that would allow the committee essentially to restore the equivalent of all proposed reductions in police, fire, library, and community services for FY 2022. So again, just orders of magnitude for the committee's consideration. Again, these are very difficult conversations. I expect they will continue today. But if I went through and similar to what we did last night with the fire and police departments and just took what the 2022 proposed adjustments were, that would be roughly the equivalent of those 4 departments, which is about $4 million. If I slightly adjust the JMZ from $18 to $12, this is another item the committee had in their parking lot, that would be another cost or revenue loss of $660,000. And so this would actually leave the committee with 1.1 million remaining unallocated. Again, big caveat, presume city labor concessions from all groups, not something we can do unilaterally. And this is really a 1-year balancing strategy. And so this kind of is trying to visually show the committee as to help you think through your deliberations for the remainder of today as we move to the wrap up this afternoon, what it might look like and the latitudes that you may take. So again, that's why we've got example in red on here, but we just, as we were trying to digest the conversation from the committee last night, really trying to hear the comments and the feedback and the struggles. And so this was just a way we were trying to help the committee in seeing what it could look like.
Yeah, I have an issue I need you to help me with.
So that being said, I think that's it for us, Ms. Barras, on the intro. That we added or we left in, I'm sorry.
I thought they did. Since we referenced to it multiple times yesterday, I decided to leave this slide in, as well as this to remind the community or viewers at home of dates of things coming up.
That is it.
Okay, so that concludes item 1 then for today. Thank you, staff. I know I just screenshotted and printed out your example, was doing some math over the evening as well myself. Very helpful. Thank you so much for laying this out for us to contemplate. All right, I'm sure, actually, why don't we, let's see, why don't we just take one round with council members on this item because it's new information. Let's do that. Would either my colleagues like to take 5 minutes to ask any questions about this morning's presentation or make any comments?
Yeah, I can.
Vice Mayor Burt, you unmuted. Go ahead.
So first question on the budget stabilization reserve. There was a question yesterday on the reference to the 16.6% versus 15% as which is the lower limit of our reserve. Can you offer some clarification on that?
Sure. The council policy is between 15 and 20% with a target of 18.5 on a parallel track as a piece of information to inform the committee and the council. GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, recommends on average a 16.6% reserve. That's 2 months of operating expenses. So it is ultimately a policy call for the council and the committee on how much or at what level they would be comfortable in terms of the reserve. And I would say our neighboring jurisdictions are typically in the high teens to up to 25% range. And I would say there are larger jurisdictions like, say, a San Jose, who has a 10% reserve. So it really depends on the organization's priorities.
So how many dollars, additional dollars would it provide if we were at 16.6?
If we were at 16.6, I believe it's 1 million.
Okay. And then,
Approximately.
okay. And then did you do any confirmation of my back of the napkin on if we did 2/3 of the ARPA dollars allocated toward this year and 1/3 toward next year, how many additional dollars would that provide beyond what's already assigned in the draft budget?
So staff didn't do that math specifically. We do have the total allocation though. So just doing simple math, if it's 13.7 times what, 66%, that's 9 million. And on the table right now as part of this budget is 3.8.
3.8? Oh, well, okay. So going into this budget cycle, you had 3.1 baked into the budget and another 3.1 that was
Correct.
and so it's really compared to the starting point, additional 2.8, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I have a question on the general fund revenues on page 56, the hard copies. And this actually maybe goes to slide number 6 because we've got kind of pluses and minuses there, but I got the right slide today. Yesterday's 6. I'm sorry, the slide where you summarize the changes. It's probably changed its numbering today. The one from yesterday where you had given the updates on property tax. Yes, so it's now slide 9. Thank you. So how many dollars? I'm not seeing the dollars on the property tax, the DOT and the TOT changes. Just seeing a plus and a minus.
That's correct. And that's because, again, these are preliminary numbers, so staff haven't finalized what the numbers are. And so we are expecting some upside on the property tax side, some upside on DTT, and some downside on TOT,
So,
just based on, but we haven't finalized the analysis on this.
But what are the preliminary numbers?
We'd have to go get that. I don't
You've got a total, correct?
Okay, but to get to the total, you had subtotals, so please share them with the committee.
That's something we could do with the 2 o'clock meeting.
Okay. All right. And the TOT in the current, on page 56, am I reading it correctly that it was, the actuals were 18.5 million in 2020?
Yes.
And then only dropped to 14.9 last year, this current year?
That's the adopted budget for
Okay.
FY 2021. So what I would recommend we look at is what the actual 2021 estimate is, which is significantly lower than that. We adjusted that as part of the mid-year budget review. Ms. Pross has more details.
Right, and where is that?
I can refer, I have the number right in front of me. As of mid-year, we decreased TOT to 4.8 million.
Okay. And then our proposed is 8.4?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you have TOT minus on this graph, are you saying that you think it'll be, excuse me, below 8.4?
We're saying we think it'll be below the 4.8 in 2021.
Oh, but I'm talking about 2022.
Right. I think that's the reason why staff is, Chair Cormack, I believe you're on mute. I think that's the discrepancy, Vice Mayor Burt, is that this yellow box is really talking about 2021 and staff has not extrapolated the impacts of 2021 to 2022. Again, these are extraordinarily preliminary numbers for Q3 and staff wanted to just provide the most up-to-date information possible.
All right.
So I'm just going to
Okay,
jump
thank
in and say, I heard staff say they'll be able to get you more information at 2 o'clock.
I did too. Thank you.
Great. And then your time's up. We got a lot of people in the participants. Councilmember Filsath.
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. Would staff be able at 2 o'clock to walk us through what the impacts would be in 2023 if we make the decision, for example, using the example? No, okay. But that was what you're referencing when you're talking about a one-time solution.
That is correct. Staff,
Okay.
it's likely that staff wouldn't be able to unwind all of the one-time ins and outs until the wrap-up meeting on the 25th.
Okay, I'm confident that will be one of the questions we need to take to council on the 17th then. I will say before the community gets too excited about a number that is in 7 figures that says remaining, is one of the 2 things. One is this does assume that our employees who are represented by unions agree to, again, a 0% salary increase. And that has not happened. And that was part of, some of them were able to do that last year. We also last year had council reserves, which turned out to be very important in an uncertain time. So I don't want anyone to think that we have $1 million to spend, as it were. But what I do want people to take away from this, as we head into a day where I'm sure people will share their thoughts on what's important to them and their families, and we look forward to hearing that, is that there is a path, if we are comfortable with taking on more risk, to restoring the cuts for this year. So that's the top line. Councilmember Filseth, your hand was up and then down.
I was going to agree with you that, before we make a decision on how to split up the ARPA money, we'd have to see out, FY23 and possibly FY24 as well.
Okay, thanks. All right, so with that, we will move to item 2, which is community and library services. At this point, it looks like we have some people who've joined us who weren't on earlier. And I'll just state that during the brief staff presentation, if you wish to make a comment on this item, community and library services, please raise your hand. At the end of the staff presentation, we'll take a look at how many speakers there are. And it's possible, if there are a lot, that we will limit speakers to 1 minute. So I ask you to be prepared for that. And with that, if staff could share their presentation.
We'll transition over to this item on the agenda, item number 2. For community and library, I'm displaying the general fund revenue and expenses for both departments. Community Services Department has a total of $29 million of expense, and Library Department has $8.4 million in expense. Along with that, General Fund FTE for Community Services is 103.722 per FTE and 39.59 FTE for the Library Department. At this point, I'll turn it over to Kristen O'Kane, Director of CSD, for her presentation. Kristen.
Thank you, Ms. Pross. I am Kristen O'Kane, and I am the Director of Community Services. And thank you this morning, Chair Cormack, Vice Mayor Burt, and Councilmember Filseth for being here and listening to our presentation. I'd like to start by sharing the mission of the Community Service Department, which is to engage individuals and families in creating a strong and healthy community through parks, open space, recreation, social services, arts, and sciences. As a department that is almost entirely community facing, the breadth of what we provide and offer to the community to people of all ages and abilities is too large to recite in the short amount of time I have this morning. A few years ago, we created a shorter version of our mission, enriching lives, building community, which I think nicely captures CSD's role in the community and the reason our dedicated and passionate team does what they do every day, even during very difficult times. CSD staff are so passionate about their work, and I don't think I've ever worked with a more enthusiastic and dedicated team. Their ability to pivot and adapt at the start of the pandemic to ensure they could continue to reach their customers was truly remarkable. With the obvious exception of our social service programs that aid our most vulnerable community members, it's difficult, really, if not impossible, to say which of our programs which of the programs that we provide are most important? Because as we heard last year and now again during this budget cycle and in the community survey, they all hold high value to residents and students. Some of these programs were reduced or eliminated in fiscal year 21, and I don't think the impact of those reductions has been fully felt because of the continued restrictions due to the pandemic. CSD has historically provided a range of 0 to high cost recovery programs and services. The level of cost recovery follows city policy, which provides definitions for low, medium, and high cost recovery levels. And as we look to make further reductions to balance the fiscal year 22 budget, we are focusing on increasing cost recovery for some programs and pausing others that have low cost recovery or that promote large gatherings. Operating hours for some facilities are reduced, such as the Art Center, which will close for an additional day each week, or will completely close, such as the Baylands Interpretive Center. We also looked at contracts to see where we could reduce contract dollars while maintaining public safety at our facilities. And one sort of overall reason for this strategy that's in front of you today was to ensure that we didn't have to completely close any of our main facilities. So the major proposed changes in the general fund for community services, like I said, reduce operating hours and also programming at the Art Center, reduced staff support for Coverly Artist Studio program, and again, the closure of Baylands Interpretive Center to the public. We're proposing the increased fees and cost recovery levels and recognize an unused one-time allocation from the Bryant Street Garage Fund. This is different than the ongoing funding we received. This was a one-time allocation many years ago that has remained unused. And we are proposing to offset expenses for our teen services for a 2-year period using that fund. We have new revenue due to the vehicle entry fee at Foothills Nature Preserve, and we are proposing to restore one supervising ranger position that was frozen in fiscal year 21. The proposed reductions also reduce CSD's administrative team, which is will be reduced by half over the fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 reductions, and also reduces staff across the department who provide all of our programs to the community. We are proposing to reduce staff who support operations and productions at 2 of our 3 theaters, Coverly and the Children's Theater. And finally, decreasing marketing funding for 2 of our programs, the Enjoy catalog, as well as the upcoming new Junior Museum and Zoo. So you can go to the next slide. So while there are significant reductions proposed, CSD will still be able to offer programs and services to the community, just in reduced capacity. So we will continue to offer classes and summer camps in recreation, theater, arts, and the JMZ. Parks, playgrounds, and open spaces will remain open and maintained for the safety of park users. Programming and offering for teens will continue with some reductions. We will still provide middle school athletics. The golf course will continue to support First Tee and high school golf. The Teen Center will remain open 2 days a week and focus on days most needed by students. The Palo Alto Youth Council and Teen Advisory Board will offer more, will still operate at full capacity and will offer more to help offset the loss of the 3 days at the Teen Center. Bryant Street Garage revenue will continue to fund Think Fund mini grants, the Teen Arts Council, our MakeX Makerspace, and teen special events. We also will continue to partner with Youth Community Service on their summer programs, and Coverly Artists will still provide many teen and youth focused programming and workshops. In addition, the JMZ will open in October with new exhibits and an amazing zoo. And we will continue to partner and collaborate with our nonprofit partners, for whom we are so grateful. And we also are working more closely with library staff to see where there are opportunities for more collaboration. HISRAP grants will be maintained at fiscal year 21 levels, which includes nearly $200,000 for youth programs. And our human service contracts will also continue at fiscal year 21 levels. So I'll be happy to answer questions at the end of the presentation, but for now, I'm going to turn it over to our library director to continue our presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Finance Chair Cormack, Vice Mayor Burt, and Council Member Filsett. This is Gayatri Kant from the Library Department. I thank you for the opportunity to present the Library Department balancing strategies for the next fiscal year. As you all know, the Palo Alto libraries with the two anchor libraries, Mitchell Park and Rinconada, and the three neighborhood children's, downtown, and college shores libraries have been very well used and very highly rated by the community. I would say the success of these libraries really is credited to staff who are dedicated to providing excellent customer service. It's no secret that as customer-facing department, we draw our energy from interacting with people. So it has been a very, very difficult year for us when we had to close the library facilities, and especially since many of our colleagues were no longer with us. And with the moving target of COVID restrictions, we were unable to reopen our physical libraries, but library staff quickly found other creative ways to serve the community with the judicious use of technology. We had sidewalk services by appointment. We had robot customer service during bad air quality days. We had increased online resources and virtual programming. On the other hand, because of the quarantining of materials as per health recommendations, we had to revert back to our pre-automated materials handling system days. So we hand-checked thousands of returned items. We responded to the social and emotional needs of the community by presenting and hosting many programs and events, collaborating with the Community Services Department and other departments, and also with local organizations, including Stanford, the Chamber, and now HB. Library staff, as you know, are very versatile with varied skills. And they have not only been doing library-related work, but also continue to contribute to many other citywide projects. The COVID Community Support Call Center, the COVID newsletter, and the city website launch, to name a few. Last but not least, two libraries, the Mitchell Park and Children's Library, have now been reopened safely for browsing and visiting. Both these libraries have been very popular with community members, averaging high visitor and material checkout rates, almost similar to pre-COVID dates. The Rinconada Library is set to be open on the 20th of this month. I will say though, it has been a bittersweet reopening for us with these libraries. May has been a difficult month. On one hand, we're ecstatic that we're able to finally open some of our libraries. On the other hand, we do need to make some very difficult choices. As I mentioned earlier, last year, as a city department, the library had to cut 1.6 million from its fiscal year 20th budget. This cut to the budget was achieved by 30% of reduction in staffing FTE and a 20% reduction of the collections budget. Library hours were reduced to 6 days of service at the Mitchell Park and Rinconada libraries and 3 days each at Children's, College Shores, and downtown libraries. With the further City of Palo Alto deficit that we're facing, the library is facing a need to further refine its offerings. So our balancing strategy would be to adjust our service delivery to focus on the two full service libraries to open 6 days per week. Unfortunately, this does mean eliminating service hours at the 3 neighborhood library branches, as our staffing resources have gone down by about 35% or 50% total number of positions. So how are we going to still provide services to our neighborhood branches? this is not equal to actually keeping the neighborhood libraries open, but we do have some alternate strategies. We know that the children's library collection has a very high checkout rate, so up to 75% of children's library collection can be moved to the nearby Rinconada Library. In addition, customers can pick up holds at Rinconada and Mitchell Park libraries, or at the Holds Machines Library on Demand vending machines planned to be installed at downtown and College Tourist libraries. We would continue to offer the amazing programs that we have been offering, but perhaps at the reduced 50% level of the 2020 levels. We will continue to provide technology and support for those seeking education and professional development at this time when it is really needed. In addition, we have a very robust virtual offering that we will continue to maintain as much as we can. I will be happy to answer any questions that you have, but I think Christine might want to finish this portion. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Director Kanth. Before we transition back to the Finance Committee for the next step, I just wanted to go over really quickly the service area summary, summarizing in general fund dollars for the proposed budget. This service area totals 37.3 million, which is a 9.4% decrease compared to the 2020 pre-pandemic budget. In addition, using 2022 proposed FTE compared to 2020, again, pre-pandemic, we have a staffing level decrease of 23%. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'll transition back to you, Chair Cormack.
Thank you, Ms. Peraz. Thank you, Director O'Kane and Interim Director Kant for sharing that information with us. We will now turn to members of the public. Thank you all for getting your hands up. I'm going to just guess. Oh, people still putting their hands up. So I'm going to wait for a minute because the more hands there are, unfortunately, the more likely it is we're just going to have to do 1 minute. But estimating how long I think this discussion will take, if the clerk could please stop taking hands now, and we will go ahead and give each person 2 minutes. I will note that many of the names I see here have sent us emails. We appreciate that. You're welcome to reference it. And as the mayor always says, you don't have to use all of your 2 minutes. Knowing how important this is to the community, we're ready to listen.
Yes, of course. Our first speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, followed by Jeremy Ehrman, then Lisa Van Dusen. Jonathan, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hi, this is Jonathan Ehrman. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes.
I'm here to ask you to use the city's reserves and federal relief money to restore the Children's Theater and related programs to life. The cuts you are considering add insult to the injury of last year's cuts, which gutted so much. We know that spending public money works, especially when we spend it on our youth. Now more than ever, supporting art in our community is vital. In the summer of 1998, the very first performance given on the new outdoor stage at the Children's Theater was the song Plant a Radish from the musical The Fantastics. In this song, two frustrated fathers compared. I was lucky enough to be one of the performers then, and I'd like to share some of the song with you now. Plant a radish, get a radish, never any doubt. That's why I love vegetables, you know what you're about. Plant a turnip, get a turnip, maybe you'll get two. That's why I love vegetables, you know that they'll come through. They're dependable, they're befriendable, they're the best pal a parent's ever known. While with children, it's bewildering. You don't know until the seed is nearly grown, just what you've sown. And if you want to hear more, you'll have to invest in the Children's Theater and all of the programs that support the youth in our community and help us all to grow into better versions of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, followed by Lisa Van Dusen, then Lauren Angelo. Jeremy, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I have to start by mentioning I am disappointed that this discussion was scheduled for a time when children and their families can't really attend. Children are at school. One spoke yesterday and many parents are working. So this is really disappointing. Onward though, Children's Library is not a neighborhood library which serves a particular neighborhood. It's a special place for all the children of Palo Alto. It's unique. It also provides access to the secret garden. And as it has the second highest rate of circulation of materials in the library system, it doesn't make sense that you could have the space to transfer 75% of this to Rinconada, especially since the city has also said they want to prioritize social distancing and spreading people out. So this really does not make sense. Children's Library is a really special resource, and I just think closing it would be absolutely devastating. Also, the idea of cutting the Children's Theater costume budget, which is only apparently $68,000 with some other stuff, this again is not a minor change or an extra benefit. Costuming is central to the activities of a theater, and this would just hamstring the theater's ability to put on any kind of performances. And I don't understand why you could do this. There seems to be misapprehension about this. The budget clearly says the theater wouldn't be allowed to buy costumes. The theater does not generally buy costumes. It buys materials, cloth, pants, shirts, thread, scarves, hats, so they can quickly, efficiently, and cheaply put a costume, however simple, even if it's reusing existing material, on a child. So to cut the costume budget it's like cutting, telling a programming class they can't have software, or telling a sports group that they can't have new equipment. It really cuts the heart of what the theater does, and would make it impossible to truly put on theater. In Art Center, no art exhibitions. I mean, come on, what's that? In the Coverly Theater, which the city kept because it wanted to rent it out, but now apparently wants to fire the person who provides technical assistance to the people that rent that. So that's also kind of important. And a Bayland Center that no one can visit. So please, I urge you to use your reserves to fund these things. They are really important. And if not now for the reserves, when?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Van Dusen, followed by Lauren Angelo and Angela Evans. Lisa, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hello, Finance Committee members. Thank you for all the work you're doing. I know it's significant and difficult. I'm speaking as an individual rather than representing any organization that I'm affiliated with. I think I'd like to make 2 points, and one overarching one, which is that this is a time to respond to the dramatic situation that we have caused by a variety of things. I know it's not just COVID, to avoid really what I regard as greater long-term risks. People move to Palo Alto in many cases because of the community services, the schools, but also all the various wonderful resources like the Arts Center, the Junior Museum and Zoo, the Children's Library, the Children's Theater, the Coverly Arts Program, the community gardens, to name just a few. And I think, as we know, it takes very little time to, if you're trying to get in shape, it takes a long time, and it takes very little time to get out of shape. And I think what I hope the Finance Committee and Council and staff can all take into mind is that many of these programs are running very leanly and are leveraging, in many cases, lots of resources from the community, whether it be volunteers or in the cases of the Arts Center in particular and the Junior Museum and Zoo, the Friends organizations, the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation leverages probably 10 times over the money that the city invests. So every cut I will speak to the Arts Center as an organization I've been involved with for over 30 years. I've watched how long it has taken to build that up, and I think it has been thriving. And to think that you can cut further and expect there to be anything in the future is really not realistic in any way, shape, or form. The costs, and I know that Lauren will probably speak to this next, but the costs for entry into some of these organizations will also not necessarily develop a thriving entity. And in the long term—
Lisa, sorry to interrupt, but your 2 minutes are up.
So thank you. Just take the long view and invest now. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Lauren Angelo, followed by Angela Evans and Mary Gloner. Lauren, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hello, my name is Lauren Angelo, and I'm the co-president of the Friends of the JMZ. Over the past week, we have heard from the community, and they are strongly united in opposing the $18 ticket price. When we, the Friends, raised $25 million to rebuild the JMZ, our understanding was that the city would begin charging a modest admission fee of $6 to $8 to support operations. The lowest ticket price the city is now considering is $10, and of course, $18 leapfrogs all of our competitors and will ultimately decrease cost recovery while increasing inequity. $10 must be the ceiling, not the floor. The market research conducted by the Friends and the consultants hired by the city is clear. Going from free to fee is a significant hurdle, and there is a catastrophic downside to setting the price of admission too high. If anything, we should be looking for ways to bring the admission fee down to $6 to $8. The city's revenue model for the JMZ is critically flawed. A high ticket price will reduce visitorship, decrease cost recovery, and ultimately jeopardize the financial sustainability of the JMZ. This decision will also have a huge impact on the future of philanthropy in Palo Alto for years to come. Donors have told us that if the city reopens the JMZ at $18, they will not donate to the JMZ in the future, and they will not fund any future capital projects in Palo Alto. I recognize that as leaders at this time, you are being called upon to make difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions. Fortunately, in the case of the JMZ, community support is aligned with fiscal responsibility. It is in the city's best interest to support the JMZ financially as we reopen our doors and invite the public, which must include people of every income level, into the breathtaking new facility that the Friends and the city had the imagination to envision and that the community built through its generosity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Evans, followed by Mary Gloner, then Bob Miyahara. Angela, if you can unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for all of your difficult work. I know it's a hard time. I am Angela Evans, and I'm also speaking as a private citizen, not on behalf of any of the organizations where I work or volunteer. So I am a resident of Menlo Park, mother of 2 children who have year after year enrolled in numerous classes and camps at the Art Center. I'm also a very active volunteer with All Students Matter, which serves the Ravenswood district, so both Belhaven and East Palo Alto. And honestly, the Art Center is one of, if not the most beloved part of living on the peninsula for my family. We often call the Art Center our home away from home. Please do not make cuts to our treasured Art Center. The arts do not feel expendable, especially because they enable freedom of expression for students of all ages who are facing increases in anxiety and depression exacerbated by COVID. This is especially true of Bay Area teens, as you know, for whom the Art Center teen programs are so incredibly helpful. So during COVID, the Ravenswood district students have suffered much more so, as you also know, facing higher infection rates in their families, lacking regular internet access to make virtual schooling work. And I've seen this firsthand as a very active volunteer with All Students Matter. So the Cultural Kaleidoscope program through the Art Center, which I have witnessed in action more than once, should absolutely take priority. This program often features artists who are people of color, making the arts more accessible and relevant for these students who need representation in the arts. Cutting Cultural Kaleidoscope would be an incredible loss for the East Palo Alto and Belhaven populations that have suffered much more so than those of us on the other side of 101. I know COVID has created significant financial pressure for all cities. Please do not make your cuts here, especially to the Teen and Cultural Kaleidoscope programs, which help more vulnerable populations. The Palo Alto Art Center is an absolute gem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Mary Gloner, followed by Bob Miyahara and Maura Oman. Mary, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you, Chairperson Cormack and Finance Committee, for the opportunity to speak. I especially want to thank Kristen O'Kane and Gayatri Kant leadership and their team's unwavering champion of youth well-being, mental health promotion, and suicide prevention efforts in Palo Alto. Of all the city departments, these two have had the most impact to strengthening the lives of young people and their families. My name is Mary Gloner. I'm the CEO of Project Safety Net. I'm here today to reinforce some points that I made at the May 4th meeting, as well as reinforce the gratitude of some of the recommendations made by the council. Many of the youth wellbeing programs offered through community services and library department in partnership with Project Safety Net's youth serving organizations have collectively made City of Palo Alto a model for other communities. More importantly, they have served as protective factors against suicide ideation, anxiety, depression, substance use, and other mental health disorders. These programs have positively redefined the narrative of local youth to empowerment, strength, and resiliency. I also want to express my gratitude to Vice Mayor Burt's recommendation at May 4th's meeting to explore enterprises and invite you to explore social entrepreneurship opportunities. As an MBA graduate of Haas UC Berkeley, and I apologize to the Stanford alums in the group, I learned that serving community and maximizing profit are not mutually exclusive. I also learned to translate business concepts to nonprofits and develop sustainable business plans. There is opportunity to leverage the entrepreneurial expertise not only of the council, but also Palo Alto residents and business sectors to reimagine revenue generating models beyond public administration framework, to identify the market stars and cash cows citywide, to fund efforts that ensure the quality of life of our diverse families in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Miyahara, followed by Maura Oman, then Jennifer Lee Thurston. Bob, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you so much. My name is Bob Miyahara, and I'm here representing Youth Community Service. First, I know that there are lots of hard decisions to make in the coming days, and I really appreciate that. What I really want to do today was kind of give you the voice of a student to hear the impacts that the impacts of kind of the decisions being made today. So if I could just start off, this is a student who couldn't attend today because she was at school. Her name is Ashley, and she said simply, YCS has given me a platform to become more connected with my community. Whether this means meeting and collaborating with other youth or learning about issues that affect my community and working to solve them, it's been a great opportunity to grow as a person and help out my community. I think it's really empowering to hold the position of a peer leader because it enables me to make my own decisions, pursue projects I'm passionate about. It also reinforces the idea that youth have the power and autonomy to make changes in the community and in the world. It was difficult at first to open up about these vulnerable topics on mental health, but through attending various training sessions and learning from mental health activists in the field, I've become more knowledgeable on the topic. I now feel more confident to lead these mental health conversations with my family and friends and with my community at large. I enjoyed collaborating with adults because I think it's important to bridge the gap between youth and adults and community to engage in more productive discussions around the important issues that affect both sides. YCI, just very simply, is our mental health and wellness programs. And I just want to take a quick minute to say that I know that there are many decisions that are out there, but just having one student out in the community, in the greater community, to kind of help seed and kind of support other community members is so critical to what we do and so critical to our communities. So I realize that you have a lot of difficult decisions to make, but it's so much better than that dreaded email that we get that something bad has happened to someone in our community. So I do implore you to rethink how we kind of allocate these resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maura Oman, followed by Jennifer Thurston and Judith Content. Maura, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. Good morning, Finance Committee. I want to begin by thanking you and our city staff for all your hard work and dedication to our city. Today, I speak as the Executive Director of the nonprofit Youth Community Service, YCS, a mother of a teenager and a resident of Palo Alto. In full disclosure, I volunteer on the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation that raises important funds to support Kristen O'Kane and her community service department team that I am so thankful for. But I do not speak today as a representative of PARF. My request today is to please move to the parking lot for funding restoration, the $50,000 human services contract with Youth Community Service for the Mental Health YCI Youth Connectedness Initiative program. My additional request is that revenue-based strategies will be recommended to recover all proposed cuts to community services. I am sure you are aware that Palo Alto, unfortunately, has led the nation with teen suicide rates 5 times the national average. YCI had its inception when the Palo Alto City Council, in partnership with the Santa Clara County, created this unique upstream suicide prevention support program that is informed by youth lived experiences. During the year plus of COVID, the YCI peer leaders have continued to engage their peers through the virtual environment of Schoology and social media platforms, led conferences and virtual events to address known underlying causes for mental illness and suicide ideation. Teens are being helped by the ones who understand them the best, other teens. If or when we might be faced by another youth death by suicide, the YCI peer leaders are informed and positioned to use the trusted mechanisms they have put into place, along with the trainings, connections, and programs they have created to be part of the response for our 4,000 plus for their 4,000 plus peers.
Yes, Maura, if you can, oh, perfect. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Lee Thurston, followed by Judith Content, then Jill Wiseman. Jennifer, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. I want to start by thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Lee Thurston, and I'm a program coordinator at Youth Community Service. And I have the privilege to work directly with our high school peer leaders in our youth mental health program, the Youth Connectedness Initiative, who will lose support of Palo Alto under this current budget proposal. Our high school peer leaders choose to be a part of our program because they want to create a supportive community. Our program emphasizes how important youth mental health is, how important they are. Our program is also built on the understanding that trusted and reliable relationships are crucial for feeling a sense of belonging and are powerful protective factors. Both the relationship between youth, but also between youth and adults. And I work really hard to ensure that our youth know that they can turn to adults for support. And I still believe this to be true, but the message we're sending by cutting the mental health program is a real concern. Our high school students, they can't vote, they don't hold political power, they don't hold financial power. They only have us adults. And the adults in Palo Alto, we are their adults. This is their city and their community. To speak on behalf of one of our peer leaders, Abby, in her words, mental health, which can be taboo and stigmatized, is discussed openly and truthfully in this program. This is also what really sets YCI apart from other programs, the safe space where one is encouraged to explore mental health issues. So please help me prove to our youth that their mental health is important enough for our community, not just in words, but in action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judith Content, followed by Jill Wiseman and Katusher. Judith, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hi there. My name is Judith Content, and I do appreciate this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Palo Alto Arts Center. I am a Palo Alto resident, an exhibiting artist, a former foundation board member, and a current emeritus board member. And I've been a volunteer since 1979 when I met Jeannie Duesenberg and I discovered Project Look. I am also a mom, and looking back over the years of raising my daughter, I'm astounded by how many memories involve the Art Center. When she was little, I bring her to see the exhibitions. She loved the color, patterns, and forms. She took all sorts of classes, from tie-dyed sneakers to pottery and sculpture. Her elementary school teachers organized field trips to the Art Center through the acclaimed Project Look program. And a culmination was when she actually saw her artwork on the walls during the youth art exhibition. I'm so thankful my daughter had these opportunities available to her growing up. It enriched her life. It helped her gain confidence and self-esteem. Sadly, these wonderful memories are actually right now marred by dread. The future of the Art Center is clearly at stake if the new budget is adopted as proposed. The Art Center would lose all funding for its exhibition programs, teen and free family day programs, Project Look, and Cultural Kaleidoscope. These long-standing programs enrich the public school experience and strengthen the relationship between the Palo Alto Unified and Ravenswood school districts. I'd just like you to remember that art engages, teaches, promotes dialogues, offers hope, and brings us together. And I just hope that there is a way to adjust the budget that is currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jill Weissman, followed by Katusha and Teresa Lunt. Jill, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hello, I'm here to express how disappointed, ashamed, and unfortunately unsurprised I am by the proposed budget cuts to the Children's Theater and other youth programs around the city. The major mental health toll of this pandemic has been a severe issue for our youth, and if anything else, arts programs and services for youth are outlets to aid in combating the mental health epidemic, with countless studies showing a positive link between the arts and improved mental health of students, which we all know is necessary in Palo Alto. Now, I could talk about all of this and all the other benefits, and all of this is great and very important, but the problem is, I know that you have heard all of this before because of the constant outcry from community members about this very issue, in which many others have voiced the exact same opinion. So, with this knowledge, I beg of you to ask yourself, why is it that artists and educators that are working so hard to enrich this community in ways that are immeasurable, having to constantly keep fighting for these essential, I know that's a buzzword, services alive? And why is the Palo Alto Children's Theater having to fight for its life instead of celebrating coming up on 100, yes, 100 years of being the oldest active children's theater in the nation? I don't want to name any names, but isn't it a bit strange that the city manager who's proposed these very budget cuts is trying to tell us that we can't afford to keep youth programs running and strengthen the health of this community, while he himself made a whopping $403,000 in the latest release of salaries that the city put out? If we want to talk about allocations of funds, why don't we start there? The words proposed cuts for youth programs sounds like step one in the how-to handbook for supervillains. I'm running out of time, but I wanted to say that I'm frustrated and I'm sad that we keep having to defend the importance of art in our community, but I'm somehow still holding on to hope that you will see how detrimental the effects of another budget cut to these youth services will have on these communities. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katusha, followed by Teresa Lund and Ashley Yi Mazawa. Katusha, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Tucker, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to the Finance Committee regarding the value of the Palo Alto Arts Center. What is an art center, though, without exhibits and without programs for children and family, without activities for teens? The proposed budget would seem to leave an almost empty building. The classes and activities for children are the biggest part of the center's programming, and the children and teens will lose the most from these budget proposals. It's been a very difficult year for all of the community, for all of the country, all of the globe, but certainly upcoming year is one in which it's very important to our young people that they have opportunities to work their way through their emotions and their experiences during the pandemic. And art is certainly an important avenue to self-expression and understanding. Unfortunately, each dollar cut from the Art Center budget is also, quote, matched, quote, if we can use that term in reverse, by cuts in foundation grants and donations from friends in the community. Who's willing to give money to a city program that lacks city support? Yet over this year and the budget for next year, the Art Center budget is being cut by 40%. This private and nonprofit financial backing of the Art Center is about $750,000 a year. And I would ask the Finance Committee to take into account donations when looking at budgets as well as city money. Thank you for this opportunity to express my views, and I ask you to consider the points the public is bringing to your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Teresa Lunt, followed by Ashley Mazawa and Ben Brady. Teresa, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
My name is Teresa Lunt, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Art Center. Last year, the Art Center took the largest staff reduction in its history. With the proposed new cuts, the Art Center's operating budget will have been reduced by almost half of its pre-COVID level. It is with a heavy heart that we enter the Art Center's second 50 years, a milestone that should have been a cause for celebration of all we have accomplished together. The Art Center has focused its meaningful and thought-provoking exhibits and community activities on issues that are top priorities for our community: climate change and social justice. Its programs reach thousands of our residents and challenge us to think deeply about issues of great import to our city. The cuts that the center is being asked to take are likely to lead to the loss of talented individuals who cannot be replaced, given the greatly reduced role the center will now play in the community. These cuts are small in the city's overall budget and will have an impact far beyond and out of proportion to the meager savings. It's just not worth it. Please reconsider and look elsewhere for the $200K savings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley Yi Mazawa, and then followed by Ben Brady and Katie Christman. Ashley, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Yi Mazawa, and I work with Youth Community Service. I will be reading a statement from YCS student in our Youth Connectedness Initiative who couldn't be here today because this meeting's happening during school hours. Rain states, YCI has given me the opportunity to help my community by raising awareness of mental health and educating our community on issues ranging from body image to stress management to parent-teen relationships. I think the peer leader model is a great way to show us teens that we can be leaders. We get to choose what social issues to tackle and how to best help our community. Our projects, including videos, informational social media posts, interviews, and events, have focused on the issue of mental health. Through these, I've been able to learn a lot more about mental health, and I've been able to have deep, important discussions with my fellow peer leaders. In our workshops, I've seen firsthand how impactful it was for parents to hear from teens about academic stress and parent-teen relationships. The parents learned about mental health in a way I don't think I've ever seen, or in the way that they hadn't before. Working with adults has been a great way for us to learn more about the issues we're tackling. While working on a project, my group members and I have often reached out to adults who are experts in mental health or any specific issue we're looking to gain information from an expert perspective. YCI is unique because of the peer leaders, because the peer leaders are truly the leaders of the organization. While the staff provides guidance and resources, the student leaders decide what projects to work on, who to reach out to, what organizations to connect with, and how we want to help our community. Please consider reinstating funding for this important program. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Brady, followed by Katie Christman, then Kieran Gained. Ben, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ben Brady. I'm a professional opera singer and music teacher, and I've taught regularly at the Palo Alto Children's Theater for the past 7 years. I'm here to advocate for the funding of this invaluable institution. I could speak at great lengths about so many of the amazing qualities of this organization, but with limited time, I'd like to focus my words on my personal experience as a teacher there. I can easily say that it is thanks to the Palo Alto Children's Theater and the extraordinary people who run things there that I was able to build my life as an opera singer in the Bay Area. Over the many years I've worked for them, they have always treated me well, which is frankly the reason I'm speaking today. Whenever I land a big opera role, Palo Alto Children's Theater accommodated me by designing teaching calendars around my opera schedule. Inversely, whenever the opera work was scarce, particularly during these last 14 months, Palo Alto Children's Theater offered extra classes, even created brand new classes for me to teach. They embraced this unprecedented virtual age, which has been no walk in the park for any theater company. They immediately began offering online singing lessons, virtual acting camps, role-playing classes, just to name a few. And they made keeping theater alive for kids their highest priority. I can't imagine how difficult it is to manage financial distribution for such a vivacious and complex city as Palo Alto, but I do know that the arts are an absolutely irreplaceable aspect of not just child development, but human development. There is no better way to learn self-expression, communication, active listening, sympathy, and compassion. Nothing else offers the same tools for discovering not only self-confidence, but confidence in your peers and in your community. And as we approach the light at the end of this COVID tunnel, young people are starving for human interaction, particularly theater and live arts. And though a lot of things have changed in kids' lives this past year, many continue to be inundated with scholastic obligations and the pressures to perform academically at the highest level that exists for many young people in this area. Please consider the immense value of the Palo Alto Children's Theater before making any decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Christman, followed by Karen Gained and Michelle Wong. Katie, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Katie Christman. My great-grandfather moved to Palo Alto in 1920. He worked for the Palo Alto Times, and he published the Peninsula Mirror, which was a photographic record of the time period. My grandmother was born here. I grew up poor in Palo Alto on the south side of town in a big family in a small house with one bathroom. And I found the Children's Theater age 9 through outreach, and I did shows and I learned, but the thing that I learned was that the buildings aren't what make Palo Alto great. What makes Palo Alto great is the people in the buildings. Every time you cut someone's position in the city, you eviscerate our town. So when you build a big fat building like the beautiful new library, and I come to you and I say, does this mean we'll have less librarians? You always say no. Does this mean we'll close branches? You always say no. We'll get the funding from somewhere. So we build the buildings with funding from outside our city, $25 million for the Junior Museum. Then we're going to not staff it though, unless we charge the people to come in. Going to the Junior Museum, the Children's Theater, the libraries with my great-grandmother, my grandmother, and taking my own children, my own daughter, I have a younger one who's 15. She's going through hell right now without any connection to theater. And I just need you to understand that it's not the buildings that make our town wonderful. It's the people in them. We need to hire more people. We need jobs for teens in the summers. We need opportunities. I learned to iron in the Children's Theater basement when I was 15, and I got my first job, $6 an hour, ironing my friend's mother's lawyer, who was a lawyer's shirts. And I used that money to go to the University of Chicago and for the other half of the scholarship. Please, please, let's focus on growing, not cutting. You can't grow if you cut everything off. And growth is our only chance, but it's not growing the buildings, it's the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Gained, followed by Michelle Wong and Caitlin Jerdrum. And just to reiterate, Annie Carl is our final speaker. Karen, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I'm here also today to speak on behalf of Youth Community Service. I serve on the board, and I'm a mother of 2 here in Palo Alto, as well as a parent educator. I wanted to start today by just acknowledging the bravery that our youth have shown this year. We know that our community is a place where youth have faced significant challenges regarding well-being. This year, that has continued and become even more so. And they have faced those challenges with bravery, with voice, and with stepping up, showing all of us how it can be done. And so today, I hope that we as adults and leaders, as the people who are guiding our community forward, can match the bravery of our youth. I know we have tough decisions to make, but bravery is more important than ever. I wanted to take a moment to speak on behalf of Emily, who's a YCI youth. She couldn't be here today, but she has experienced all that this program has to offer, and I hope we can continue to fund it. Emily states that YCI has helped her to grow in ways way more than she expected. She's grateful for the opportunity that she's had to work with driven youth and mentors. When she joined the program, she remembers feeling like she didn't know if she could really lead. And what the program has shown her as a peer leader is that she has so much to contribute, that she has so many youth she can understand by stepping up and leading. And so this program has changed her life. And I hope that we have the bravery today to continue giving those opportunities to more youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Wong, followed by Caitlin Jerdrum and Evelyn Semenza. Michelle, if you can unmute yourself, you will have 2 minutes for public comment.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Finance Committee. I want to thank you all for your service to our community. My name is Michelle Wang, and I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 20 years. I'm also a mom of two, a 16-year-old and 13-year-old. I moved to Palo Alto for the schools and community. One resource I'd like to recognize is the Palo Alto Children's Theater. It's an amazing resource for our creative youth. There are many sports options in our area, but very few creative options. I have one of these creative kids. My daughter found the Palo Alto Children's Theater when she was 8 years old. She's now 16. It's also where she found her confidence. We had tried every sport and other extracurricular activity, but nothing felt right for her. She was always feeling like she wasn't good enough. The Palo Alto Children's Theater gave her a home, safe place to express herself. It also gave her confidence and self-esteem. Last year, the budget cuts were, the last year cuts of 45% required the Palo Alto Children's Theater to reduce its main stage and summer season by 72% and eliminate its outreach programs in our public schools. With the proposed additional cuts, the Palo Alto Children's Theater would only be able to perform one main stage show and no outdoor hot dog shows. This main stage show would be performed by professional actors because it's our highest revenue generator. And it would lose its really core ability to present the youth cast shows with our elementary, middle, and high school age actors. As our economy is starting to reopen and knowing the toll the pandemic has taken on our youth, now is the time to not cut, but to restore funding to these prestige city gems. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Caitlin Jerdrum, followed by Evelyn Semenza and Hyewon Kwon. Caitlin, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, I was hoping to lend some perspective both as a former participant and as a current theater educator. So I think I don't really need to say growing up in Palo Alto is it's just a hard place to grow up, right? I was a child of divorce. My parents got divorced when I was 7. And the theater was always just a safe place for me to go and learn to express myself. I think that continued, from 7th grade to the age of 25. I lost more peers than I can count on 2 hands to, the stresses of growing up where we did. And I think that the theater, listening to everyone else talking today, the theater really is an essential service. I would say it is an extension of community, of mental health services, right? As an educator, I can say that I want to kind of reiterate what Lisa Van Dusen said earlier in this meeting, that the impact of these cuts to staffing are long-term and cumulative, right? So I've worked at many different arts organizations all across the country. I lived on the East Coast for about 10 years before returning here right before the pandemic started. And I think reducing staff in an educational theater really just makes it much harder to accomplish anything of substance, right? So cutting a costumer might on the surface seem like a pretty superficial cut, but it doesn't just change like what costumes are available to kids. That like removes like a peg of support from this educational structure, right? And then it also removes like a role model for anyone who might otherwise go on to pursue a career in like that field specifically. So yeah, I just want to say, please don't cut the children's theater. I'm also curious, these library cuts, they're only temporary, right? We're not going to like lose the libraries forever. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evelyn Semenza, followed by Hyowon Kwon and Annie Carl, our final speaker. Evelyn, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. As a Palo Alto resident and a parent of 3 young children, I'm concerned about the cuts to all of our youth programming. As a member of the Friends of the JMZ board, I'm particularly concerned that a jump from free to fee is being portrayed as a revenue loss because of last year's budgeted ticket price of $18 that existed only on paper and was never instituted. The community invested significant resources in rebuilding the JMZ with an understanding that a modest fee of $6 to $8 would be charged to help offset the maintenance of this community treasure. I urge you to think critically about setting a reasonable ticket price between $6 and $10 that allows all the members of our community to enjoy the JMZ and contributes new revenue to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hyowon Kwon, followed by Annie Carl. Hyowon, if you can unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Hyowon. I'm speaking as a Palo Alto resident, as well as a concerned academic who studies child development. I'm a professor in the Department of Psychology at Stanford. I'm here to express my strong concerns about all of these cuts, and particularly the $18 ticket price at JMZ. And within the last couple of days, I've collected over 100 signatures from concerned community members, both within Stanford and outside. And the signees include experts on child development and health and education, who are all worried about the direct impact of this price, especially on underserved community members and families, as well as the symbolic meaning of this decision by the city, especially at a time where values like diversity, equity, inclusion are precisely the ones we want to prioritize the most. And the parents who uniformly expressed their concerns, they were saying that they won't be visiting as often. And you can think about the impact of that, especially for communities and families who are financially challenged. So I'm speaking on behalf of all of those people. And decades of research shows how children learn through play, exploration, discovery, and also through talking to their parents and asking questions about animals, scientific concepts. JMZ is precisely where such informal learning occurs, and that the high ticket price will not only lower the number of visitors, but also make it far less diverse, ultimately excluding the most vulnerable population of children and families who will benefit the most from frequently visiting JMZ without having to worry about the costs. And as somebody who does research on these topics on the site of JMZ through a research partnership, I've been proud of the fact that JMZ is admission free. It makes our science more diverse, inclusive, and it allows us to do science outreach activities, especially for low-income families who need it the most. So especially at a place like this, Silicon Valley, where socioeconomic divide is one of the largest in the country, as we go through the pandemic, I hope the city can recognize the importance of JMZ as an inclusive, accessible, informal learning place for all children. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Annie Carl. Annie, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hi, hello. Thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Annie Carl, and I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I'm a community garden liaison at Rinconada Community Garden. I was surprised to know that we might lose the community garden, and it's not even included in these conversations. So the community gardens have around 400 gardeners or 400 people using this program every day. We have all types of people enjoying this program, lots of families with kids, especially right now, and low income, elderly, and youth. Because of the COVID last year, these gardens were the only mental health relief afforded to many of us. I hope the city will consider to continue with this beautiful and very important program for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public speakers, Chair Cormack.
Thank you so much to our 22 public speakers and particularly to our public singer. I appreciated having that as part of our deliberations this morning. Having taken public comment, I'm going to suggest we take our 5-minute break now. It's 10:31. I'll ask the committee and staff to return at 10:36, and then we will continue the discussion of items 2A and B. So we'll see you at 10:36. Thank you. Time. All right, we will reconvene and it's time to discuss item 2. We have 22 minutes for this, so let's have one round and then we'll see if we can move to motions. Which of my colleagues would like to go first on this item? Councilmember Filsath.
Thank you very much. Let's see. First, I should disclose something that my wife works for one of the veterinary clinics that does business with the JMZ. But after a bunch of assessment, the level of engagement doesn't rise to the level that it constitutes a conflict of interest. So I do not plan to recuse myself on JMZ issues. Okay. I have a question on libraries. So how much traffic is there in each of the 3 libraries? I mean, how many people use those each year?
Thank you for the question. So we'll have to go back to the 1920 because that was the complete year.
Perfect.
That.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. No, yeah. This year's.
Yeah. This year and even last year, to an extent, we had to,
right.
We had to look at it. But between the 3 libraries, we had a total of about. So basically, Mitchell Park and Rinconada, the visitor count is 75 to 76% total.
Okay.
So the others are together about 19, 20, I would say 24, yeah, for the visitor count.
Got it. And is that, I mean, is each one of them 8% or is, one of them 20% and the other one's 2% or?
So downtown was 9.89. Children's was 8.87 and College Tours was 5.14.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Suppose we just wanted to keep the children's library open. How much would that cost?
Let me look for 1 second. I will be with you in a second. If we wanted to just do children's, that would be, I would say about 200 to 250.
And just for clarification on assumptions there, Gayatri, would that include or exclude the ability to deliver materials and pick up at the other 2 neighborhood branches?
That would right now, yes, that would not include that. So children's, one of the things, even though last year with the budget cuts, we made it into a neighborhood branch from a full service branch. It still does have a little bit more programming. So that is something to keep in mind, and that's why it would be a little bit, and 15% of the collection, children's collection is at the children's library too, so.
Okay. So on the automated model, so how would that actually work? So the libraries and all the books would still be there. It's just that you could go inside. There would be an automated pickup and reservation system.
So the automated model, there's actually two that we're looking into. One is you could access the catalog, the collection, and place holds on it, and then you would have holds lockers. So you can place your holds and it'll be waiting for you and you can pick it up.
But the books and the building and so forth will all still be there, or is the building going to be empty and we're going to service it out of someplace else?
So the assumption right now is we could move up to 75%. If there's a closure of children's library, then 75% of children's materials can move to Rinconada's Embarcadero room.
Got it. And what about the other libraries, the downtown and College Terrace?
We don't have the space.
Okay.
And with children's, we're doing it because there's quite a bit of unique material. So like single copies or just 2 copies in the city. So we'd have to make some arrangements to move it.
Got it.
Perhaps just to be clear, Gayatri, in response to the council member's question, the materials would still be in the branch libraries. The hold actually could come from any of the branches and would be delivered to those branches.
That is correct. The other option from the holds lockers is also what we're calling library on demand or vending. I mean, to be very basic, is like a vending machine kind of stuff, so people can have a little bit of browsing.
Right.
Not to say that it, replaces the browsing experience even now.
Okay, so I got a couple more questions, but I see that I'm out of my 5 minutes. So I would love an opportunity to continue this a little bit.
I understand, and I think I agree. We'll see if we can squeeze item 3 into less than an hour. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so first, I'd like to concur on the agenda timing. This is the probably the portion of certainly of this morning and probably today that we need to be spending the most time on, and I don't think we should be bound by whatever was the preconceptions on the agenda that didn't really reflect that. We've heard from a lot of the community. I see that we have a petition from almost 2,000 community members. I'm trying to remember any time that I've seen a petition that had so many folks willing to step up and actually participate in something like that. I don't know, how to extrapolate that, but in terms of the community support, but I think that it's a reflection of that this is an exceptional set of issues for our community. And we talked about this yesterday. We basically, we all here as council members and the balance of the council have expressions of appreciation for what the staff has done, for the programs. But we have the ability and I think the obligation to go beyond appreciation for those people and services that will be lost, and instead to take the actions to prevent those losses to the degree possible. And so that's going to be my thrust. I do want to note that on the children's library, it was described as a neighborhood library. That's somewhat of a misnomer. It is a branch library serving the entire city. And that's an important distinction. It's a special one of the, when we had just 2, we had the Rinconada Library and then we had the branches, including Mitchell was that branch, but Children's Library has always been recognized as a branch library serving the children of the city, even though the other 2 main libraries have children's sections. And I make that point because the children's library is not principally about the books that are there. It is about the physical experience of the children's library, which is not replicated in the other locations. It is really exceptional and unique. And so for those reasons, I'm going to very much support restoration of the children's library hours. The downtown library, when we've gone through this process during the Great Recession, we had similar discussions. The downtown library was really the one that we felt that we could shutter for periods without a great impact on critical community elements. The College Terrace Library, even though we can reduce hours, it is the de facto community center for that large neighborhood of our community. And that's why each time we've had these budget cut discussions, what we've really ended up having was keeping that open on a skeletal basis. So my orientation is going to be toward that. And I just want to speak on the broader topic that affects both community services and libraries. And we had a lot of speakers talk about essentially youth well-being. We've had, and studies are showing, that the impact on the mental health of youth of this COVID pandemic and a year and a quarter of largely them being deprived of their many aspects of that contributed to their well-being has compounded and increased the risk of adverse youth well-being in our community and elsewhere. And if we go forward with these kinds of cuts across our youth programs, we are prolonging the pandemic's impact on our youth and exacerbating it. Adding another year of that impact on top of what they've already experienced, we don't know the consequences of that, but we can clearly see that they are going to worsen what we already are facing. And so I think this is going to be critical. We've had this discussion yesterday about there are means by which we could restore revenue, and that's the discussion I want to have going forward.
Thank you. Since we've started with libraries, we'll stick with that. Last year, I think I pretty much cried on camera when I asked Gayatri if we could close these 3 libraries that I have spent so much time and effort on, and asked others to give millions of dollars for. I'm getting like worked up about it all over again, just remembering. And what I learned from that is that even though we could, even though this community could function with the 2 main libraries, we don't want to. The council didn't want to do that, and the community didn't want to do that. And when we went through the library bond in 2008, downtown was definitely on the chopping block. And the poll results came back and said we lost 10 points on the poll. People were less willing to vote for a tax that was lower if we didn't have downtown library there. We've talked a lot about youth today, but we haven't talked about seniors, the seniors who've been so isolated this year. We have many senior communities in the downtown area, and they are walking distance from downtown, and they are not walking distance from Rinconada. So I'm not going to say I learned my lesson. I'm going to say I relearned how important the libraries are to this community. We have 5, which is far more than other communities our size, with the exception of Berkeley, and we won't go into that in any further detail. So, and we tried to limit College Terrace last year, and that neighborhood was understandably concerned. So I think if you look at the results of the survey, excuse me, and you think about the poll before, it's been incredibly consistent. The photos of the children who were born and learned to walk and only now got to visit the children's library for the first time. The photos of the people in Mitchell Park who were there. And it's not just our libraries, it's all over the country. People are clapping when they get an opportunity to come back. My phone was filled that day with people letting me know how grateful they were that the libraries had reopened. So that's just a fundamental for me. And while I was willing last year to close a few libraries so we could keep our firefighters, my colleagues in the community said no. Right, so that's where we are. I'm not sure we need to have that conversation again. Now let's move. Well, let me just see if there's anything else on libraries I wanted to say. Oh, where's my timer, by the way? No one's timing me. Oh, I definitely don't have 5 minutes. Okay, let's assume it's half gone then. So that's where I am on libraries. I feel that we should add back all of it. Period, end of discussion. Okay. Now let's talk about community sources. So many things to discuss here. First of all, there was a question, small thing, but it was towards the end, so it's top of mind. There was a question from a member of the community about the community gardens. Director O'Kane, could you just address that briefly? Because we got a lot of emails, but I wasn't sure it was covered in our official materials.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Cormack. So community gardens in the proposed budget are not being reduced at all. There was a reduction of a staff person in tier 2 that
okay.
is the person who manages that
okay.
garden program.
So helpful, thank you. And just translating for the community, tier 2 are optional reductions that are available to the council should the labor concessions of $1.6 million not be available to us. They are just options. They're not in the proposed budget. Okay, so helpful. Thank you for that. Lots of discussion about children's theater. Director O'Kane, 2 separate questions. One is, let's assume we restore, if we restore the cuts in the current budget, there's also a lot of discussion about what we cut last year that isn't available yet to people. If we were to reinstate, I'm going to say the outreach programs. And I say that because those are, from a sustainability standpoint, having had a kid in an outreach program, yay, she could walk home from school. At Children's Theater, that was driving every day for weeks. From an outreach standpoint, what would that cost to add back to outreach programs?
Let me pull that up for you. It would be around $200,000.
Okay, that's very helpful. I don't know. I've still got a blue light. I guess I should cut myself off, but I'm just going to keep going because I'm on a roll, and then we'll be flexible with time when we get back to my colleagues. JMZ. Am I correct that before it closed, we spent $1.9 million? That was the cost to run the JMZ.
That's correct.
Okay, and the cost to run the new JMZ will be 3.7 million. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Right, so I just want the community to understand we're doubling the expense of running this. That's why a fee has always been part of the plan, and I understand the concerns about the levels of the fee. But I just wanted to get that surface there. On Monday night, I'm so thrilled that it passed on consent. We made a few changes to the Foothills Nature Preserve situation. One of them is we're establishing a small number of free passes that will be available at the aforementioned libraries. Is this something we could contemplate for the Junior Museum and Zoo, having 10, whatever number of staff thinks is appropriate, available at Rinconada and Children's Library on a daily basis?
Yes, we could absolutely consider that as a possibility.
And do you think that would require a budget amendment, or do you think that we could just make that work?
I believe we could just make that work.
Fantastic.
I don't think it would require, a budget amendment at all.
Okay, great. Excellent. Well, I ran through a lot of mine, and I will let my colleagues have another crack at it. Councilmember Filsath.
So thanks very much. If we, back on libraries again, if we do what's in the proposal on any or all of these libraries, how hard is it to restore service if money becomes available in the future?
That's I would say $1 million question.
That's more than the whole budget.
Well, although I will say, when we reopened, the limited reopening of the libraries, we were not sure what we were going to get. And I was very, very happily surprised that the visitor numbers as well as the checkouts are closely resembling what it used to be pre-pandemic, which, we didn't honestly know what to expect. So, but one of the trends that also happened is virtual offerings have increased, both the resources and materials as well as programming virtually. So it's really difficult to say how it will change in another year. Sorry, I'm not giving you an exact answer because it is hard to predict. I also wanted to add one more thing to your question last time about the children's library, how much would it cost to open? The one thing that we should consider is when we talked about, moving it to the neighborhood library, it's because staffing was cut drastically last year. So we only have 2 full-time people assigned to the running of children's library. And at that time, we mentioned that could only happen with the installation of AMH at the children's library. Yep. So the cost of $200 to $250 applies only when you don't, only if you do that.
Okay.
So I do want to explain that.
The AMH is a capital expense though, right?
It is a capital expense paid by the impact fees. Yes.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so my instinct on priorities, I think, is the same as the vice mayor's, which is children's library first, College Terrace second, and downtown third. Let me ask a question to staff. How many square feet is the downtown library?
I will have that in a minute. Sorry, 1 second. I want to say about 6,000 to 8,000. If you give me a minute, I will find that answer. My apologies.
While she's looking, I'm just going to barge on in and say, don't forget that downtown has the meeting spaces and program rooms, which are not available at Children's and not at College Terrace.
Yep.
My recollection is 6,000, but I could be mistaken.
I thought it was bigger, but okay. The place I'm going is I'm gonna suggest that if it's fate that we lose the downtown library, right? Suppose we rented it out as office space. At $6 or $7 a square foot at 6,000 to 8,000 square feet, you're looking at $500,000 a year, potentially, right? In revenues that we could use to restore other kinds of services and so forth. And I wonder if there's, this is a an even bigger stretch, right? But it looks like we're going to get some federal money for the Roth building. And I wonder if there's some way, if we were going to countenance something like that, that we ought to consider whether there's some way to use some of the space in the Roth building for at least some of the service, whether it's library vending or something like that, because the Roth building's 20,000 square feet. And if the federal money makes it possible to move forward with other kinds of stuff, maybe that's an outlet for that, right? But But I think we should consider the possibility that if we are fated to lose the downtown library, that the city might be able to use it in a way that derives revenue.
So long-term research will need to be done on that. That's a bond-funded facility.
Sure.
So unless Kylie has something off the top of her head, we would need to look at any restrictions that might apply because of the funding.
Of course. But I think we should. I think, you know, if we're fated to lose the downtown library, I think we ought to go do that analysis. You know, I think the city sort of, you know, the city sort of, you know, looked around some of those fringes in the past too, I think, and sort of, you know, so that maybe that's one of the steps that we can sort of consider more seriously. Okay, I'm out of my 5 minutes, so I'll come around with, I have a couple more things I'd like to ask if I get another 5 minutes later.
All right, before I go to the vice mayor, does staff have any thoughts on whether or not we should just extend to 12:30 at this point? Because I think this can take us a little while so staff is prepared to stick around. Okay, let's just assume we're going to go to 12:30 then. Apologies, but that's why we built in a 2-hour break to give us a little flexibility. Vice mayor.
Yeah, so first following up on a couple of library things. One, consideration of closure of the downtown library during this fiscal emergency is a different issue for me from a discussion about permanent closure of that. And I'm not prepared to move in that direction at this time. I do want to bring up an issue that I haven't heard discussed, and I don't know how much of it is still in the library budget. At the beginning of the pandemic, there was great health risks about perceptions or understandings that fomites were one of the primary means of transmission of COVID. That's from surfaces, and that has been overwhelmingly dispelled. WHO and CDC have drastically revised their guidance. Are we still spending a lot of money on surface cleaning?
We are, but I will say that the biggest change has actually been in not quarantining materials anymore.
Okay.
And we are, you know, doing a little bit more cleaning than we normally would have done, but it's nowhere close to what we thought we would do.
Okay. Well,
let's the recommendation.
I think we should re-examine that expenditure in light of best current science. I won't go further on that at this time. And as Councilmember Cormack mentioned, not only is the downtown library, but other of the libraries serve as community spaces and really valuable community spaces. And as we're returning toward normalization, we not only are going to want to be able to return to having physical gatherings, but there's a yearning for that and a pent up demand for it. And so that's a value that we need to think about. When we had these library bonds, it was about a 21st century vision of libraries, and that they are also in many ways community centers, intellectual community centers, rather than recreational or other social so much. So I just want to make sure we're bearing that in mind. And then as far as revenue generation, I do want to shift to a question I asked Director O'Kane yesterday on the driving range and whatever happened to the consideration or to what was actually a tentative plan for a double-deck driving range that has potential very significant revenue generation.
Sure. Thank you for reminding me of that question, Vice Mayor Burt. So you're right, it was a tentative plan. It was discussed at one point prior to the golf course renovation. The issues that sort of side capital work that would need to be done to accommodate that would have involved extending the driving range, making it longer, and also increasing the size of the netting around the golf course. That in of itself, the netting is approximately a $2 million expense. So it never became a capital project, and I don't think that the costs to add it now would be recuperated anytime soon, just because there's so much capital involved.
Well, I want to see that analysis. I don't concur with that. So I would like to see that analysis on the revenue generation versus the amortized cost of that. Those are not the figures that I saw previously. And I recently met with an expert on this, and that is not the analysis that they had. So I would like to see that again. And then lastly, one of the things I want to touch on the Arts Center is that during a crisis like this, arts are really an area that youth who are most struggling value and need and utilize. And it's, well, I should say the arts in all forms, and this would apply to the Children's Theater and the Arts Center. These are not just recreational activities. These are ones that preferentially benefit youth who are most in need and potentially in crisis. So I want to make sure that we are thinking along those lines when we look at these programs. You know, having been on the council through 2 teen suicide clusters that were an absolute crisis for this community, it is such a tendency to respond after the fact with all of an urgent set of responses and a temptation to neglect the prevention measures and the investments in youth well-being on the front end. And that's very much half of what Project Safety Net is about, not just suicide prevention, but youth well-being. And these programs that we're looking at slashing are essential to the well-being of our youth and address the youth that we probably would say are most at risk in our community. So I want to leave that thought for the moment.
All right, I wonder if staff could just remind us I think there was a slide that had the magnitude of the proposed cuts to community services and libraries, the dollar amount. Thank you, Ms. Perez. That's the one, I think. But is the restoration isn't the delta between 41.2 and 37.3, is it? What would be the restoration number? You can just help me keep track of these as we go.
Sure. For library services for FY 2022 budget adjustments, that would be about $550,000.
Okay.
And for community services, that would be approximately $975,000.
Okay, and those can be found on the reconciliation pages. If anybody has the page numbers, they could shout those out so that anyone following along at home can attempt to scroll through the PDF and adjust for the printed page number versus that. Okay.
194.
194? Is that library and CSD? No.
That is
CSD.
That's just CSD. That's just CSD.
Okay, great. All right.
Library is on page 252.
Page 252. Okay, again, for those of you following along at home, that's the operating budget. And that's that helpful table that shows the changes to this fiscal year. Okay, I feel like getting pretty close to motion times, but I realize we haven't heard much from Councilmember Filseth on community services. So I'll just say where I'm headed is completely restoring libraries. And let me be clear about why I think the downtown library needs to be there, because we've learned this a couple times already. It is not fated that we will lose that library. And twice as many people use downtown as use College Terrace. So that's where I am. I think we need all of those libraries. You know, if the committee chooses to only restore 2 of them today, I guarantee you on Monday, May 17th, we will hear from, the people at Channing House, et cetera. So if we can do it that way, that's fine. But I expect our libraries to be fully funded at the end of the day. I think we should contemplate giving Director O'Kane a little bit more than the 975 and seeing what she would recommend on the 17th. That would be a restoration of the FY21 cuts. I think that's worth doing. And I think we have a little bit of range to do that. I will say again, if we choose, for example, the staff example that they provided this morning, I do think a chunk of the quote remaining 1 million needs to be set aside for the fiscal year. It's also possible our colleagues will want to make some adjustments to what we propose on Monday night. But I think we should contemplate giving Director O'Kane a slightly larger amount. And then I'll just say, as we'll get closer to this at the end of the day, I know there's a lot of demand for things to be restored to where they were pre-pandemic. There's also a lot of uncertainty on our revenue, and staff is, gingerly sharing more information and being willing to be flexible on where those revenues might be and what our BSR might look like. But I think one strategy we could contemplate is we'll get quarterly updates as we did this year. And if we keep some money set aside in a reserve, then we'll be able to, as Councilmember Filseth was saying, strategically add back in a few places, right? And we'll be at a time when hopefully more of our youth has been able to be vaccinated. And I think that will be a time for us to contemplate making adjustments as we go. So I'll leave it at that. And Councilmember Filseth, I think you're next on the rotation.
Thank you. I actually did have a couple of non-library questions. And again, we're sort of casting around outside the box a little bit here. But the Art Center does a bunch of things. Is there anything in the Art Center's bailiwick, any activities that could conceivably be a supplier to projects funded by the Public Art Fund? So is there any way that that there could be some overlap between those two things?
That's a good question. If I'm understanding it correctly, you're asking if the Public Art Fund could fund some of the Art Center or the other way?
Well, sort of, yeah. I mean, the Public Art Fund funds art, right? And the Art Center does art. So, yeah. Or as part of it, I mean, it does a lot of stuff, right?
So the two programs have historically collaborated on things in the past. They actually have one shared position that they use for installations of artworks. So there have been collaborations in the past. Whether or not the Public Art Fund could be used for Art Center, I'm not sure. I would have to look into the details of that.
I think that might be worth a little bit of exploration. On the Art Center programs, which ones would be the hardest to restore?
Did you say, Councilmember, the Art Center?
Yeah. Which
ones would be hardest to restore? Probably our teen programs and our volunteer programs.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say those.
Because you lose the volunteers and the people that know how to organize and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing I think that we need to be careful of as a group is that, we're looking at all these things and going, how can we possibly not do that? Okay, because they all have value. Right? I think we should be careful about this because there's going to be a strong temptation, to spend our whole piggy bank this year on keeping everything, right? ARPA money, Stanford Med Center Fund, and and everything else, a little bit of the reserves, and everything else we got. And the risk of doing that, obviously, is that we have a good year this year and a catastrophe next year. So I think we need to be pretty judicious about that. And it's not just next year; it's the year after, and the year after, and the year after. Because again, we're there's a long-term linkage between the operating budget and the capital budget, right? And we're already making some fairly aggressive assumptions about the general fund transfer to infrastructure over the next 5 years. So I think we just need to keep all that in perspective as we sort of try to do the global optimization here, right? I mean, I don't want to lose any of this stuff, right? But if it's fated, then it's fated. So, and I think that's just what we need to keep in mind as we go through this. Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah. So before shifting into the discussion on how we pay for this restoration, a couple other comments. First, regarding the downtown branch library, another aspect of that that's been discussed over time was part of when it was renovated is that that's an area of the city that is anticipated to have additional population growth. We've designated that for higher density residential in our downtown, and so the demand over time is expected to go up because the population in that area is expected to go up. And frankly, that's the case, throughout the city. And so dealing with near-term operations versus elimination of a resource are two different issues. I also want to make sure that we're dealing with some of the considerations of how valuable the leveraged resources are, whether they're the Arts Center and that extensive volunteers there, and the jeopardy that we save $1 and we lose $2 worth of resources in many of these circumstances. And we really need to think along those lines and not be penny wise and dollar foolish on that. That would include the $50,000 for a YCI program that is highly leveraged of huge numbers of volunteers and participants that address the youth well-being again there. So then I want to touch on a couple of the revenue side. So Councilmember Cormack had mentioned how valuable the outreach program is with Children's Theater, and both the internal programs, the outreach are very valuable. The outreach program that goes to schools is something that I think we should include in the discussion with PAUSD about collaborative funding. And so I think that's something that we would want to put in that bucket. We also have talked about, I'll take the example of the driving range. When we look, and then this goes into the discussion that we had yesterday on capital funding, and what portion of that capital funding, which is long-term capital projects, and what portion should be funded through long-term financing. And that is, I'm on VTA, that is the same sort of principle that we have with Measure B. A good portion of that of long-term projects are typically funded with long-term financing. And right now we have an opportunity for having extremely low interest rates that are really subsidized, encouraging us to do that. And something like a driving range of a few $1 million that is spread over several decades of debt, your annual debt service on that for interest and principal is what needs to be compared versus the revenue increase. So the cash flow benefit of something like that may be very significant. We're not talking necessarily, where we have a problem if we're talking about needing or thinking that we must fund a capital project like that out of short-term cash. And that's the fallacy of that sort of approach to long-term capital. But if it's an investment that we spread over decades and we get immediate cash flow, that's not harming revenue. That's a great return on investment. But lastly, we've seen the community become much more aware of the impacts of these cuts on things that they desperately value, whether it's public safety yesterday and these services today, these things that we often take for granted in normal times because they're going along fine have changed. And we've had the green legal case on utilities transfers, which we have members of the community who have literally been gleeful over that and saying, oh, that's just going to somehow be a benefit to ratepayers and no consequence to the city and the community that we value. And in fact, those dollars are a major part of why we're facing public safety and community service cuts and otherwise. And I think as the community becomes more aware of that, they are going to be willing to support whether it's a tax to restore those funds and or other revenue sources. And we've seen that response, with a couple thousand people on this youth well-being petition and otherwise. And I think that we are going to have an even greater willingness of the community to take us beyond this transitional year or so into how do we continue to fund these things on a sustainable basis. And I really believe that we're going to be able to have success on that with the business tax and other possible funding sources. And so that, I think, is what we need to bear in mind when we're saying, how do we get through this year as our second crisis year and next year as a transitional year to normal? What are the bridging mechanisms on funding that will get us through there, retain these things that our community desperately values and that really define our community through this year and next year, and have that opportunity to have both recovery and other sustainable funding sources that take us beyond that period. So those are my thoughts. I do want to say that I want to ask the chair and Director O'Kane to go over again the dollars that and also Director Kent, the dollars that are needed to be placed for which restorations, if you could map that out for me another time.
Thank you. Thought we were getting pretty close, but maybe we'll incorporate that as we go. I want to up level for just a moment and say, if we'd had this meeting a week ago, we wouldn't be talking about restorations. So I'm just taking a moment to be grateful for the federal government who's increased our ARPA funds and who's potentially their stimulus is what's resulting in some of the increase in sales tax, which is increasing our BSR, which is giving us a little breathing room. So just taking a moment, a little gratitude to the federal government, because otherwise there would be no discussion of restorations today. Be a lot less. And I know the Vice Mayor disagrees with me, and that's fine. So I actually think we should head towards motions, and we may need to refine it as we go with some level of detail. But let me just try this. Yes, City Attorney Stump, did you want to join the conversation?
I do need to just jump in. So
Sure.
Just in the last 10 minutes, in the background of the staff has been talking about a potential conflicts issue that needs to be unraveled with one of the committee members. So
should we take a break?
I would appreciate that.
All right, why don't we
I'll get on the phone with the council member.
take a break. We will return at 11:35. I'm going to give us 10 minutes. We will intend to go until about 12:30 when we'll complete planning and transportation. And perhaps staff could just during this time, budget staff could spend a little time breaking out the individual restorations if they're not already clear to us. Thanks. See you at 11:35. Thanks so much. And I believe now I'm not going to recall. Was it my turn? Councilmember Filsa's turn. Anyone? My turn? My turn. Excellent. Well, let's get started on the work we need to do today. And I will go ahead and make a motion and we'll see if we collectively can work with that. So first, I'm going to suggest that we restore the proposed FY 2022 library cuts. And I believe that's $550,000 and that would go in the parking lot. So if the clerk could just start writing this up because there'll be a fair amount in there. Next, Director Nose, did you have any more specificity on the CSD restorations you could provide so we can get those detailed?
Sure. So what I might ask is, Ms. Pross, if it is visually presentable, what staff has done is typed up the list of 11 budget adjustments that are on 2022 proposed adjustments for CSD. And I know the clerk has the motion up, but if we, Chair Cormack, if you're okay with us swapping that out while we
Yes, let's move to the CSD one for a moment. And during that time, the clerk can remove one of the 5s from the motion.
I'm sure the library would love 5.5.
Yeah, we'd have to build a new library though, because yeah, I don't think we could fit that many people in there. Okay, yes, let's take a look at the CSD ones and then I'll see what I'd like to put into my motion.
And what I will call the committee's attention to on the CSD list that Ms. Pross will hopefully be able to share once the clerk pulls down their screen is some of the proposals in CSD. I would like to clue the committee into, they're on page 194, that they may be things that the committee is in support of moving forward with. A good example of that would be proposal 2, which is the Foothill Nature Preserve gate fee and staffing. What that proposal does is it memorializes the gate fee that the council just approved and restores the staffing. And now obviously it has a positive benefit to the bottom line of the general fund since there's new revenue. So just as we're looking at a list, something to bear in mind as we're going through, just making sure that we're doing what you intend to do in terms of restoration.
That's very helpful. So if I look at that, and again, for people following along at home, this is page 194 in the operating budget. What I'm going to suggest is that we restore all of the negatives. So that would be looking here. Let's see, did you take out the Foothills one?
It's currently on the list, but we could strike it out.
All right, and just to be clear, we want to strike that out because
what this does is it restores the staffing needed for having Foothills open to all, and it maintains the current recently approved gate fee.
Right, so there's revenue to cover this. Correct. Is what you're saying. Okay, so we'll remove that. And then, okay, I'm gonna look at it up here.
I also suspect you might want to reconsider
the donation elimination.
Correct.
Yeah, so let's strike that because we would love to receive that. And I'll just go from the bottom, Coverly Artists, Interpretive Center, Public Hours, the team services, that's using the reserve fund you mentioned?
That is using the Think funds.
Right, so Children's Theater, that's restoration to what we had this year. Coverly Theater, okay, marketing reduction. Actually, I have a question about the JMC fees. Should we be deciding that now or should we be deciding it that afternoon in the proposed municipal fees? I mean, the expenses are here, right?
The expenses and the revenue, frankly, assumptions are here. So I would, it's the committee has the discretion to discuss it in either area.
I'm going to start with this list for CSD and be interested to see what my colleagues have to say. I'm not quite sure how the clerk will have that happen in the main motion, but let's start with a complete restoration of the things that are currently on this list. And then if we can return to the motion, I have a few more additions.
And
For the parking lot. Yes, go ahead.
Chair Cormac, per our prior discussion, once the committee makes their full act or takes their full action on CSD, if we could please just pause approval of the allocations for the human services contracts that are on pages 202 and 203 until a later time. I know these are just tentative approvals, but if we can just pause that
Certainly.
portion of
Okay.
the CSD budget so that we have more time as staff to go through any conflicts that we may have.
All right, so let's return then if the clerk, and I see your hand, Councilmember Philseth, but let me just sort of get everything out here. Let's return to the main motion. So I'm going to move, we're going to have up the front tentative approval of the CSD and library budgets with the exception of the human service contracts.
On page 202 and 203.
On page 202 and 203 in the operating budget, and I'll wait while we catch up here. And that's human services contracts. Great. Library, yes. Restoration of community service department cuts on the other list. Sorry, this is complicated, and we'll look for help to make it easier for my colleagues in the public to follow along. Under CA, let's have a CB, which is addition of, I'm going to say $125,000 to the CSD budget to be allocated at the director's discretion. Just leave it there for the time being. In section D, I'd like to say, so sorry, C actually should be restored also to the parking lot. Restoration to the parking lot. Thank you. And then in D, let's say establish a council uncertainty reserve of $500,000 in the parking lot. And then let's go to, sorry, CC. We'll have a CC. Direct the CSD director to provide a small number of free passes to the Junior Museum and Zoo at the libraries. Small number of free daily passes. Let's put that in just so that's clear. Also under C, let's have a CD. Include children's theater outreach programs in the discussion with the school district. And if we wanted to add money for his rep, we should not do that now. Is that right?
If it is, or rather, we would ask the chair for latitude on addressing his rep or human services contracts, I'm sorry, in general, until later on this afternoon, perhaps as part of wrap up.
Okay, great. So I'll have more to say on that when we're permitted to. And I'm sure I've forgotten something, but let me stop there and see if there is a second. Councilmember Schultz has his hand up, so.
I more wanted to comment on some of these.
Well, unless there's a second, we don't get to speak to it.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councilmember Vice Mayor Burt. So let me just speak briefly to this, and then I'll go to Vice Mayor Burt. But we've all said multiple times, these are the things that make Palo Alto a wonderful place to live and work and play. And we've learned how much it matters to the community. I am going to be willing to do some of these restorations and contemplate having a lower reserve level, because I know this team of 3 is going to get started on additional revenue sources that will help us in the medium and long term in June. And there's enough uncertainty that I'm willing to do this because we have a trend line, even though I know hope is not a plan. So I spoke to the libraries earlier. In terms of CSD, in some respects, we don't know what we don't know. And I trust Director O'Kane to work with her team to identify what we need to patch. And if we need to use some of this $500,000 later in the fiscal year to open up further, then that's where I'll be. I do think it is important that we have an uncertainty reserve and not spend down, especially to a lower level of our BSR. That was a good discipline that we implemented last year, and I hope my colleagues at the council level will support that going forward. Councilmember Burt, to you.
Yeah, I think this is a really important starting point at returning services. I think it's important for us to recognize what Councilmember Cormack and others have stated, is that the cuts that were made last year, many of them have not been visible to the community until now, and they are not being restored here. We're restoring additional deeper yet cuts that were being proposed for this year's budget. And I think that when we move through this process and get the feedback from the full council, we need to have an additional examination of the budget, not only reacting to additional cuts that were being proposed for this year, but what, if any, of the cuts from last year also need to be considered for restoration. That wasn't framed to us yet. We haven't had that discussion yet. And that may very well be part of the budget process, but I want to wait until we hear from the full council and have the opportunity to understand the implications of this even more. But I certainly think that this is an important step in the right direction. The funding sources for restoration, in addition to the additional 1.2 million that staff has suggested spread over 2 years from the increase in the federal ARPA funds, so 600,000 this year and 600,000 next year, we have several much larger restoration funding mechanisms that can and may be part of this. It's the balancing of whether those ARPA dollars are spread between the 2 years equally. It's the adjustment to the budget stabilization reserve. It's the utilization of the Stanford University Medical Center impact funds. And it's how we fund our CIP, what proportion of the CIP of long-term capital projects should be funded through long-term financing, particularly in an era when that financing is being essentially subsidized and exceptionally low, historically low. So on that basis, I support going forward with this motion and look forward to these additional discussions going forward.
Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, so a couple of things. So there's only so many potential scenarios here. And so if we're just going to put everything in the parking lot and we're going to say, you know what, head slap here, we don't have to make any cuts at all, right? Then that's great, okay? So if we don't have to cut anything, then, then that's good, okay? Then this meeting can be shorter too, right? So that's one scenario. If we are going to have to cut anything, then inherent in that is, there's got to be some prioritization. Right? And then so the question is, are we going to do any prioritization in this process? Or are we going to wait till the end and everything's in the parking lot and we're going to prioritize everything there? And either way could work. So in that spirit, on this list, my own lowest priorities are, if we had to cut something, you know, the JMZ marketing, if we had $100,000 to spend on the JMZ, I personally would rather put it in lower ticket prices than you know, marketing. I think we're going to be able to, and I also think that's a discussion that we can have jointly with the Friends about, because the Friends have done some really really enthusiastic work about how to promote this and market this and so forth. So I think that's something that we could sort of collaborate with them on as well. So that may be my 2 bits on that one, which is I'd rather see that investment in lower ticket prices, right? The other one on this list that's material, you know, again, all this stuff is worth having. But the question is, how much money do we have? The Enjoy catalog and the admin support staffing for CSD would be lower on my priority list than most of the rest of this. And then a couple of the things on this list, like the Balin's Interpretive Center hours. I mean, it's just so small numbers. Right? So anyway, that would be my 2 bits on this, which is, you know, if we don't have to cut anything, then that's great. Okay. If we do have to cut things, then the question is, where do you want to do that prioritization? Do you want to do it as we go through the departments, or do you want to do it, you know, at the end when basically the whole budget's in the parking lot?
So is that 2 bits or is that 2 amendments?
You know, I'm gonna listen to what. Well, I got okay. I guess I'll make a couple amendment proposals, which is we remove the JMZ marketing and remove the Enjoy catalog.
All right, before I decide whether or not to accept that, could I ask Director O'Kane to refresh our memory on the marketing? Because it always sounds easy to cut the marketing budget, but as I recall our discussion, that was pretty connected to who would do the work and having a successful opening. So could you refresh our memory on why that marketing money was in there to begin with?
Sure. So the original budget for marketing for the new JMZ was $100,000. So this reduces it by half. This half is really what we would use for a professional marketing consultant to make sure that we're reaching all of the right places for marketing in Palo Alto, but also, you know, on the peninsula and beyond.
Okay.
So there's still marketing budget. It's just been reduced by half. It would require more in-house work to be done.
Okay, that's helpful. And then with the support staffing and the Enjoy catalog, are those divisible? Because I appreciate the detail that staff provided about the Enjoy catalog, and I think there's a way forward where we could reduce the printing and mailing of that. I thought the postcard worked pretty well personally, but can we separate the admin support? And I'm cognizant of the fact that that's for you and that you have such a large, wide range of things, and that I think in the past year we've asked you to do many, many projects and analyses. So can we separate those 2 or no?
Well, we can. The Enjoy catalog production, that's I believe $20,000 because so much of it was cut in fiscal year 21. So this will still allow us to produce some catalogs that we can have at community centers and libraries. It really is shifting to an online model of catalog production. And like you said, we've been sending out a postcard instead of a full catalog the past year. So, and I do appreciate you mentioning the administrative support staff. This position provides admin support to me, and the other assistant director also does a variety of activities within the department. But I mean, frankly, if I had to choose between an admin for me and frontline staff who are working directly with the community, I'll take the frontline staff.
Well, I think we've given you back the frontline staff, right?
So, but to answer your question, yes, these can be separated out. The majority of this 172,000 is that admin.
Okay. And if we were to move this $100,000 from the marketing reduction, and we currently have in the parking lot, I guess we have in the parking lot, bringing the fee down to $10, right? And then the staff proposal earlier today suggested $12. And the delta between the 12 and the $10 is how much? Trying to see if I can answer Councilmember Filsa's question about what it takes to get there.
Well, and before we hear that answer, that staff proposal at $12 appeared to not reflect any variability in demand based upon the pricing, and we had an extensive discussion on that. So I was kind of baffled by why we again were having a proposal that seemed to just dismiss that whatever we charge won't influence attendance.
I think it's because we don't have very much admin help in CSD. If I just connect
Well,
the,
then
the
we
two
should,
dots there.
it certainly should be noted that way, because we're also being presented that as if that's a fact.
Well,
that it
Dr.
won't, however.
Director Nosey did specify that when we had this discussion last time. She indicated there had been 2 positions in CSD for analysis and that one was gone. Okay. Round numbers, it looks to me like 100K buys us $1 off of our original plan. Is that about right? So here's what I'd be willing to accept. Councilmember Filsa, circling back, and we'll see if my seconder as well. Let's remove the Enjoy catalog. So I guess we give back 152,200 in that second part. Is that right? Staff will nod if I'm doing this correctly. Somebody's going to nod. We're going to restore the admin, but not the Enjoy catalog. Okay, Kristen nodded. And then, yes, go ahead.
You're going to you want to restore the admin, but not the Enjoy catalog, meaning
right. So the 172,200 changes to 152,200.
So you want to continue. Oh, I see.
We want to have the admin, but not have the catalog.
Correct. 152. Yes.
Okay.
Understood.
And then the 100,000, I think we move, maybe it's another parking lot. I'm not quite sure how to do this. We've got all these deltas. I do think having a lower ticket price would be beneficial. So I think that buys us about $1 off. So how does staff suggest we modify that? Just take it out and have it in the parking lot? All right.
I mean, these are your proposals to be placed in the parking lot. I would recommend, if you don't want to reconsider that one, then to leave it off of the list, and the fee itself is already on the list.
Okay, so I'm willing to remove, can we cut that in half? Let's put in 50,000 for that, because it'll be less time from a professional consultant, but I'm hoping we could still get some. Is that feasible, Director O'Kane?
Yes.
Great. Okay. And Vice Mayor Burt, how do you feel about making these amendments?
So I want to make sure I understand Director O'Kane's answer on the Enjoy catalog. That $20,000, is that for our traditional catalogs, or is it for the limited number of printed copies and primarily an online version?
The latter. So there will still be some limited copies available to the public at community centers and libraries. And we will send out the catalog and not the catalog. We will send out the postcard advising people how they can register either by phone or they can come into.
And we only do that if we retain that $20,000. That's doing what you described is what we're talking about cutting?
No, what I just described is what we would keep.
What we would keep if this cut was made.
That's right.
Okay. All right. And then on the marketing reduction for the JMZ, that was seems like kind of a arbitrary adjustment. I want to make sure I understand the implications of that reduction.
Is that question to me?
Yeah.
Okay, so, right, like I said, the original budget for marketing was 200,000. That was, the proposal was to reduce it by half to 100,000. We had planned to hire a marketing consultant to really understand the best way to market the new JMZ, especially noting that in the past, majority of our visitors came from outside of Palo Alto. So we want to be sure that we're still reaching those people who have not had the JMZ in their lives for the past couple of years. So that 100,000 was really to focus on the, the professional marketing consultant who could help us reach as many people as possible.
So we already cut it in half, then we're talking about cutting it in half again?
Adding back.
No, adding.
Or adding back.
So there'd be 150,000 now.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry. I understand now, that's reasonable. And then lastly, I just want to say on the JMZ, I'm not sure what would be the right agenda time to raise this, but I was concerned, we had this discussion at Finance Committee on when we had the separate agenda item on their fees, that there's a pushing out of really engaging an extensive volunteer program like we have really supported a JMZ in the past, where like we do in the Arts Center and the Children's Theater and elsewhere. And I'm really concerned about the JMZ adding staff, whereas all of these other areas last year had staff slashes that have not been restored. And adding staff instead of moving aggressively of complementing staff with the volunteer, a strong volunteer program. So when is the right time in our budget discussion to discuss that? Is that under this seat?
I think we're probably at the right place. This is the staffing level, and these expenses go with the staffing level.
Okay, well then I'm good with these other amendments and would like to offer that as an E, which is to
so let me just go back to Councilmember Filseth. They're accepted by both of us. Thank you. And yes, now back to you, floor, Vice Mayor Burt.
E, which would be to I don't know whether it's a, yeah, I guess we can put it as a large letter E, to request that staff return with a strong near-term strategy for volunteer support at the JMZ to mitigate the need for additional staffing. That's not eliminate, that's simply mitigate in some way.
And how would staff interpret this in terms of the budget, and when might staff contemplate returning to us with this?
Well, hopefully have some preliminary thoughts on this when it comes back to the council or when it comes back to the Finance Committee. I'm not sure which, but.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just going to ask staff to see how they would interpret that.
Thought that might be the case. Perhaps I can ask Director O'Kane, just in terms of trying to sequence this in a way that does reflect both the budget process as well as the work that's involved. Kristen, could I ask you first off, and not to assume the answer, the current status of a volunteer program at JMZ? Is there currently the infrastructure there, including potentially any discussions with the Friends?
Sure. So the JMZ has traditionally had a volunteer program, relied on that quite a bit. There are, as you're aware, many specialized needs at the JMZ too, such as animal care and things like that. There is a position that was budgeted last year for the JMZ, which is a volunteer coordinator position. And that person could really grow the program and make it tailored to the new JMZ. I did want to ask for clarification on this motion because in fiscal year 22, we're not requesting to add additional staff. Additional staff were added in fiscal year 21. Those have not been filled due to the hiring freeze, including that volunteer coordinator position. So I would just ask for clarification on.
Yeah, so it would potentially be to adjust then the positions that were authorized in 21 but have not been filled. I would note that with, I know with Children's Theater, and maybe staff can clarify, but the Arts Center, it's the Friends groups who essentially function as the volunteer coordinators themselves. And there is a interaction with senior staff on that, but I'm not aware of dedicated positions of a pension staff person needing to be the volunteer coordinator, but then instead the Friends group being the leads on those coordinations.
So the Art Center actually does have a staff volunteer coordinator.
They do, okay, but not the Children's Theater.
No, not the Children's Theater.
Okay.
And the Friends, I mean, the foundation, it's, you know, it's very complicated, the relationship, but so the foundation does provide some support to fund that person, but not solely. That's at the Art Center.
So I don't know the outcome to this. I would hope that we would look with the JMZ Friends group on whether they believe that they can handle that coordination or whether it does need to be that staff coordinator position. So I don't want to make those determinations at this time. I want to request that that evaluation of how do we accelerate the volunteer program and whether doing so can mitigate the need to add some of those authorized staff positions that have not been filled.
So I'm just gonna, sorry, City Manager Shikata, go ahead.
I was just going to suggest, I think we can handle this on our end, but would perhaps make a distinction between the budget actions you're taking and the direction for evaluations. And so that E, I think at least from a staff perspective, would be considered that second category.
Okay, that seems fine.
And do you want that in this motion or do you want that some other place, City Manager?
Well, let me ask our staff who will need to track these, if there's a distinction at this point, or if we can just roll with you on the fly for the time being.
I so apologize. I'm going to excuse myself for 30 seconds and come right back. I'm anticipating. One moment.
No problem. And so Director Nozay, do we need any specific format to this, or do you think we can roll with it for now?
So I would say that it feels, to your point, City Manager Shikata, that this is a referral to staff for additional work. Per the council's policies, it is typical, even through the budget process, that referral for further work goes from the committee to the full council for their ultimate approval. So might we add some tiny clarification point on E that recommend to the city council on May 17th to direct staff to return with and then continue forward. I will say, I have a feeling that there's an expectation just in how this conversation has gone that staff will provide that information either at the 17th meeting or the 25th of May. And I will be terribly forthcoming and say, I have a feeling that's not.
Okay, so I'm good with that. Of course, the entire motion is a referral to the council on these things, but I'm fine with that and with that clarification. I just want to make sure that we're really taking a renewed look at how to leverage resources there.
Okay, I actually don't feel like perhaps this is even required, Vice Mayor Burt, because I hear Director O'Kane saying that there will be a volunteer strategy and we will have a staff person who will run
Oh,
it.
well, I actually, no, that, my understanding from our previous committee meeting on that was that that was deferred for some period of time on that aggressive volunteer program. And the intent of this is to try to accelerate that, since we have these additional authorized positions for this program while in 2021, while we slashed positions in other community services.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm still confused. Director O'Kane, you say you have a person in FY 2021 that's unfilled and it's your intention to fill it in FY 2022.
Yes, for clarification, we definitely want to build a very strong volunteer program at the JMZ. The position we need has not been filled because of the hiring freeze.
But you have that position.
We have that position. I'll use the example of the Art Center, and they have over 500 active volunteers. It takes a staff person, a full-time staff person, to manage 500 volunteers. They all need to be fingerprinted. They all need to have training. It's not something, I'm sorry, not full-time. She's not full-time, but it takes a significant staff time to manage volunteers. And we wouldn't be able to build a program without that staff time, but our intent is to. Our whole department relies heavily on volunteers, but you need the staff to manage them.
So do you need us to unfreeze then a position, or do you already have the position that you need?
We already have the position. That we need.
Okay, so then I'm not going to accept
I'm
this.
sorry, can I get a clarification? But I thought you said that position is frozen.
It's not frozen, it's, yeah.
Perhaps I should step in here. I think this has been a bit of a chicken and the egg issue with the need to return to finance on the $18 gate fee, calling into question the overall financial strategy for the JMZ. So we are a bit, we have been caught, but I suspect with the actions you're about to take, we will be uncaught over the next couple of meetings.
Okay, so I am not going to accept this amendment. But I will say, Vice Mayor Burt, that if everything does not transpire as it looks like it's going to, I'd be happy to consider that on the 17th or later this afternoon if we're not there.
I'm sorry, how would that occur? That on the
city manager just said, here's what I think he said. If we change the ticket price, that provides enough expense contribution from the city that they will be able to release the hiring freeze. The position is not frozen, it's under the hiring freeze. And Director O'Kane will be able to hire that person, and that person will be able to implement the volunteer program that they have wanted to do from the beginning.
You mean when we change the ticket price, you're saying if we increase the ticket price?
Oh,
sorry. If
I could clarify, once the budget is settled on including the JMZ. The ticket price is a piece of that equation, but once the council has given us direction on the ticket price and staffing, that we'll be able to proceed.
All right, I will, then that goes back to my question earlier on whether this is the right time to address this item, and I was told it was, but now I'm hearing that later this afternoon under the ticket pricing may be the correct, no?
I think the ticket pricing is in the parking lot. If you had intended to change the number of staff at the JMZ, this would have been the time to do it. I'm seeing a nodding head.
Yeah, and I don't want to change the number of staff
on
the fly. I want to make sure that we're going to have an opportunity to examine whether we have an adequate focus on leveraging resources with a volunteer program there versus the addition of the staff that are authorized and currently frozen. That's what I want to make sure we're doing.
And I'm sure staff will be prepared to answer that, whether it's at $10, $11, $12, or it's definitely not at 18, right? For the ticket price?
Well, I don't know if the ticket price is indicative of the staffing complement necessary. The idea of having a ticket versus not a ticket will obviously impact staffing levels to operationalize it. The price itself is not necessarily the trigger for staffing needs.
Okay.
And so I guess the one clarifying point I would say for all of this is if the desire of the committee is to change the staffing that is currently allocated towards JMZ, now is the time to have that discussion. If the committee is okay with the current staffing resources and wants staff to focus on volunteer resources, the current plan has a staff person in order to develop that volunteer program. If the committee is not satisfied with that knowledge and wants further information or a deeper dive on what the volunteer program is, I would say there are two options. If it's just information, then proceed with this as planned, and the department can come back with a referral, like we discussed, from the council for additional information. If the committee wants to hold up further this allocation of staffing, then that would need to be done today, which will put us back in this chicken versus egg cycle of our inability to move forward with hiring the staff to develop the program, et cetera. So it becomes a question on where the committee's comfort level lies.
Very helpful. Councilmember Filseth.
A couple things. The council uncertainty reserve of $500,000. I'm assuming we're heading in a direction of accepting a lower than 18.5% budget stabilization reserve as part of this. So if we fund a council uncertainty reserve of 500,000 with 500,000 from the BSR, what difference does it make?
It's a risk, right? We're willing to take that risk to come down. We'll be willing to spend that $500,000 during the year. Otherwise, we won't have it.
Okay.
Right? Okay. It's not just that, it's also time shifting, right? It's saying we don't yet know right now what we might need to add back. It's a different version of why we did it last year. I understand your intellectual point, but I think it's an important mental category.
Okay. On the topic of JMZ staffing, it seems to me that there are you sort of got a triangle here. There's the ticket price, there's the operating expense, which is the staffing, right? And there's the city contribution. And those three things are a zero-sum kind of thing, right? Given the elasticity of demand with ticket price as part of it. So it seems to me that what we've said is, we think our best guess, which is throwing darts, okay, is that a ticket price change from $18 to $10 is going to cost about $900,000, which was the source of your $1 on the marketing budget thing, which makes sense to me, right? So it seems to me that that's independent of the staff. We sort of taken the staffing level of the JMZ out of that equation. We could go back and say, if we cut the staff of the JMZ 20%, it would free up this much money and so forth, and that would change. We could, but we haven't done that yet. So what we've said is that 900,000 in the parking lot. As to the volunteer thing, I think the volunteer thing makes sense. What I would caution is the JMZ has two sides of its operations. One is the animal care, the zoo side, right? And the other is sort of the camps and outreach programs and educational programs and so forth. And I am laboring under the impression that the zoo side, animal care side, is sufficiently specialized that it's very hard to replace the full-time staff with volunteers. It doesn't mean you couldn't add some volunteers to do stuff, but it's unlikely that at least the animal care side, the expense is going to be reduced by shifting from full-time staff to volunteers. That's my impression. Thanks.
All right, let us move to voting. Does staff have any last things? Just for us, yes. More work to do. Help us.
That's okay. Just a couple of point of clarifications. We wanted to make sure that item CB, the 125 allocated to at the director's discretion is one time, as well as the council uncertainty reserve was one time.
Yes, and when you say one time, you mean that that would not persist into 2023?
Correct.
Correct?
Correct. Great clarification for us. And then second, regarding big C, little a, under the list, Art Center operating hours and program fees.
Yes.
This 226 assumes the assumption of, and then please poke me somebody if I'm wrong, a 10% increase of fees for Art Center. And the sports recreation reduction fees assumes a 10% increase in fees. So I just wanted to make sure that the intent with us restoring these two items was to not do the increase in fees.
What is staff's thought on the increase in fees? It seemed like in the description that we were bringing them closer to market, but if you could refresh my memory, that'd be helpful.
That's correct. So we can bear those increases in fees, especially on the fields where
Yes.
it brings us up to market with our neighboring communities like Mountain View.
Okay. All right. So I'm fine on the sports fees, and it sounds like the art fees are market, but again, we've given you a little bit of flexibility to adjust if we do not understand the second and third order consequences.
And if I could just
Yes.
add one more comment back on that one time 125,000. I'm trying to avoid being too self-centered about this, but we do have our checks and balances within our system such that I don't think an allocation is ever done to any department head's discretion. So I think you mean to the administration or something to that effect, which in some cases may mean they have to come back to the council to decide how to spend.
All right. So at staff discretion, does that encapsulate what you're getting at?
That would be fine. We'll also
Okay.
need
Yes.
to come
Of
back
course,
with
I'm not trying
plan.
to suggest that it's a personal decision on the part of anyone, but just given the magnitude of the budget and the request by people to potentially add things back. So is that more comfortable?
Yes, thank you.
All right. I'm not asking again. We're just going to vote. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filsath.
No.
All right, that passes on a 2-to-1 vote. And it is 12:35. And unless there's a reason not to, I think we should move ahead to item 3 from Planning and Transportation. All right, we will have staff report. During the time of the staff report, this will be the time for members of the public to go ahead and raise their hands if they wish to speak on this item. Our apologies for starting this later than intended.
Thank you very much, Chair Cormack. We'll proceed with item number 3, which is Planning and Transportation Services, City Services Area. Starting off, budget summary. This is the budget summary for both Planning Development Services and Office of Transportation. You'll see here on the table that total general fund expenditures in Planning Development Services is 17.5 million, and expenses in all funds across city is 17.9 million. For Office of Transportation, the budget in the general fund is 1.7 million and all funds is 6.7 million. I will turn it to Director Jonathan Late to go over Planning and Development Services.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Pross, and good afternoon. Committee Chair Cormack, Vice Mayor Burt, and Councilmember Filsath. Again, Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Just to sort of acknowledge that this current fiscal year has certainly been eventful for us, one of adaptation and responding to challenges. As we continue to implement our work related to permit services and doing that in a remote environment. We've had some successes. As you know, we stood up our online permit system, which under normal conditions would take anywhere from, well, normal traditional approaches would take 18 to 24 months to roll out. We did it in 3 weeks in response to the shelter-in-place pandemic. And there's a reason it takes that long. It's because there's training and community awareness that goes along with switching to that kind of a system. So we had some learning on the fly that we had to do, and as was expected. And I think the council may have gone with us on that journey, as you got some notes to the city council mailbox about some of the challenges that we were experiencing with our permit processing timelines. Certainly last summer, we had a real issue that we needed to address with respect to the inspection services program. Each of these were associated not just with the changes in our operation, but a reflection of the some of the budget reductions that we had for the current fiscal year. So, I'll speak more to, I'll say this, I guess, that despite those challenges, I do think we addressed most of the delays that we were experiencing, and we certainly shored up our inspection program. It took some time, but we got there, and I feel like we're on a good path going forward. And I'll speak maybe a little bit more to that for the upcoming year. But to respond to the budget reductions for the current FY 22 year, we do need to make some cuts to our current planning program, which is one less planner to process applications. So the effect of this, the council and the community should know, is that it will likely take us a little bit longer to process some of our planning applications. These are the architectural review board applications and the individual review applications that we typically process. This current fiscal year saw some deep cuts in our consultant services, which has reduced our consultant bench to help us process these applications. And so while we've seen some reduction in our applications, we've also seen a significant reduction in our capacity to process those applications in terms of staff resources. We are asking to unfreeze a senior planner position, and this would be a technical position to help out with our data analysis and records team. With our use of our online permit system, our electronic plan review, our permitting system, Acela, our new website, and transitioning to a geographic information systems, what we're finding is that we're not sufficiently resourced to support our data needs and our data integration. And this position will help us not only do that, but also respond to some other questions that we get from council and from the public in terms of demographic or city-specific information on any number of issues. This cost will be largely offset by the elimination of an administrative position in that program and supported by development impact, or the development services fees that we collect through that program. And then for development services specifically, I'll note that we are looking to add on to make one of our limited term inspector positions full-time. That would bring us to 6 full-time inspectors and 1 manager. And we're also asking for funds for our fire inspection, our fire plan check services and our building plan check services. These costs will be offset by a one-time use of the city's reserve for prior works in progress, as well as an adjustment to our fee schedule, which is currently underway, so that we can align our resource impacts or needs with the work that we're doing. So we would not expect to see that request next year. If we can go to the next slide, and I'll just speak briefly to this. Our remote work has distanced us from our customers, and that's been a problem that we have felt in our department and for our customers. And fortunately, we've got a dedicated staff that really is interested in having that personal connection, face-to-face experience with our customers. We find a lot more gets solved that way than it does through our current system. So what we want to do for this upcoming fiscal year is really restore that connection through and meet our customers where they are. For those that want to come in, we'll have an opportunity for them to do that. For those that want to work remotely, we're happy to do that too. And we have plans to expand and make improvements to our system, which gets to the second bullet. We have a number of processing, streamlining and improvements that we have planned, including those related to our energy permit systems, our energy systems, photovoltaics, energy storage systems, et cetera. And then lastly, just to speak to that integration of our technology and really finding a way to create an online portal where community members can access a lot of the information that now takes us several steps to either access, and it's not readily available. So we want to create some real-time data for people to be able to access and use the full benefit of the programs that we have. That position for the data analysis and records team would help us do that. So I'll conclude there and welcome questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Late. We'll now go over the Office of Transportation, and I hope that Director Philip Kami is available.
Yes, I am, and I'm here. Sorry, apologies if you cannot see me. So good afternoon. I'm Philip Kami, the Chief Transportation Official, here to present the Office of Transportation's FY22 Budget Balancing Strategy. And for context, I wanted to start by sharing the Office of Transportation's mission statement, which is the Office of Transportation's mission is to preserve and enhance the quality of life for Palo Alto residents, visitors, and businesses by providing efficient and cost-effective transportation services for all modes of transportation. As you're all aware, significant cost-saving measures occurred for the FY21 budget, including the elimination of the Palo Alto shuttle, the elimination of a position in our parking division, and implementing cost-saving efficiencies in the parking programs. However, for FY22, the Office of Transportation is proposing meeting the most severe reduction scenario through further cuts by reducing planning and consultant services and dedicating grant funding to reimburse a portion of one of our Safe Routes to School coordinator's salary. Bicycle program funding, parking consultant contracts, and funding for on-call engineering and traffic data services will be reduced. And these cuts will result in increased response time and, frankly, a reduction in output. In addition, the Office of Transportation will be completely eliminating all of our travel and training budget and eliminating the participation in most non-mandatory memberships and sponsorships. And next slide, please. So with these reductions, the Office of Transportation will continue to provide the same services as highlighted on this slide, just in a reduced capacity. And we will continue to focus on our mission that I stated earlier, and we'll continue being responsible for the mobility, transportation planning, transportation engineering, and parking management. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Director Kami. Before we move on and transition back to the committee, just wanted to go over quickly the service area summary, which you'll see in planning and transportation. Both of these departments, we are looking at a 15% decrease compared to the 2020 adopted pre-pandemic budget. In addition, it is a 16.5% reduction in staff. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Paras, Director Late, and Director Kami. And now we will go to members of the public. And you will each have 2 minutes and the clerk will assist you. Before we do that, do I recall that there was an At Places memo? Does staff just want to draw that to our attention and that of the public on this topic?
Yes, completely forgot. Thank you very much, Chair Cormack. The staff memo was posted shortly after 9 a.m. It is a memo from the Transportation Management Authority. Oh, it's my skinnier memo from today. That describes a budget adjustment as far as a allocation to PATMA. Looking at the memo, I believe it is a reduction in funding allocation. It was previously, the budget now includes $350,000 allocated to them, and the funding request has changed to decrease to $240,000. Going to Office of Transport, it's actually in Special Revenue Funds, I believe. And I can give you a page number in a second.
Confirming it is in special revenue in the University Avenue Parking Fund.
Thank you very much, Director Tammy.
Okay, thanks for that additional information. And now we'll go to members of the public.
Yes, if anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9. Our first speaker is Stephen Rainey, followed by Nielsen Buchanan and Brad Ahikian. Stephen, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes on the timer. And Stephen has also requested to have the App Places memo presented.
Thank you. And Clerk, if you could move the App Places memo display to page 2. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor Burt, Chair Cormack, Councilmember Filseth, CFO Nose. In item 1 on that memo, we point out that our programs support 3 out of 4 council priorities: economy, justice, and climate. Now we're on to item 2. And there's a way to get some instant feedback from the committee members that would be appreciated. We tried to listen to council. Council has asked us to graduate, meaning to generate revenue beyond the parking fund and to collaborate sub-regionally to increase cost efficacy. In response, we've done 4 things. Won a $100,000 grant, struck a deal with the Marriotts for $141,000 a year, secured 2 more fee for TDM service agreements, formed a cost-saving sub-regional TMA collaboration with MVGO. So if there's any way we can get instant feedback from committee members, we're looking for validation that we've listened and made some substantial progress towards graduation. For item 3, we've reduced our budget request, but we need your help. PATMA purchased $582,000 in Caltrain passes over the past 3 years, and we want to get that back. Caltrain is creating a GoPass donation program. We request very strong city leadership at Caltrain's June 3rd meeting to put PATMA first in line ahead of every other organization. So we'd like some feedback on that and support on that. And just lastly, in item number 4C, our annual report section 3 is an FAQ that addresses questions from citizen watchdogs who asked us to justify our existence. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to note that we are closing the public speakers to limit to the final speaker of Penny Elson. And next to speak is Nielsen Buchanan, followed by Brad Ahikian and Mila Zelka. Nielsen, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Just a point of order. We had a second presenter standing by, but they had to leave. So I'm only half the presentation can I make in 2 minutes. Any chance I could get 3 minutes?
Unfortunately, no, it has been limited to 2 minutes.
Let me review the brief history of the TMA. It started off with University Avenue, which was a very feeble start in terms of economies of scale. It finally expanded to California Avenue, which gave it a chance to have the economies of scale to provide a small TMA service. This is in the environment of Stanford University, Stanford Research Park, and Tech Titans, who gobble up the real potential for the TMA services. The small employer TMA is a very difficult effort. I was all for it in the very beginning, but now I don't see that the small employer TMA is a concept that has viability given the COVID impact and the very slow recovery of our 2 downtowns commercial cores during the next 24 months. In fact, the current potential for the TMA is probably less than one of the pre-COVID downtowns. So a lot has to say about the potential. I recommend that the entire budget be put into the parking lot so it can be considered along with all the other issues. I think it's very feasible to mothball the TMA, small employer TMA, for 12 to 24 months. There are a lot of other people competing for the certain money, the city money, as we've just been noticing for the last couple of hours. There's a lot more that could be said. I didn't have any chance to see the at place memo that's been put forward and comment on it. But the main issue is who's responsible to the city. Is the city manager and Mr. Kami responsible for the output and productivity and the benefits of the TMA, or is the TMA board responsible to the city council? I don't see that interplay sufficient enough. And as you go forward, that accountability.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt, but could you finish your thought and then we'll move forward with public comment.
Yeah, thank you. My final point is that who is really responsible, whose career is online for the productivity and the benefits from the city's investment, what I estimate somewhere between $1 and $2 million over the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brad Hahikin, followed by Jonathan Ehrman and Myla Zelka. Brad, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Great, thank you so much and good afternoon. My name is Brad Hahikin. I am the board chair of the Palo Alto TMA. I'm also a partner with Premier Properties. I am here today because I just want to flag to the committee that the city is really missing out on a major revenue source that I believe is not only going to hinder the city's economic recovery, but it's also a funding barrier for the Palo Alto TMA. And I'm talking about specifically the CalApp Parking Assessment District. As everyone knows, Downtown University has a parking assessment district. It's allowed kind of downtown to thrive because properties can go freely between retail uses without having to add the necessary parking. The assessment district has also been a significant funding source for the Palo Alto TMA. Now, CalAv also has a parking assessment district, but roughly 2 years ago, the city decided the assessment district has gone away or expired, and I think that's because the bonds were paid off at the time. But by taking that interpretation, it has essentially locked every property in the CalAv in time. CalAv properties can no longer freely switch between retail uses without having to add parking. So any property owner who has a salon who wants to convert to a retail store or restaurant will not be able to. They are faced with high infrastructure costs, as well as the parking in lieu of fee that would be so astronomical that nobody would pay it. And I'm talking like in the millions. And then anyone who has a restaurant today would never change it back because they'll never get it back. So essentially every property is frozen in time, which is really leading us to these high vacancies along CalAv. Unfortunately, if we don't fix this issue, that problem will continue. I really encourage the city staff to relook at the CalAv Parking Assessment District. It has never gone away. It's still in the code. We just have to fire it back up. Without it, CalAv will continue to see massive vacancies. We will delay the CalAv economic recovery, and it will limit Palo Alto TMA's ability to expand our reach throughout the city. Thank you for your time and in consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, followed by Myla Zelka and Penny Elson, our final speaker. Jonathan, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to speak this afternoon in support of the Crosstown Shuttle, which I think is important. Palo Alto has historically over the years, there's not a lot of public transit in Palo Alto, and VTA has consistently cut and reduced service over the years. Right now we have the 21 bus, which is actually running only, even in the middle of most weekdays, is only running once an hour. And the Crosstown Shuttle is a really great resource, especially if it could be positioned to offset times when the 21 bus doesn't run. Also, it's the only public transportation that serves the Arts Center and the Rinconada Library, as well as connecting to various senior centers in downtown. As a resident who doesn't have a car, I've used it myself. I know that historically it is a very underutilized resource. Even when it was going at its strongest, there are students who use it very strongly at certain parts of the day, and various seniors at others, and obviously there are other people. But I think that we could it's a really fantastic resource, and if there's a way to A, bring it back, and B, really look at trying to raise the visibility. I know that a lot of people right now are scared of public transit, and I don't think that they should be. It really is a terrific resource, and having free transit that helps connect town, I think, is not only useful for those of us who use it, but can really help with the city in general and with getting people around, especially since traffic is such a problem, and in many of our residential areas it's very dangerous. So again, Jonathan Ehrman speaking in support of the Crosstown Shuttle, which hopefully can be looked at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Myla Zelka, followed by Penny Elson, our final speaker. Myla, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hello, Council Member and Chair Cormack and the Finance Committee members. My name is Mila Zelka. I'm the CEO of Manzanita Works, a nonprofit whose mission is to support the welfare of workers and their families. We create novel, multi-sector partnerships seeking to close local gaps that stem from regional dilemmas. In our Manzanita Transit program, we manage a sub-regional transportation management association, a TMA, that spans from Sunnyvale to Redwood City. We're helping employers navigate the return to in-person work, including our founding members, such as Google, the Ravenswood Family Health Network, and the U.S. Geological Survey. This winter, our essential worker commute shuttle pilot provided free long-haul transit for frontline workers with a stop in Palo Alto. The service ran for 6 weeks, and now we are launching phase 2 of the pilot as the Essential Express. We submitted for your consideration a proposal where we can provide transportation demand management outreach to Palo Alto workers, leveraging private dollars at an economy of scale that can save the city funds, both in the short and long term, while continuing to subsidize essential and service sector workforce. I do want to note that we provide transit options in communities that don't have TMA, but we also work collaboratively with existing TMAs and are working with 2 other TMAs right now. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Penny Elson. Penny, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. I'll try to be very brief. So I just want to say that there's a $46,000 reduction that Philip Kemi mentioned, and I ask staff to please clarify what that will reduce specifically. And I think that is the money that helps support Bike Palo Alto and Bike to Work Day, which are the only 2 encouragement events that we have for the whole community, not just for kids. And frankly, that garners support of many, many volunteers who roll out that event. It's really not mostly staff run, it's mostly volunteers that are doing this work. And I know that there are some service contracts for planning firms that do analysis and some safe routes to school bicycling related items that are included in that $46,000. So before we cut it, I want to understand better what that is. And I would like us to give some careful attention to the benefits that we get from the many, many, many thousands of volunteer hours that go into running those events, because we'll lose that, I think. And it'll be hard to pull it back together. So anyway, thank you for considering my comments. I'd like to just understand that better. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Cormack, that was our final speaker.
Thank you to the clerk, and thank you to everyone who stuck with us to provide those comments. We appreciate hearing from you. Now I'll return to my fellow committee members for questions and comments on these 3 items. Councilmember Filsath.
I had a quick question for Jonathan. Hey, your inspections and services a person that's or staff that's going to add $746,000 was on one of those slides.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. One is the converting the position from limited term to full-time. That
Yep.
has a cost, but then there's the other components of that are the fire plan review and the
Right.
building plan review. Okay.
Okay. So it said that it's going to be funded by from reserves.
Yes.
So, okay, that's fiscal 22. How about fiscal 23?
Right. Thank you. So the reason they're one time is because we're doing a fee study right now. And what we're going to do is include those costs, those ongoing operating costs into the fee study so that in 23, we can charge the fees that will help support those services.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That was my question.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yeah, I have a couple questions, I think, for Mr. Kenny. So on the Palo Alto TMA, as I recall, part of the motivation for creating it was the overflow and parking into the adjacent neighborhoods to downtown. Does the current TMA board include any representation from residents, in particular in those neighborhoods?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt. The current TMA board is actually looking at options to include a resident from those. So it does not currently include that. However, it is looking at that as a option moving forward. I believe that there was a motion to look at that.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's something that maybe the council will simply want to direct because it seems way overdue. And as far as the Mr. Hikian brought up the issue of the CalAV assessment district, and in addition to the reasons that he brought up for it, I've been concerned that we had $6 million that the city invested in the making the CalAV upgrades a number of years ago, and then 60 million or so in the CalAV garage, including 300 additional parking spaces. Whereas when we did additional parking downtown about 20 years ago, that was funded through the assessment district, and the property owners who benefited from that paid for that garage. So we have both a downside to the businesses of not having an assessment district from the standpoint of the issues Mr. Hikian brought up, and ones that from the city standpoint of the city CIP and funded through the general fund is basically subsidizing a massive amount of private parking for those property owners. So is there a reason that we would not want to initiate or reactivate the CalAV assessment district?
Well, I think that the answer to your question is I believe that the bonds were paid off, which is my understanding as to why the California Avenue Business Assessment District is no longer active. I do want to note that staff was looking at options for providing opportunities to do something similar to this in the California Avenue, in relation to the California Avenue parking garage item, and we do intend to bring something back to council to consider options for that.
Okay. And then on the PATMA, currently, the real success of that program was, in my mind, not only the degree to which it reduced the parking demand in the neighborhoods, but the way in which it provided transit passes for lower income workers and small businesses. How active is that right now over the last year and a quarter? What sort of passes are being distributed and utilized at the current time, or have been throughout this recent period?
Well, apologies for the interjection, but I think it'd be best if we could ask Executive Director Steve Rainey to speak to that. But I'll just mention that there's, obviously demand is down, through COVID and has been down, but they're still getting essential workers to work. People that, work at restaurants and places that have been able to be open are still, getting to utilize the TMA services. So it has still been functioning, but of course that's also reflective in the TMA's ask. That's why they've, been, able to survive off of less money over the past year, and why they're requesting less money. I'm not sure if it would please you to ask.
Yeah, through the chair, if we can ask Mr. Rainey to
Certainly. Yes.
respond to that. Still on the call. Let's see.
We'll just ask
Mr.
the-
Rainey, you should be able to speak now.
Yes, I am here. Thanks very much. And I would refer Vice Mayor Burt to page 9 of our annual report, which is linked to from the At Places memo. I'm not sure if we have time for me to share it, but we're back to about 100 cars removed in April, and the low, when COVID was worse in May of last year, was 36 cars removed. And then in February, pre-COVID of 2020, we were at about 400 cars removed. So a little more than a quarter of where we were.
Okay, and how do you measure cars removed?
With we have detailed. We have. Am I still on?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have detailed explanation of our metrics in our 2018 annual report. But we have some assumptions for the number of trips per week that we get out of Caltrain, because we don't have visibility to look at each trip taken, and a different number for VTA and AC Transit and Sam Trans Bus. And so it's, a full commute week is 20 days of 2 trips per day, and then a full year is 12
is
of
it
those.
based upon an assumption of if there's a pass, there's a certain utilization rate? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's fair. And then and if we find that somebody has switched jobs and they're not using their pass anymore, then we don't renew them.
Yeah, the question I would have is, do we have the same utilization rate? I don't expect you to have this answer necessarily, but do we have the same utilization rate when we have gridlock on our roads and no place to park for those workers versus when they don't have traffic and there's plenty of places to park?
Yeah, it's a lot easier, right? And it's a lot more competitive SOB commute than it used to be.
Right.
Can I also just chime in? And
Sure.
I believe what Executive Director Steve Rainey did not mention is he mentioned specifically the transit passes, but that's just one of the programs that the TMA offers. It's also worth noting they also have a Waze program and a Lyft program. And also, as noted in the memo, they'll be starting a bicycle program as well.
Well, in those, the Waze and the Lyft programs, do we have access to the data on utilization there in a way that we don't on the transit passes?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt. So a quick question for Mr. Late. I just want to be sure I understand on your slide, you had the negative number, which was the reduction of 1 planning staff, and then the positive number, which was the parts that are covered by fees. So the cut you said would be to people who are doing ARB review and individual review? Okay,
Yes.
so those would be the things that would slow down. right? And then the rest of the things that aren't in that category would still continue to be done at the regular speed because we'll be able to cover that with fees that will eventually increase. I didn't quite get the linkage there.
Sure. So I look at it. We have basically two halves of our operation. One is the current planning or the planning side, which is has two functions. One is the long range program, which the council's familiar with in all of the the housing related work and the ordinances that we present to you somewhat frequently on Monday nights. And then
or Tuesday nights, as the case
Tuesday
may
nights,
be.
as the case may be. And then there's the current planning work where it's I highlighted some of our more notable applications, but it's everything from variances, CUPs, plan check review, all of the sort of pre-work to get to a building permit, and then there's also the work of the building permit that the current planning staff manages. So as well as supporting the Planning and Transportation Commission, the Architecture Review Board, and the Historic Resources Board. That staff would be down to 5, and then charged with processing all these applications. We used to have a fairly healthy consultant budget, which allowed us to expand and send a lot of our work to our consultants. We don't have that anymore, or that same, it was cut by more than half. And so we have, yes, fewer applications, but we also have even fewer staff to process those. So we're already at a pretty, it's hard for us to meet our deadline as it is now. With the removal of this additional position, we would expect that there would be some further delays in some of our application processing in that current planning area.
Okay, so it sounds like you're concerned.
Well, sure. I mean, we're last year we for the current fiscal year we made some pretty significant reductions, and now we're really vulnerable to vacations, sick leave, family medical leave, and so those types of disruptions will impact our service delivery.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then Mr. Kami and special guest. My question for you is, we received some information from Manzanita Works and a request. How should we think about our existing TMA and other resources? Are they additive? Are they competitive? Help us think through this.
Well, yeah, thank you. I just have to say that I'm not sure how to compare them without more information. I'm not really sure how competitive they are. I know that, I believe Manzanita says that they're in development with respect to the Caltrain Go Pass distribution, and just noting that that's, I'm actually going to hand off the baby now. So
hopefully there's someone to catch the baby outside the screen. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, I'm not just
out the window.
Kidding. I'm definitely not doing that. That was definitely my wife grabbing her. But Manzanita said that they're in development with respect to the Caltrain Go Pass distribution, and that's probably one of the most significant costs that the TMA bears, is the cost of the Caltrain Go Pass. So I'm not sure. It's difficult to compare, and I'm also not. One other thing to note is that the TMA has worked really hard to establish relationships in the with the businesses in the community, and have already handled the shift timings with restaurant workers. They have like their Lyft program as an example, which sometimes transit doesn't run when people get off their shift times, and so that's a really important program. That's not to say that the Manzanita TMA has not considered any of these things. I just don't really, frankly, have enough information to know at this time.
Okay, and then speaking of the Go Passes, so I didn't quite follow, and if you know the answer, great, but otherwise we can ask Mr. Rainey. So why would we be asking for restoration of funds? Is that even contemplated by the Caltrain board in whatever it is they're looking at? I had thought that they were doing that on a going forward basis, but I don't have the details. Do you, Mr. Kami, happen to understand the details of that?
Not offhand. I'm sorry, the restoration of funds?
It sounded like Mr. Rainey was asking us to advocate for it sounded like restoration of funds that TMA has spent on Caltrain Go passes. Perhaps I misunderstood it. It was flying by, but I think we'll perhaps just take that under advisement for another time.
All right, so that's specific to a new program that Caltrain is looking
Right.
to, which has to do with their donation of the passes. So that's hoping that we would advocate on the donation of the passes to the Palo Alto TMA.
Okay, but it's on a going forward basis, not on a reimbursement basis. That
Yeah.
makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will turn back to my colleagues if they have more questions and comments. If not, I think we'll be headed towards motions. I point out it's 1:18 and at some point we do need a break because you don't want me running a meeting when I haven't had lunch. Councilmember Filseth, anything else on the next round?
Let's see, I'll move the staff recommendation with the exception of TMA funding, which I think we should put in the parking lot.
Okay, I will second that. Just thinking about the one additional planner, which conceivably is about the same amount as the delta on the TMA. So would you be willing to put the current planning staffing reduction of, don't have my glasses on, $138,000 also in the parking lot with the TMA reduction?
Okay.
Okay. Would you like to speak? Oh, wait, sorry, Mr. Kami needs to
Sorry,
speak
and
to us.
not sure that you were relating the two, but just to note that the funding for the TMA comes out of special revenue funds, out of the University Avenue parking funds.
So it's not money we get to spend.
Well, probably not specifically.
Yeah, it is.
In the general fund, it's not money we get to spend.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you for that reminder. Councilmember Filseth, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, on the TMA funding, I mean, if we got lots of money, then yeah, we should spend it, right? If we don't have lots of money, and we do have to prioritize, some level of constraint anyway, to acknowledge. I'd rather spend at least some of that $250,000 on TMA. I'd rather spend that on the Art Center or the JMZ or the Children's Theater or something like that. If we have to prioritize. If we don't, then sure. Okay, thanks.
Okay, if the clerk could just amend the motion with the exception of TMA funding to be moved to the parking lot along with restoration of one planning staff, and that's the $138,000.
I guess I'll add that this hasn't been a terribly heavy year for transportation demand as it is. And also I think we need to continue moving to a model in which TMA is funded by other sources than the city.
Okay. I will speak briefly to this and say that I appreciate that there are cuts to both of these organizations, that we are not moving to the parking lot, and staff is welcome to remind us of that over the next year as we ask for things that may not be possible. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, so I had been wanting to speak to the issue of the Safe Routes to School staffing person. And this is in a similar vein to what we talked about on community services. As our kids are returning to school, we have a year's worth of pause, or over a year, where these kids did not receive this really valuable bike training that has been a big part of our nationally recognized Safe Routes to School program, which has an incredibly high percentage of all kids riding or walking to school. It has great benefits on not only reduction in traffic congestion, but doing so in a way that is safe for the kids. We can't do the one without the other. It really takes annual training for each crop of kids. So what's the dollar amount on restoring the that position?
I don't believe there's a reduction recommended for Safe Routes to School.
Oh, I'm sorry if I misunderstood that.
No, I appreciate the question. Just to note that what we're actually doing is we're leveraging grant funds to pay for a portion of one of our Safe Routes to School positions, rather than making any cuts to position.
Okay, I misunderstood. Great.
No, that's great clarification. It's $60,000 that we're using from our Measure B encouragement and education funding.
Okay, good. All right, thanks.
All right, then, does staff have any last words on this motion? All
Sure.
right, yes.
Chair
Ms.
Kilmore,
Ross.
just to clarify, the TMA funding, did you mean the 350 that is in the University Avenue Fund?
Yep, that one.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, let us go ahead then and vote on this. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filsath.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. And that brings us somewhat belatedly to our lunch break. I think we'll have a lot to do this afternoon with our very large parking lot. And so we will resume at 2 o'clock. Does staff have any last words for us? Anything to think about while we grab lunch? No. Okay. Then we will see you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. Welcome back to my colleagues and staff, members of the public. Hope everybody had a chance to get something to eat and a refill of caffeine as we head into the afternoon. Would staff like to move on to item 4, which will be a continuation? After that, just letting the public know, we'll move to municipal fees.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Cormack. Pulling up the slides right now. Okay, let's see. Can everyone see the slide? Oops. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Item number 4 is a continuance of the 2022 budget hearings. I'm Christy Peras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. I wanted to give the committee a quick update on the parking lot. We're working with the clerk's office right now to update the agenda links. So, but wanted to provide this to you before we start the afternoon. So far, no changes to the Finance Committee adjustments and council contingency side of this picture. However, we've added a number of items in the parking lot for CST and library this morning, as well as TMA funding and restoring staff in planning and development services. So hopefully that ties up to what you have so far. I'll move on to the next. Oh, before I move on, and so to date, the parking lot issues that we have added total close to 5 million. We've heard a couple comments earlier today and yesterday of tax revenue updates, but I wanted to show for the committee on a table. I myself find things easier to reference to when I see it visually. You will recall that this table was presented in the mid-year financial status report that went to council and was approved on March 1st. For reference, it's City Manager's Report 11872 on page 17. So we've included just for the major tax revenues here, what our projected 2021 year-end numbers will be, and this is as of data from December. Here in this column, we've included a range of what staff feels like would be the adjustment for property tax, 1.1 million to 1.5 million increase, TOT, about a $500,000 to $0.8 million decrease. And for documentary transfer tax from $2.4 million to $3 million. I just want to note for property tax, this increase is driven primarily by ERAF. If you recall, I mentioned yesterday that Santa Clara County hosted their quarterly property tax meeting, and we've received revised estimates or ERAF that are net of the disputed amounts. So this range represents that update. And in addition, for documentary transfer tax, these increases are primarily driven by one-time large property transactions. So we're also recommending that amount for 2021 is more one-time in nature and not to the base. And that concludes our update for item number 4.
Thank you so much. I think we should have one brief round of questions on this before we move on to item 5, municipal fees. Do either of my colleagues like to ask any questions about these 2 slides? Vice Mayor Burt, I see you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one is on the document transfer tax. Do we have the 2 buckets on that, the commercial and the residential. And we can't know before it's fully reported the exact numbers, but the press covers the major commercial transactions. I see a lot of them that come through for what has gone on in our community. And then we have the trends on numbers of residential transactions and what's happening on pricing there. So do we do any kind of high level tracking of that to help us estimate going forward?
We would have to ask our treasury manager for the specific details on that. We do track obviously the news articles, but I don't think that we track the revenue stream at the more granular level of residential versus commercial. We look at historical trends, we take into consideration, the articles that we do see and make those assumptions. Obviously, this is one of the hardest revenues for staff to forecast.
Yeah, there's, and we might be able to tap into information from folks like Colliers in particular on the commercial, and others who on residential real estate brokerages who track this stuff really carefully because that's what their business is about. And I don't know if we tap into those resources and can use them to help inform us and not add to our costs in doing so. So do we, if we don't currently do that, I'd encourage that we reach out to those agencies and see if we can supplement our own tracking information with data that they already have or that they continue to update.
Understood. Thank you.
That's all, Vice Mayor? Okay, Councilmember Filsath.
We had some discussion on documentary transfer tax, this year being driven by a couple of sort of, one-time spikes. But, looking at this chart, it actually looks like this year's is the norm, and actually last year was the outlier. Does it look like that to you too?
Say that one more time, Councilmember Filsath. I'm sorry.
There was some speculation that this year's documentary transfer tax level was driven by a couple of sort of, big transactions unlikely to be repeated. But as we look at this, it actually looks like, the 6.9 million is sort of about the norm. And actually the outlier is not this year, but actually last year. But without sort of seeing longer term data, hard to tell. But is that what it looks like to you guys too?
I think just reorienting to this, the first 2 columns are the prior 2 years at 6.9 for that. The middle column is what was adopted at 4.7, which is what we brought down because of COVID.
Yep.
But we're currently tracking to actually hit not only pre-pandemic levels, but exceeding pre-pandemic levels, because the preliminary Q3 adjustments would articulate the 6.9 million that was projected in December plus 2 million. So we'd actually be at almost 8.8 to upwards of 10 million.
Oh my, okay.
And that's high.
And that's
Our
high.
prior
Okay.
peak is
Okay,
9 to 10
okay,
million.
okay. Okay, that makes sense then. Thanks.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I just recall from all the times when we started the business tax saga a few years ago that documentary transfer tax being so volatile wasn't one that most of us at the time felt comfortable relying on for things very far in the future. Could staff just please go? Thank you very much for this. Super helpful. Yes, I agree. Easier visually. Could you just go back to the very large parking lot that we've created? Hopefully we aren't going to charge ourselves. Okay, great. I appreciate, let's see what's sort of, I'm glad we spent a little extra time on CSD. Thank you, Councilmember Filsath, for nudging us to do that. I think it might be worthwhile when we get to this parking lot, going back and applying that same level of scrutiny to some of the other things that we put in earlier. And specifically, it looks like maybe we should just have some conversations around some of the police ads back. So with that, Councilmember Filsath, your hand is still up. Coming down. Okay. Anything else from staff on orientation for this afternoon? No. Okay. So then we will move to item number 5, which is proposed municipal fees and charges. And this is interestingly tagged as number 3 in the packet that we got. So in case anyone's trying to follow along at home, hopefully you'll be able to find the ID number 12193. Okay, over to you, staff.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, one more thing, taking it back. Any member of the public who wishes to speak to us on these municipal fees and charges and proposed changes, please raise your hand now during the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair Cormack. Just want to remind folks, committee, everyone joining us this afternoon, that this morning we issued an at-place memo related to municipal fees. I believe it's linked to the agenda. The at-place memo describes a number of fees starting on page 2 of the memo. This is the first page. We go over the crossings. Clarification of changed fees. You'll find that attachment A on the actual CMR, we neglected to include some fees. So attached to the at-place memo is the revised correct attachment A. Also in the at-place memo, we added some descriptions to amendments for 2021 fees that are related to the Foothills Nature Preserve. Council approved these amendments on February 1st, 2021 via CMR 11956. And so what we're doing here in this memo is also just updating the fee schedule to include and incorporate those changes. And with that, I will turn it over to Senior Management Analyst Alexandra Harris to walk us through the municipal fee schedule.
Thank you, Christy. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Alexandra Harris, and I'll be presenting the 2022 fiscal municipal fee adjustments. So muni fees, for some quick background, they are imposed on individuals or businesses for services that the city provides. The price for a fee is typically determined by the cost of providing the service plus any overhead. Some examples of fees that the city collects are parking permits, which are regulatory in nature, recreation classes, or printing fees for things such as building plans. So the cost recovery level we see here was adopted by council in 2015 and further clarified in 2020 to include fees that the city the fees that the city charges, but is not restricted to full cost recovery level. So some examples of low cost recovery level fees are fees that the city is interested in subsidizing, such as candidate filing fees, They could also be fees that are imposed by an outside agency, such as the tobacco permit fees. Medium cost recovery level fees are fees where we want to encourage community enrichment. And so an example of that may be the synthetic turf rental fees that we charge at our athletic fields. For high cost recovery level fees, they tend to be ones where the payer of the fee is the primary beneficiary. And so an example of that would be our development permits. Finally, there are some fees in the city that are not restricted to full cost recovery level. And a good example of that is are the golf fees that we charge at the golf course. So a majority of our fees are adjusted year over year by a calculated general rate of increase. This is to ensure that the fees remain in their set cost recovery level. For fiscal year 22, this general rate of increase was 2%. And that takes into account the average annual salary and benefit increase from fiscal year 21 to 22. And so to provide year-over-year consistency with our reporting, we organize the adjustments into 3 main groups, which we'll now go into detail with the next slide, please. So if you're looking at the municipal fee staff report number 12193, page 3 to 7, there's a table of new fees, of all the new fees that are being recommended. And then there's also a table of all the deleted fees. New fees are recommended for new services or sometimes to reflect an updated service model. So an example of this would be the 30% rental discounts that we offer for nonprofits at Cubberley Theater. Even though this has been in existence, staff recommended to bring it forward as a new fee for easier navigation for the public. And then there are the alarm registration fees that were added as part of the municipal code update fire department brought forward to council earlier. For deleted fees, these tend to be recommended when the city is no longer interested in providing the service or if the service is obsolete. And so an example of that would be the bike registration fees. Since we moved to an online platform, they are no longer relevant. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, there is an App Places memo with the amended attachment A that will show the changed fees for fiscal year 22. Fees on this list were changed by a factor greater than the general rate of increase or to better align with the market value or a fee study. And then in some cases to align with the desired cost recovery level. And so an example of a group of fees on this attachment would be the ones related to the fee study recently conducted on library, park, and community center impact fees. And another example are a group of fees that got adjusted based on the market value, such as the locker rental and synthetic field rental fee. And then finally, there are a few that get adjusted based on the cost recovery level it needs to sit in, such as the utility standards project plan fee. So that concludes our overview for today. And I think staff is ready to take further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. That was remarkably on time. We will now move to members of the public who would like to address us on proposed municipal fees and charges.
Any members of the public that wish to speak regarding the municipal fee charges, please raise your hand at this time. You will have 2 minutes to speak. And after the first speaker, we will close taking hands. Our first speaker is Stephen Rainey, to be followed by Nielsen Buchanan and then Chris Robel. Stephen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Stephen, you need to unmute from your end. We will go on to the next speaker, Nielsen Buchanan, and then Chris Robel, and come back to Stephen Rainey. if we can get a hold of him. Nielsen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I don't have full information on this, so I'm going to pose more questions than I can statements. But for the sake of history, not too long ago, before COVID, there was intention by the Office of Transportation to make resident and non-resident permits in the core and the neighborhoods uniform to reduce the variance in how much money is being recruited from both downtowns permits as well as the adjacent RPPs. There were just two different sets of fee schedules. It's my understanding that's not been possible during the COVID recovery. So bringing the California Avenue RPP and commercial core up to parity with University Avenue is leaving a little money on the table, but that's a political and financial decision. I'm more concerned that the COVID conditions have created a leniency about charging and enforcing permit fees for the neighborhoods and for the commercial cores. The Office of Transportation has been quite good about trying to keep concerned residents informed about when enforcement would start and when that would force the permit sales. That's been sort of kicked down the road for whatever reasons. And I think it'd be well worth the council time to verify when the permit parking revenue actually starts flowing. And that doesn't happen until you start enforcement in the garages and parking lots. I don't want to see some revenue overlooked or overstated in the city budget. I frankly have done my best to understand when that cash flow would start happening, and I just can't tell you that I understand that at all, partly just due to the flurry of activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Nielsen. And we will no longer be taking any hands. Our next speaker is Chris Robel, to be followed by Stephen Rainey. Chris, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So this is just in the category of a couple ideas, given the budget situation and given everybody's desire to incent proper behavior by all. And it really centers around enforcement, which I think has been a satisfaction issue in general for the community. So if you think about, let's take SCAP, for example. There are anti-idling ordinances, there are gas blowing ordinances. Why not, to encourage that behavior, which a lot of people violate, why not fine for that and collect for it, and in a meaningful way to send a signal, and as well as to generate some money for the city. Under the premise of also residential parking, which Nielsen was just talking about, another example comes to mind is when somebody breaks the law and they are not in line with the RPP, they get a ticket in a residential parking zone. The cost is very small. It's $50, which is actually less than the permit itself costs and less than it costs to legally park in San Francisco. So if somebody's breaking the law, why not, make it 3 times that amount? It kind of reminds me of when the carpool lanes used to be very, very, $100, and then, everybody was taking their chances, and then they raised it to $500. So, it'll get the right behavior, number one, on the revenue and help on the revenue side. And then you can also do less enforcement, at least in residential neighborhoods like mine, a little less frequently. So it's a double benefit on the revenue side, and more revenue and less cost. And so I think just thinking about enforcement in the context of this fee schedule might be an opportunity and a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And our final speaker is Stephen Rainey. Stephen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Stephen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Chair Cormack, there's no response from Mr. Rainey.
Thank you, Clerk Minor. Thanks for trying twice. And thank you to our public speakers on this topic. I will now turn to my colleagues for questions and comments on this item. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, two things. Can we get an update on the, I guess this is the correct place where basically our golf charges, they're part of our fee structure, right? That's basically how we treat the variable. So where do we stand on, that's not an enterprise fund, but it was being treated as kind of a self-sustaining budget item. On the revenue we have now compared to operational costs, and then when we add back our debt service on the bond on the golf course.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt. I can help with that question. So the golf course is includes the expenses include the debt service, which was a $10 million bond over a 30-year period. Our expenses or our revenues for this year are actually expected to surpass what our projections are by quite a bit. We're seeing quite a large use of the golf course with the pandemic. If you look at fiscal year 21, our projected expenses are about 3.6 million, and the projected revenue is about 4.5 million. This is about $750,000 more than our prior projection, which was 3.8 million. So we'll likely exceed what we projected our revenue to be in fiscal year 21. And that expense of 3.6 million includes the debt service annual payment of 374,000.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Burt, if it's helpful, on page 200 to 201 of the proposed operating budget, I can see you bending over, probably trying to flip pages. We've included the CSD golf course financials. In the bottom of page 201, you'll see that the debt service amounts are outlined there for 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 22. And it also shows a net income loss on the bottom of that page. For proposed 22, it shows a net income to the positive of 286,911.
But with what Director O'Kane just described, has that changed?
Well, that was our projected, but just the trend that we're seeing this year and the high use of the golf course, we're expecting to exceed that,
Right.
The revenue target.
So I want to update the estimates for 2021 projected and then 2022 proposed. So I think you said that we're 900,000 to the positive now looking for 2021. Did I understand that correctly?
We're looking about 750. That's what we're projecting.
750 versus what we thought was 208. That was the original projection, and now we're revising it upward to 750.
That's right.
Okay, and then for 2022, do we have a revised estimate?
No, we do not at this time. We could assume it would be
2021, if I recall, still had a good portion of this fiscal year that had restricted distancing on the course, and at some point in the year, we've more recently allowed full play. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the same with the driving range. So that we were only, I think, allowing every other bay to be used to maintain social distancing. So yeah, there's more restriction.
So that's consistent with the meeting I alluded to. Some folks involved with the course and its design. It sounds to me like 2022 may be significantly higher in revenue than our projection. If we're already for this year over $500,000 above projections on a year that was restricted play, and then we're going forward to a year that is unrestricted play, that sounds like a big number.
Yeah, it's one of those where, you know, people have really been limited as to their choices of what they can do this year. And so as things continue to open up in fiscal year 22, we could actually see it level out or decline as people do more. We just
That's
don't know.
not what I've heard from golf experts.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, if I might interject, and I appreciate, I think you're making the point that there could be a basis for increasing the estimate on revenues here. I would note that this is one of hundreds of revenues and expenses that we track on the budget. And while I appreciate your criticism of where we stand or perhaps advocacy that it should be increased, I think we could have the same discussion about many of our revenue sources. And so
I'm not sure there are any that have this sort of variation. So I'm not going through this like it's just any of them.
Well, and the same could be said about, let's say,
our stands out, and we're talking about maybe $1 million higher in revenue than was projected. That's not like any old category. So I disagree that we could have the same conversation on any of our items. I bring this one up in particular because it stands out, not because it's an example of many. And I'd like to have the discussion objectively about that.
I would appreciate that, Vice Mayor, and appreciate that. I'd like to share my perspective on that. And that, again, if the committee would like to make a reference to staff to look at this among other revenue sources, then that would be certainly appropriate. I do suggest that in the context of this hearing, that the back and forth, quite frankly, is becoming a bit troublesome in terms of the level of what quite frankly is beginning to feel like an interrogation. And so I would just like to note that for the record and suggest that if there are further questions with respect to this revenue source and any other, that be referred to staff to evaluate within the context of other revenues.
Would the Vice Mayor like to make a motion to consider this?
Yeah. So I'd actually like to make a motion that we have an update on the projected golf course revenue for 2022 for the council consideration on the budget.
Is there a second? Hearing none, the motion fails. And that is the end of that round for you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Filsath.
Well, I'll pick up on that a little bit. It's kind of an intriguing idea. I'm sort of looking at, revenues and expenses. And the fact that fiscal 21 is going to come in, high, is that, I assume that's because revenues are higher than expected as opposed to expenses were lower. Is that, do we know that?
Well, remember, this is an agreement with OB Sports, our provider, and so there is a sharing model with them.
Okay.
So it depends on certain benchmarks, and once we hit certain benchmarks, different compensation comes into play.
So
they're
let me see if I can unpack what you just said. Is that we don't know exactly what the total revenues were because the contractor collects the revenues and they give us a piece of them. Is that what I just heard?
I don't know the specific mechanics. Director O'Kane, do you have the?
Sure. So the revenue is split between the city and the contractor at an 80-20. So they get 80%, we get 20%.
We get 20.
Until
oh man, they're making out.
Until it reaches a certain point and then it's split evenly. The reason for that is we wanted, and then we wanted The reason for that arrangement was to ensure that they were driven to
Right,
make revenue.
right. So, but at some point we go into accelerators. So there's, so that, you know, at some point a small difference in demand makes a big impact. Right, okay. Anyway, so, but I assume the difference is that revenues were higher as opposed to expenses were lower. And that would sort of be borne out by what you just said. Okay.
That's right.
Is there any seasonality to this? You know, that you get 80% of the business in Q2 and Q3 and 1% in Q1 or anything like that?
There absolutely is seasonality with golf play. One of the things that we think might be even driving this is the weather. So the weather's been warm. We haven't been raining. People have been able to play golf in seasons when normally they probably wouldn't be able to. So that is likely impacting it as well.
I mean, I wonder if, I wonder if, you know, let's say, for example, that, you know, July to September were the peak season or something like that. I wonder if we might be able to look at sort of, you know, sort of to get a early indications of where we thought it was going to come in by looking at seasonality and you know, the early quarters of the year demand and so revenues and so forth.
Sure. We receive reports from our contractor who runs the golf course. And so, I mean, we have all that information. I don't have it in front of me right now.
So I don't know that we need staff to do a huge analysis of that, but you know, now I'm going to be curious to see what it looks like at the end of Q4 21 and the early part of Q1 22. I think we ought to look at that. That's yeah.
And Councilmember Felsa, that is something that we do report on as part of our quarterly
I'm
financials.
sure it's in there somewhere, right? But I confess to not having looked at it in the past, and I think I will now.
Thank you. All right. A lot of questions about parking today. I see staff recommends reverting to the 2020 adopted pricing. Also some questions about the Cal Avenue. Should we have a parking district? Could staff just remind me when this whole parking thing is going to come to us as a package? Because I keep forgetting.
Yeah, thank you. No, I can appreciate that. So at current, our plan is to bring something to you at early August meeting in order to meet all of our sales schedules. But also want to note that we're going to be, we're pulling together an information item right now that will lay out all of our timelines for everything, because there's a lot of interconnected pieces that really, you know, are driving the deadlines and timelines for everything. So noting that our permit sales for the RPPs are starting in September. You know, in relation to enforcement, we've recently started our RPP and commercial enforcement, with the exception of in the parking lots and garages, the public parking lots and garages, which we anticipate we will start after we're out of COVID restrictions, which, as you know, is I think was pretty publicly announced today, is June 15th is when they believe that will be lifted. So
okay, super helpful. So in August, we're going to look at this as a whole. Great. Well, I'll look forward to that. With the fire alarm fees, I know there were some questions from colleagues last year about, did the fire department and or the planning department have enough people, staff to manage fire checks and alarms? Is this connected to that, or is this a separate thing?
Thank you for that question, Councilwoman Cormack. These fire fees were actually to restructure how the alarm fees were set up. So it's somewhat related on tangent, but more to align with the business model.
Okay, thanks. And I always find looking through the municipal fees entertaining. I'm glad you pulled out the part about cockatiels. I did notice that. I'm not sure what color they are, but I'm pretty sure they're birds. Construction cost index was helpful. Charges imposed for entrance of purchase, rental, lease of local government property. This is a question that's come up from the Friends of the Junior Museum and Zoo. Could we charge a large amount for a corporation who wanted to use the facilities after hours, for example? And how would we think about that?
Kristen,
got a lot of people ready to answer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, Molly, if you were going to say something, but yes, we could technically charge a larger amount for corporate private events. We're actually have been working with someone from the JMZ on who has specific experience in special events for corporate rentals. You know, to be able to use that facility for offsites and things like that for large corporations. So we would have to increase the fees in the muni fee schedule, I think more than what they are, but we're sort of went in not wanting to be overly optimistic on what we could obtain from revenues, but still accounting for some.
Okay, and then we get into like, do we have a discount if it's a nonprofit who wants to use it? And do we charge a different for residents? I mean, I want us to be a little careful because I don't want us to get into the problem. I know people used to rent it for kids' birthday parties, and we certainly don't want to make it, you know, out of reach for that. So sounds like staff is already thinking about that, and we have a little more flexibility there than we do in some other areas where we're not allowed to charge more than cost recovery, right? Okay, fantastic. Really happy to see in the library department that we're reducing the fees to rent the community rooms at Mitchell Park and Rinconada. Those have been super high. I just recall that. So thanks to staff for taking the time to see what's consistent with the market and adjusting it. And we put the JMZ fee in the parking lot, right? So we'll just leave it there and not talk about it here. Okay, that concludes what I have to say. And my colleagues like another round? Seeing one no, and Vice Mayor Burt, would you like another opportunity to speak or ask questions?
Nope.
All right, well, then I will move approval of the fiscal year 2022 proposed municipal fee schedule, including the App Places memo that was provided today. See if there's a second.
Second.
Thank you. As always, I'm sure this is a big task to go through everything and check and double check. Appreciate the attention to detail. There's, I think, a lot fewer changes each year as we go through this. And that concludes my comments on this. Councilmember Filseth, would you like to speak to your second?
Nope.
All right, then, and Vice Mayor Burt, would you like to speak to the motion?
Nope.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
And that passes on a 3-0 unanimous vote. Thank you to staff for keeping everything at the right price. And now we've made up a little time. We'll come back to item 6, which is infrastructure and environment. That includes, are we doing A and B together? 6A and B together. All right, so there's a fair number of operating funds for our utilities and then also operating funds for public works. While staff is giving a presentation, again, this is the time for members of the public to raise their hand, and over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair Cormack. This is item number 6 of the proposed budget for Public Works and Utilities departments. This is the Infrastructure and Environment Service area. To begin, I wanted to show you a summary of general fund revenues and expenses and all funds. As you can see here, utilities fund is primarily in the enterprise funds. Public works is split between general fund and all fund expenses. Utilities totals to 330 million in the various enterprise funds with total FTEs of 267.84. While public works in the general fund totals 18.6 million, and all funds, this is including general fund as well, totals 135 million. For FTE count, public works has in the general fund 48.19 FTE, and throughout the city, citywide, total FTE is 169.31. Our first presentation will be by Director Dean Batchelor. Before he gets into his presentation, we do have one item that we wanted to make you aware of in the gas fund, a correction for commodity purchases, which I just want to make sure at the end we capture in the motion. There is a reduction that we would like to propose that the Finance Committee include in their motion to reduce commodity purchases in gas by 1.6 million. And when we get to motion, I'll make sure that the clerk has it to include. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Batchelor.
Thank you, Christine. Good afternoon, Chair Carmack, council members, Dean Batchelor, Director of Utilities. I'll be presenting to you today the proposed fiscal 2022 operating budgeted for your consideration. But before I do that, I'd like to go back for the conversation that we had yesterday afternoon by Vice Mayor Burt. I just wanted to give an update real quick about staff corrected me and about the line that's running up through the foothills. We talked about yesterday that my comment was that's reclosure, that switch that's up there that operates that is a manual switch, but I did find out that it is automatic. So we did put an automatic switch up there. So the operator does have full control. So our standards are set basically around the 25-mile-an-hour speeds. Anything above that amount, or we get into gusts of 45 miles or better, then that line would be dropped automatically. And he or she, as the operator, will have full operation of that line.
Thanks. That's very reassuring.
I thought you might find that interesting. So thank you. So on to a little bit about the operational budget. I'll start off in the electric side. Second year, we're going to achieve a 0 rate increase. We're going to draw down some of the reserves down to the minimal guidelines. Our load is about a 10% in history trends. Most of that is due to the COVID trends that we've seen, is basically from that 10%. We're going to reallocate about 2.24 FTEs from various funds. We had a utility supervisor position that was over in the water, gas, wastewater side that was charged one full body. We're moving that individual over to the electric side. That will be starting to oversee our third-party contracts and looking at our construction management to have a little bit more oversight in that group. There is no additional headcount. That was a position that was already in the water, gas, wastewater side. And then the other headcount, or 1.24, is moving some bodies from different funds onto the electric side to support electrification, SCAP, and some of the AMI pieces that will be coming up in the years to come on that. So it's just, again, there are already positions already there. We're not asking for any new positions. A 5% rate increase is probably we're going to have to look at from 23 to 24 to bring back our reserves back into target guidelines. Like I said, we are going to take about a $15 million downturn in our reserves. Most of this is due to supply, distribution, and CIP. We are estimating about a 15% load loss from our commodity coming from hydro. We know that water has not been, as the winters have been pretty mild during that period of time, so we're going to have to seek some other supplies. And then we talked about CIPs yesterday. Also, too, is that we talked a little bit about this contract bringing on some additional crews. And then also, too, is the investment into the system itself. So next slide, please. Again, talking a little bit just around the low hydro. Also, too, is part of in the budget portion of it is the evaluation of strengthening our electrical system. And then also we talked yesterday about the test phases moving into the AMI. Next slide, please. Looking again at fiber, CIP is CPI this year is about 2%. So we're going to see an increase of 2% in that fund from ED1 rate agreements. Most of our fiber customers are on EDF3 rates, but the fiber fund reserves are right around about 37 million and may be drawn down as your considerations if we move forward with some fiber expansion of doing phase 2 and phase 4. And then long-termer on that would be is that if we build some fiber backbone, a new backbone. And I think that that's it. So next slide, please. Again, accelerating the completion. So this is really going to be very important to us. So we want to accelerate and complete community education. Been working with the CMO's office on this, as well as communications in utilities to more or less get the word out to the community about where we are with fiber. Again, we're coming to you on the 24th for your consideration. Then after that, or we're thinking sometime in the March-April timeframe, we might then do the survey to residents and commercial for broadband. The timeline on that, like I said, is how much education we can actually get out into the community itself. And then we're exploring some joint opportunities with other capital projects. So we are looking at, you'll hear in the presentation that we're actually looking at some gas mains that we've abandoned, if there's possibility to reduce some of the cost as we run the fiber through the streets. So we don't have to open up the streets as much. Next slide, please. Along gas, we came to the Finance Committee asking for a recommended 3% increase this year. Gas sales are about 6% lower compared to history trends. We're going to reallocate about a quarter of a body from the gas fund. That's part of moving into the SCAP electrification portion of it. We are going to have to look at some more increases in 23 through 25. We're going to look at increase in supply costs, about 2.5 million. Carbon offsets, mostly on transmission. We're seeing transmission costs going up. And then the one that is an expense is actually resume the cross-border safety inspection program. So we still have sewer laterals that we have not investigated and done video on to see if there's any gas lines in those lines. What we call a cross-border, so they interact or intertrack each other. And that's an expense of about $1.8 million. Next slide. Wastewater collections. Again, we came to you asking for the 3% increase in 22. We're projecting about a $9 million loss. This is, again, most of this is all due to the pandemic. This is the position where we are actually relocating 1% FTE to the electric side. That we'll ask for going forward some 3% in 23, and then 24 through 26 of 5%. As you heard from Brad yesterday, talking a little bit about some of the projects that are going on at the regional quality that needs be done. So we're looking at probably somewhere about 7.9 increase in treatment costs. And we deferred a sewer main replacement by 1 year, reducing the size of the project by about $1.6 million. Typically, it's usually right around 4 or 5 million that we actually do, but we're reducing this to by 1.6 million. Next slide. No rate change in the 22 budget for water. Our operation reserves are actually above the maximum guidelines. We will probably have to look at some rate increases moving forward in 23 through 26. Project average from the SFPUC supply rate increases. We're thinking that we've had early indications that 23 through 25, that we'll probably start seeing some 7% increases from SFPUC on that. And then also we are looking at installing some backup generation to the emergency wells. So as it stands right now, we have portable generators that we can actually move to the wells if necessary, but we're actually looking at installing some backup generators at the facilities themselves. There's a tune of probably around about $1 million that would have to be invested to do this. And then there will be generators on site to actually get these wells up and running at a much quicker pace than what we can do today. And then the last thing is that we have 3 reservoirs that we're replacing, and I talked a little bit about that yesterday in the CIP fund. Next. So then now I'll turn it over to Director Eggleston for Public Works.
Thank you, Dean, and good afternoon, Chair Cormack, Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Philseth. I'll be reviewing the Public Works operating budget. So let's jump into it. This slide is a summary for the general fund part of the Public Works budget. And in terms of strategy for reductions, we really took advantage of vacant positions in areas where we thought reductions could be taken without serious long-term consequences. We're continuing to evaluate the balance between our in-house and capital work in several areas, basically to continue as much infrastructure keep up and catch up work as possible, given the budget constraints we face. So as far as proposals, we're proposing to eliminate 3 positions that are in the areas of facilities maintenance, traffic control operations, and administration. The budget also proposes to shift the cost of the downtown public restrooms from the general fund to the University Avenue Parking District Fund. And this we feel is appropriate because those restaurants are actually serving that downtown area. And then we're also reducing the expense budgets in 2 contracts and increasing revenues for encroachment permits to reflect the actuals that we've observed in recent years. Next slide. So this is the general fund side of things, kind of department outlook. I just wanted to note the proposed position reductions, while they're not large in number for this fiscal year, do add on to previous reductions that we've had every year beginning in fiscal year 2019 and since. So overall, these ongoing reductions do reduce flexibility and responsiveness of services. However, as noted, speaking to the reductions this year, facilities will continue the maintenance and custodial services. We will expect some delays. Traffic operations will continue their work. There'll be some expected delays in processing work orders and probably some reduced capacity for supporting special events. Our sidewalks and streets group in the general fund will coordinate with the capital program to make sure we're addressing priority needs given the temporary reductions in the capital project side of things. And then lastly, work on the sustainability climate action plan we know will be a priority in this coming year, both in terms of the work with council to adopt an updated SCAP, but also at our department level in Public Works in terms of planning for electrification of the city fleet and city buildings. Next slide. So this is the budget summary for all the other funds, and the other funds in Public Works are the Vehicle Replacement Fund, the Airport Fund, Refuse Fund, Stormwater Management Fund, and the Wastewater Treatment Fund. And as you'll note, the proposed budget includes a 2% stormwater rate increase. That's in alignment with the ballot measure, and that's the CPI-based increase. And again, no refuse rate increase this coming year. In the Vehicle Replacement Fund, we are proposing to eliminate 1 position and to make a reduction in a contract for fuel. And at the airport, we're proposing to add a part-time hourly position that will support operations and also to increase contract services used for catching up on deferred hangar door maintenance. And just noteworthy, both of these airport increases are items that have been known needs for a while and which we're now able to proceed with proposing because of the improved financial condition of the airport fund, which was briefly noted yesterday. Next slide. Okay, outlook for these funds. Really, I'd say overall, the proposed operating budget changes are not expected to significantly impact services provided by any of these other funds that I mentioned. And in the enterprise funds, much of the focus really is on the capital project implementation that we reviewed yesterday. That emphasis on adapting in the short term to the reduced vehicle replacement budgets, completing the airport apron project, rebuilding the regional water quality control plant, and really continuing to deliver on the voter-approved stormwater capital program. Next slide. So this is a slide that shows the combined summary of the service area for utilities and public works. The top row is where we're showing just the general fund. So if you look at that, what you're observing is that pre-pandemic to the proposed budget, there's a 13.5% decrease in budget. And then in terms of FTE, a 4.6% decrease in the general fund. And then the bottom row, which is all the enterprise funds, so all the utilities department and those public works enterprise funds, a 5.4% increase in budget pre-pandemic to fiscal year 22, and a very small 0.4% decrease in headcount of FTEs. And that's the presentation. So with that, I will turn it back to the chair.
Thank you so much, Director Eggleston. Really close to being as right on as Ms. Harris was in the prior. All right, we will now go to members of the public who wish to address us on this topic.
Any members of the public that wish to speak regarding the utilities or public works budgets, please raise your hand at this time. Chair Cormack, there are no hands raised.
Again, Councilmember Philseth Oddish, that they have hired us to do this work for them. All right, which of my colleagues would like to go first on this item? Councilmember Philseth.
A quick question on the electric and gas. Demand is down 5 to 10% versus historical. I assume the bulk of that drop is commercial and residential might even be up. Is that accurate?
That is correct. It's about 63% on the commercial side and about 38 on the residential side.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. I know we're going to have the rate increases coming as a separate item on utilities to the council. But I'm more and more concerned whether we really should be considering a modest electric rate increase for this year, seeing that combination of that we're at the bottom end of our reserve range, and we want to make sure that we're investing adequately in strengthening reliability, plus anticipating the reduction in hydro. I just think we should really be reconsidering that. And so I'll just leave it at that as a comment for this point in time. I also want to note that on the water side, I just saw today that Valley Water is announcing a 9.1% rate increase this year. Their customers are clearly less than ours because they're not Hatch water, but by point of comparison, that's the case. Oh, I should have asked Director Batchelor if he has handy. I can't remember on electric. How much is PG&E raising their rates this year? Do you know?
I do not know. Let me ask.
Yeah, you can do it as a follow-up to it. It'd be fine. I think it was moderate or moderate to significant, if I recall. But
I want to say 7, but again, wow. I shouldn't say that, but I don't know that for a fact. Dave Yen, our administrator, I know he is manager. Dave, or do you know by chance?
Unfortunately, I do not. Sorry.
Okay.
I think Jonathan's finding that information from Eric, so we'll give it to you in a couple minutes.
Okay, great. Lastly, on public works, I think that was the move to have the downtown portable restrooms be assigned to the parking district seems like an appropriate thing if we're going to retain them. I think that's a good concept. And then Director Eggleston, I just want to ask, with all of the capital projects going on and your staff adjustments, are we staffed adequately on project management for the capital projects?
Well, we haven't taken any further reductions in that area this year. So we did have a couple of reductions last year. Partly the thought on that was looking that we had met that streets goal and heading into construction on the public safety building, that infrastructure plan projects might be somewhat gearing down over time. So I guess that's a long way of saying that I think we're okay for right now.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to take any further reductions at this time in that area.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Director Batchelor, just whenever you get that number, you can just let us know.
We'll get that. 4%. So Vice Mayor Byrd, I just got it as 4%.
Okay,
So,
great.
Good thing you didn't believe me.
That was, I think that was, we're 40% below them before those adjustments, if I recall, on residential.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, I'll just echo what the Vice Mayor said about having the downtown restrooms paid for by that district. That makes total sense. So happy to see that somebody thought of that. Director Batchelor, I had one question. I didn't quite follow the different fiber rates. So I remember last year we went through a 4-3 vote on whether it was up or down, and it sounds like most people don't pay that rate. Can you just explain the two different rates, who pays what and what is adjusted?
I'll ask Administrative Manager Dave Yin. He's really closer to that.
Sure, I'd be glad to answer that. So the EDF1 rate is a promotional rate we offered back when we started the fiber for business. And back in 2006 is when we sunsetted that rate. And so there's only like 5 customers still remaining on that rate. And that part of that rate, we do have a CPI annual increase. And the point of that was to bring people up to the current EDF3 rates, which is why most of the customers are on the new rate.
Aha.
So the 5 customers that are on there, I think they generate about $550,000 in annual revenue. So the 3% or 2% is equivalent to $11,000 increase in revenues.
Thanks, Mr. Allen. I've learned something every time I ask a question in the utilities area. I want to say that I'm supportive of the move to provide funding in the electric fund for the SCAP work that needs, the electrification work that needs to be done. So happy to see that. I am open to the Vice Mayor's line of reasoning on utility rates, but could staff please remind me where we are in that process? About when we're approving all the utility rates? I mean, we've already approved them in finance some time ago.
That's correct. And usually it gets approved then at the budget hearings then at that point. So when the budget comes to you as a whole, as a
On the 21st, June 21st. Okay.
That is correct.
So I'll just toss out there. That might be one of the things we would want to put in our list of 3 that perhaps is now 5 things for council on Monday, May 17th to just contemplate, because I wouldn't want to, also we have notification issues and things like that as well if we change rates. So it's a half parking lot. I'm saying that out loud. So Vice Mayor Burt and I remember that when we get to the parking lot. And then with the SCAP funding, at the risk of feeling like, we have money in our pocket, which we don't exactly, but when we spent some time looking at the SUMC funds, it occurred to me that there are some in there specifically around, I'm going to say, is it climate? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And I wonder, I think this is for you, Ms. Director Eggleston, if we should contemplate just sort of dedicating that to SCAP. And if we don't, is there something else that we'd be using it for? Just help me understand.
I'm trying to remember the specific fund we were talking about. Is it the one, health and safety that I think had a
No,
2.4.
it's the one at the bottom, climate change and sustainable communities. It's got 0.53 that's not committed. And this isn't necessarily like, I'm not going to hold anybody to this. I'm not necessarily making a motion today. I'm just trying to understand as we think about those things that are available, when would we want to use them and why? So to me, it seems like we're going to need funding for the SCAP, just the work to be done. So do you or Director Nosey have thoughts on this?
I guess I just add my thoughts that we've got work to do to actually develop the plan that would help inform how we would spend funding in that way. But the constraint that we've typically had so far is that most of our resources in this area are in enterprise funds, and there's some areas where we can't really dedicate enterprise funded employees to spend time. So the thought of having a budget resource that could help fill in for those other areas is quite enticing.
All right, keeping in mind, I think these funds though are one-time funds, right? They're not for people, they're intended more for projects, but I think that's worth, well, I know it's worth thinking about how we're gonna do this going forward. And that is all I had on this particular topic. Councilmember Filseth, you're up.
Yeah, those restrooms. Did you say that they're moving to the parking assessment district or the University Avenue Parking Fund?
The parking permit fund.
The parking permit fund.
Not a parking assessment district.
Okay. So where were they before?
They were funded in the general fund public works facilities budget.
And is the reduction of that expense from them moving to the parking permit fund reflected in the current budget of the current public works budget?
Correct. It's one of the reductions that's shown in the budget. It's essentially, it's reallocating that expense that's been in the public works general fund budget to the university parking permit fund.
Right. So if we were, for the sake of argument, to save some money on a TMA, which is also funded by the parking fund, is that already accounted for in the general fund?
Yes, TMA is not in the general fund to our earlier conversation, as you know. So what this would do is, or rather how this current budget is built or presumed, is that the general fund allocation for these public facilities have been decreased already in this budget. The expenses in that University Avenue parking permit fund have increased because we've moved them over there. And ultimately from the TMA perspective, if we decrease the TMA funding, it'll probably be a net zero change in the parking fund.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt, anything more on this topic?
No.
All right, then. Does staff have anything else they'd like to add before we move to motions?
Yep.
All right, then I will go ahead and move the infrastructure and environment and public works operating funds with the notation that the commodity purchase number for gas should be reduced by 1.6 million.
Second.
Thank you. There's a lot in here, and we appreciate the work of everyone who does this. And thank you for looking so carefully at what needs to be reallocated. That's all I have to say. Councilmember Filseth.
No, pass.
All right, then
Let's vote.
Vice Mayor Burt, would you like to speak to the motion?
Only that I thought we were talking about possibly giving the council a heads up on wanting to relook at the prospective electric rate increase.
I thought that perhaps we would capture that in not the numbers of the parking lot, but the list of items that we're going to ask council to look at. Is that all right? Could we do that there?
Wherever we do, it's fine. I just didn't know what was the appropriate place.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and add that to my running list here. Okay, then let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I am a yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Director Batchelor and Director Eggleston. And just doing a time check, we've sprinted to make up time here. And are the various staff members for item 7, which was scheduled for 4 o'clock, are they ready at this time? Should we take a 10-minute break to allow staff to find them all? How would you suggest we proceed?
I would perhaps, actually, most of us, I believe, are here. If I could just do a quick scan of the participants list, or if those that are in the internal service funds can pop on their cameras, because then you'll pop quickly on my screen.
I mean, another option is we could do a first pass at the parking lot. Just looking at just managing our time. Yep. I don't know.
I would say either works. It would be at the committee's discretion.
All right. Well, let's move forward then with item 7. It looks like we have most of the people here that we need. And then what we'll do is at the conclusion of item 7, we'll take, I would say, a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back and tackle the parking lot and the list of 3 to 4 to 5 question suggestions. All right, while staff is giving the presentation, this is the time for members of the public to raise their hands if they would like to speak on any of these topics. And I will just say that the overall topic here is quite large. So we're talking about information technology, administrative services, human resources, city attorney, city auditor, city clerk, city manager, city council, and various non-departmental funds. All right, over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair Cormack. This is item number 7, internal service departments, council appointed officials, and non-departmental. Wow, large table on the screen. Going through, we have the departments that we're going to discuss listed. I'll give you all a moment to kind of just look at the budgets there that we're dealing with. And please note, information technology is within its own internal service fund. And then we'll start with administrative services department. I wanted to clarify with Director Nozay, were you going to power through all the departments, or we are going to just hand off to each department director?
At the pleasure of the chair, I would actually almost, we were going to have me power through all of this, but since we are a little bit in advance, I thought maybe it would be good to allow each director to do their presentation.
I would be happy to allow that. It's nice to see everyone, and we don't often get an opportunity to hear about each department.
We will all do our best to keep it brief and shorten our own time clock to less than 5 minutes.
Yes. Okay.
Let's have the city clerk get that timer going.
2 or 3 minutes. All right, so I'll do administrative services. So as everybody knows, administrative services, this is really very much the back end of things. So this is maintaining internal operations such as all of our procurement, the accounting function, the budget function, as you've been seeing today, a warehouse, print and mail, the downstairs customer service windows, and actually 2 warehouses and real estate. And so overall, these are very much the back end offices that are helping to make sure that the city continues on a day-to-day basis. And the proposed reductions here are doing our best to mitigate risk because our work is all about the level of risk that we would assume as an organization. The less oversight, the less checks and balances, the fewer number of people working on something, the higher the risk of, key man risk issues, as well as internal control issues as we slim down redundancies. So the proposals that we have here are really looking at reductions in administrative programming costs. These are contracts, these are consulting services that help us with things like financial services, treasury, our debt work and the like, contractual, not staffing. And the biggest proposal in here that shows as 50,000, but if you look across all funds would be bigger, is actually passing on the cost of credit card surcharge fees. And so really what this means is the city has historically been absorbing the cost of credit card transactions across the organization. It's in the six figures. In the general fund specifically, it's probably about anywhere between $50,000 to maybe $100,000, depends on the volume of transactions. And so what this would do is work the cost of doing business, the cost of that transaction fee, into the fees that are charged to those that are exercising the flexibility for credit cards. So very standard, I would say, for what other institutions and businesses do. This would also reduce staffing at the revenue collections front staff, downstairs at the windows, and would likely potentially impact hours, though that's something we're all looking at in the advent of open versus virtual assistance, as that office has moved fully virtual during this pandemic. And the last is procurement, which is going to continue to increase cycle times in terms of the frequency at which they can process contracts and requests for proposals. And looking ahead, doing our best to continue to report out quarterly, providing information to this council and the community on where we're at from a financial standpoint. Really working on trying to matrix staff, frankly, across the different teams as we try and fill holes and make sure that we're doing our best to mitigate those risks that we talked about. And extraordinarily importantly, making sure we meet our regulatory things, such as our annual financial reporting, biweekly payroll for all of our employees in compliance with federal regulations, as well as all of our union contracts. So just a few highlights. All right, and I think next, HR, Rumi, you're up.
Thank you very much. I am the proud director of the Human Resources Department. HR is one of the smallest departments in the city, but we do have a fairly large footprint in terms of interacting with all levels citywide. The work of HR is a mix of technical and often complex work. It's rooted in employment law, union contracts, merit rules, policy, and compliance, but also requires an understanding of human behavior, skills in facilitation, and relationship building. And there's intangibles such as leadership and building workplace culture. During the pandemic, the blend of technical work and people issues were intensely magnified. Some of the work did shrink and some of the work in HR did expand, but in totality, as I assess it, the workload did increase rather dramatically. We have been very focused on workplace health and safety, and that also expanded to community health and safety as we supported test sites that have now completed 15,000 COVID tests and continuing to operate. We, of course, handle the implementation of health orders, ensured safe business practices, and we also were the team that provided the rapid response to workplace COVID exposures. We had a lot of legal mandates to implement during this past year, including emergency financial relief measures for employees enacted through the CARES Act. We provided hundreds of hours of employee training, including mandated COVID safety training, other types of training to help with the transition to virtual work. I wanted to just highlight real briefly, if I may, I know time is short, but I wanted to mention that by municipal code, the Human Resources Department is also the manages insurance and risk. And so we do have 10 different insurance policies that we manage on behalf of the city. They're quite diverse, and it's everything from property loss to special events insurance, and that continues. We also operate, we also have to process 3,000 employee transactions a year. With COVID, there's been a little bit of a drop of that, but we still maintain more than 100 employee transactions that require SAP knowledge and input, and that is necessary to keep payroll accurate. We, of course, manage all 7 union contracts and provide hundreds of hours of meet and confer. This past year, a lot of the meet and confer has been about health and safety issues around the labor concessions and impacts of budget reductions. We are also participating in an emerging role for diversity, equity, and inclusion work. We expect that work to expand, and we'll be looking forward to that. In fiscal year 2021, we are, I'm sorry, Christine, I'm making you bounce back and forth. I kind of jumped ahead to the department outlook, but I can go back if you don't mind to the, I did this backwards, but here we go, the balancing strategy. The budget that you see does absorb, does reflect the position that was reduced in the current budget. We did absorb that. Functionally, we took it out of recruitment because we were on a hiring freeze. What we are doing in the current budget proposal is to dedicate a recruiter to utilities, given the criticality of their vacancies and the need to keep their essential positions filled. We are finding that is increasingly difficult and increasingly problematic as some of these vacancies age. By moving that one position or by dedicating that one recruitment position to utilities, that leaves us with 2 recruiters to cover all of citywide recruitment, and that does not, and they do not have administrative staff for any of the 3 professional level recruiters. That is problematic. We don't have many good options, but we're looking internally to try to shift our work around so we can provide the recruiting team some support. As we work our way to recovery, we anticipate that there will be more activity, and we have, through the pandemic and hiring freeze, have had to fill, it's a projected 85 positions that had turnover and were necessary to recruit. So there's still a significant amount of activity. But that is our strategy for balancing this for the upcoming year. And I know in the interest of time, I'll close my remarks. And I just really want to express appreciation to a very outstanding, dedicated and professional HR team. And I wanted to take a minute to really thank our business partners throughout the city. We have a lot of wonderful associates that we work with, and we just I'm just really appreciative. So thank you.
Hi, this is Darren, Interim Director of IT. Thank you, Finance Chair Cormac, Vice Mayor Burt, and Councilmember Filsa. So, IT's mission is to provide innovative technology solutions that enable city staff to provide services to the community. We are a team of dedicated IT professionals that strive to ensure city staff have the technical support and resources to perform the day-to-day work. One thing that makes us unique, that we support many different services that make Palo Alto unique, such as 5 libraries, all the community services, full public safety, police, fire, emergency services, and full suite of utilities. You might not see us every day, but we are continuously working behind the scenes to drive, improve, and maintain and secure the technology that runs the city. As you see before us, our balancing strategy is really to look across the department and to increase operational efficiency by reducing overlapping responsibilities and span of control. As you heard from many other departments, these reductions were very difficult. The goal of IT is to really provide the citizens as well as city staff with a high level of support. And with these reductions, there may be some impact to the amount of projects we can maintain simultaneously. But overall, we will be able to maintain and still move forward with continuing to improve and innovate for the city and secure the city's technology. So, and with the reductions, we will be losing staff in our project management office, our enterprise services, and our IT security manager role, which will be rolled into the IT director role, or the responsibilities will be rolled into the IT director role. Next slide, please. Looking forward to this year, we'll continue. We completed a technical upgrade of our ERP system, and now this year we'll be looking at completing phase 2, which is some enhancements that were identified. And then we are continuing to move to a new enterprise GIS solution to help many departments move forward with GIS initiatives. We are looking at council chambers, audio and visual, and AD upgrades coming this year, and it will we did that last year, but it's going to change, as we all know, based on COVID and new requirements moving into the coming years, and also to continually update our cybersecurity strategic plan to ensure the city is secure. And overall, our goal again is to really ensure that we continue to innovate and secure the city and provide technology solutions to really move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you,
Good
Darren.
afternoon, council members. I'm Molly Stump. I'm the city attorney. As you know, we are a small service department. We support this council and all of the units in the city by providing legal services that are necessary to do our work successfully. This includes the legal piece of procurement, both in services and capital improvement, support with legislation, the legal aspects of planning and zoning. Human resources has a significant legal component, and of course, we handle the city's litigation and disputes. We have had several high-level vacancies, and our proposed strategy involves taking one of those positions, which is vacant, and having it in the budget at a lower level of seniority for this coming year. In truth, that position I anticipate will be held vacant, and that we will have those funds available for potential unforeseen or at least not foreseen with precision costs out of our litigation and dispute resolution function. That is an area that remains of concern. And of course, we provide council with detailed updates on an ongoing basis on specific matters. I'm available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Christine. City Auditor, you can jump to the next slide.
Mr. O'Rourke, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Sort of cutting in and out.
It's like a signal issue, Kyle. Get closer to wherever you are.
Give it another shot.
Is that better?
It is.
Awesome. So thank you very much for having me, and thanks, Christine, for transitioning slides. I'm Kyle O'Rourke, City Auditor. I want to first start off by saying, this is a unique circumstance in having the outsourced service provider offering input on the budget. And I must just thank Ms. Nose and the Administrative Services team for providing guidance and support during this process. So thank you very much. The City Auditor has several responsibilities. Most notably, we assist in the management of the annual financial audit, a separate external audit firm. We conduct an annual risk assessment and develop an audit plan. We execute that audit plan, which consists of a handful of audits annually. And we provide periodic reporting to City Council and guidance and advisory services along the way. In October, we began our work with the city. And in March, so roughly 8 weeks ago, we began executing the first year annual audit plan. So we'll be sharing some reports with you coming up here shortly, audit reports that is. Taking a look at our balancing strategy, there's a few items we've taken a look at this year. Ultimately, the reduction of $75,000 from the city auditor office budget will have some impacts, potential reduction, or a better word would be a deferral of certain audit activities until the subsequent fiscal year. We will look to continue to limit our out-of-pocket expenses for travel. As you are very well aware, I have not yet been to Palo Alto, so that may continue or just be limited in the future year. And we'll look to reassess the amount of dollars we're devoting to certain other activities. So for example, our quarterly reporting activity, we might be able to reduce budget, and the ad hoc activity in the audit plan itself, we might be able to reassess. So as you're seeing, there's several ideas to reduce the budgets. We're confident that we'll be able to work within the constraints that we've outlined here. And that realignment of services or adjustments that we might need to make will be reflected in the FY22 audit plan and through future approval of task orders, which are the contractual vehicle that Baker Tilly uses to serve as the city audit function. We can jump to the next slide. So our outlook for this next year, similar to some of the activities I outlined that we achieved in the prior year. So we'll continue to conduct those audit activities that were approved in March. We have 3 to 4 audit reports that will be delivered in the next roughly 4 to 6 weeks, and then some after council recess. We will perform what I will call limited scope risk assessment for FY22. We recently underwent that activity, so the update won't be as rigorous, but we'll make updates to the audit plan as part of that process. We'll assist in the management of the upcoming financial fiscal year 21 audit, as well as help solicit and work through the proposal process for next year FY22's audit. And we'll begin following up on the audit work that we complete here, which will be coming up, of course, in the next several weeks. And at the end of the year, we're required to undergo a peer review by the Association of Local Government Auditors to make sure we're adhering to the appropriate standards. So we'll look to do that roughly a year from now. That's the conclusion of my presentation. Here for any questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, council members. This is Beth Miner, the city clerk. If you can go to the next page. Our department is very small, as you know, it's 5 people, but since last December, we've been working with 4, which has been a challenge for us, and even more so now with the budget hearings going on. Our balancing strategy is a suggestion to eliminate the funding for our transcription services. And this would take out approximately $63,000 out of our general fund. Most of the agencies in the area and throughout California have made the action minutes and the video their permanent records and have done away with any type of transcription of their meetings. This balancing strategy will realize savings in other areas that my staff will not have to prepare them for the transcriptionist. We would be able to reduce the number of clerks at our meetings down to 1, since we will no longer have to take the names of the speakers and council members and anybody else who's talking. So there would be additional savings through that also. Next slide, please. Our outlook for 2022, or more correction, the new city clerk's outlook for 2022 will be to continue support for the city council, staff, and the public to maintain transparency and public participation. We're going to focus on the transition back to City Hall for all council and standing committee meetings. In fact, on June 1st, we're looking to have a study session with council to see what you are expecting or would like to see with the moving back into chambers and what it would entail for us to do. IT, the city managers, and the city clerk's office will all be working on that to make the transition easy for both staff, the public, and council. We're going to focus on a successful transition back to City Hall and back to those meetings. And then the successful administration of a November 2022 election, which will include council members, the potential initiatives, and those will be major focuses for the clerk's office. The end of July, probably August, myself and staff will be assisting with onboarding a new city clerk. So that will be a main focus for us also. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Miner. We've also included a slide for the city council budget. Balancing strategy, maintain service levels with minimal impacts to overall finances, and no proposed changes in the 2022 proposed.
Can I interrupt for a moment? Do I recall that Councilmember Filseth, you were an ad hoc committee of 1 on city council budget? Do you have anything to share?
Looks to me like we're pretty much fixed. The contractor budget for the year last year is about $100,000, and as of this moment, we spent about 60 of it. So there might be a little tiny bit of slack there, but other than that, there's not much, and there is no more council contingency fund.
Okay, can you remind me what we as council spend on contractors? What is that for?
No. Hey, Beth, what do we spend on contractors?
And when I say remind, I mean, I don't know.
What is it that we spent? I forgot.
It's for the CAO evaluators.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay, great.
So I assume that, when we did the auditor search, I assume that the contractor we used for that is an example of the kind of stuff we would do.
And then presumably for the clerk as well.
Yep.
So hiring as well as performance.
Evaluations, yes.
Okay.
Right, MRG, right, yeah.
It also includes the IPA funds.
Okay,
So those
that's
are
where that is. Okay,
Right.
very helpful. And Ms. Paras looks like she's desperate to tell us one more thing before we move on.
Maybe we received we went ahead and looked into the council budget and pulled up some expenditures. Police auditor for 2020 budget, I'll just say actuals was about 15,000, and MRG, I don't recall, is that the evaluators?
Yeah.
To 35,000 in 2020.
Okay.
One last note, Councilmember Cormac and Councilmember Philseth. The reduction of the council contingent account, the 125,000, was a one-time proposal in FY21. So that is still available in FY 2022. Again, council prerogative on whether or not that remains funded. But in this current proposed, it is funded.
Right, I remember we removed many of them last year, but kept one. Okay, thank you so much. Apologies for the interruption, but I figured since we're on the city council, we should know what's in our budget.
Well, I had a follow-up question too. So the CAO recruitment expenditures, like for the clerk's office today, is that within that 60,000? Is that what was clarified?
I believe so, yes. I think.
Yeah, no,
No.
I believe that the budget is coming out of my office to do the recruitment for the city clerk. I believe the auditor came out of the council's budget. And then also the CAO evaluations come out of the council's budget.
Why did oh.
So
I'm just curious why it would not be out of, I was trying to recall the history of this, and I had in the back of my head that it was out of HR because, normally recruitment would be. So it sounds like we don't have a consistent approach.
We do. How we normally fund executive recruitments, whether it be a council appointed officer or within another department, typically there's vacancy savings. So what we do is we typically pay for any recruitment out of those vacancy savings. In the
department that needs the vacancy filled.
Correct. In the department that needs the vacancy filled. And so we reallocate those savings that would have previously been spent on the employee in that department to recruiting to find the new employee for that department. So that's always our first line of defense when we're trying to be strategic with resources. In limited instances, such as the clerk's office this time, where we potentially are incurring expenses prior to the absence of or separation of an employee, that's when we go into more of a triage mode. And if the department has vacancy savings from other positions, we'll try and keep the costs within the department. But there are times when a department is unable to absorb those costs, and then we'll move to other options.
Okay.
Great.
Sounds like an ad hoc approach somewhat, but I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it today.
All right.
Since we're talking about this, I actually didn't realize that the council contingency fund was back. I thought it was gone and.
Oh, it's definitely in there. It's on, what page is it on? 396? Is it 396?
something like that. 396 or 399. It's in the 90s.
Yes.
396 or 99. Hang on one second.
And the parking lot graphic we've been.
It's 396.
It's
on
on
page
there-
396 in the operating.
You are right. There it is.
Don't think I didn't already have that on my list.
Yeah, I personally would rather have another $1 off the JMZ entrance fee than the council contingency fund. I don't know how you guys feel.
We'll get there in the parking
Okay,
lot.
okay, all right. In that case, I'm done.
Okay, is that it for city council as we question ourselves? Yes, all right, now, next.
Thank you so much. We'll transition to the city manager's office.
All right, and I think this is the last departmental piece of the staff presentation. So just in a moment's notice here, let me just reflect on the fact that the city manager's office does provide the strategic leadership and guidance for all departments throughout the city. This includes direct oversight and management of the day-to-day operations within the organization, responses and counsel to the city council, and triaging issues as is necessary on a time-to-time basis. So as we look at our strategy for 2022, we will be reaching our reduction targets through some reduction in communication staffing, as well as our lobbyists will require some re-examination of how we split resources between our state and federal lobbyist activities, as well as a reduction in our what has been to date been an annual community survey that will go under this proposal to biennial. Also note, just from the perspective of the manager's office, we are something of the rubber band of the organization, that as organizational transitions are necessary, we make moves. So you will notice in the org chart in the budget that we include the Office of Transportation. So again, something of the space in either it's not the Rubik's Cube. I can't remember that game where we have this when you move the pieces around within an organization, but in many cases, the city manager's office provides that function. Next slide, please. And then just in terms of looking forward, the other positional strategy you see is that we are exercising cross-staffing as we are demonstrating through director/interim assistant city manager Nose. Council will recall that we filled the deputy city manager role with Chantal Cotton Gaines last year, and are similarly doing, as was noted, a special assignment from the police department in order to cover some of our other ongoing staffing priorities in terms of addressing business issues. So then going forward, do expect that we'll continue to be strategic in how we can respond to the immediate issues of interest to the city. And in particular, as was noted, the communications area will be looking to Megan Horgan-Taylor in, again, kind of leveraging resources across the organization to address priorities along the lines of community engagement, as well as our ongoing efforts, including the Fiber to the Home initiative, sustainability, and the like. And that is it for me.
Thank you very much, City Manager Shikata. I'll quickly go over non-departmental funds. They can be found on pages 393 to 400 of your operating document. Non-departmental funds, you will find includes a hodgepodge of things, including these reserves that we have been discussing over the course of 2 days, and as well as the labor concessions item. So balancing strategy, non-departmental includes things that are not associated with specific departments, such as these. In addition, I think we earlier, I forget who raised about the Cubberley lease revenue. Those can also be found in the non-departmental budget, as well as any transfers out to any transfers in and out between departments and funds. And council, city manager, HR all those contingencies. So within this, to recap, we've included the utilities transfer litigation reserve, which totals 8.4 million this year. We've also set aside remaining American Recovery Plan Act funding of 3.2 million. Please keep in mind, this does not include the updated amount that was issued by the federal DOT, Department of Treasury, on Monday. So we've included that on the parking lot slide from earlier. We've also included a reserve for strategic investments. As you're all probably aware, we have a number of work plans going for the council, and we felt that part of this is to reserve for those. If one of the things that we'll be starting straight away after budget is a potential look at revenues, and so this is one of the items that we would like to set aside for possible consultant costs. We've also included, as you're aware, in the 2021 budget with the ramifications of service reductions, we've also included transition costs similar to prior year, where this provides us a ramp to transition services either downward or whatever changes there may be. We've set aside 0.8 million in the non-departmental budget for that. And finally, we've been discussing this too. We've put a set aside for labor concessions for all employee groups within the non-departmental budget. Total for this service area, including all these departments that you just heard from and the whole gamut of services that we provide within the general fund for the proposed 2022 budget, totals 22.4 million, which is a 4.4% decrease compared to pre-pandemic levels. Staff level wise, we are looking at a 12.4% decrease to these departments. From an all funds perspective, the total proposed budget totals a decrease of 5.6%. And for dollars, and for FTE, a decrease of 17.4%. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barras, and thank you to all of the people who presented. Also, I misspoke, it's page 394 that has the reserves in the summary. It's the deltas on the reconciliation on page 396. My apologies. All right, let's go to members of the public who wish to address the Finance Committee on the topic of the citywide internal support and administration funds and budget.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the internal funds department budgets, please raise your hand at this time. We have two speakers at this time, Chris Robel to be followed by Christian Pease. Chris, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to comment on the proposal to, eliminate the transcripts. I don't think that that's something that would be good in terms of being able to, for somebody after the meeting to try and do a word search, that's very valuable. I think there's a way to do that through YouTube for free. So, I mean, I know it might not be perfect, but if we can figure out some 80-20 solution that maybe doesn't cost 60,000, but even if it does cost 60,000, that's in the grand scheme. You know, put that in the strategic investment bucket, I guess, that you were just talking about. The other thing is, one of the few good things about COVID is that, besides being able to see the mountains, is, I think public engagement, and YouTube has been a great, capability to be able to play at double speed or quickly move through topics. I mean, in general, to encourage the public engagement. So I would really encourage that we do not get rid of YouTube. And I know it's going to be in person as well, back to City Hall, but please don't get rid of YouTube. I think that cost is either zero or de minimis. I think it's a very small setup fee, which is established. So this meeting, the last Finance Committee meeting, the PTC meeting, I know they've all have not been broadcast on YouTube, which is isn't great. So I think we should really keep that regardless of what the proposed legislation might say. I believe that's just a minimum threshold anyway, and I think we should go above and beyond that and continue with YouTube. And also with, theirs is around Zoom, but Zoom and YouTube and transcripts, I think we should keep all of those things. And maybe we can look at something like Mid Peninsula, which I don't personally understand how that is
necessary in addition to those things, but I could be wrong and I'm not fully informed on that. But Mid-Peninsula is something I know myself and several others do not use, and I know that's a cost. So thank you for considering those important points regarding public engagement.
Thank you, Chris. And our final speaker is Christian Pease. Christian, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call. I want to second Chris's concerns about eliminating verbatim transcripts from board and commission meetings. I found in the past, over the past couple of years, that the website, the city's website, can often be confusing and time-consuming to find things. The most efficient way to find things I've found is to go into the meeting transcripts verbatim and use keyword searches. It gives residents a direct access to the source, and it is by far the easiest way to narrow down search when you're looking for a particular issue or information or vote or discussion. So I've had experience contracting out transcripts. I don't know how you do this, but I know it can be done fairly inexpensively. A lot of it is offshored. It's handled by software, getting to about a 60, 70, or 80% accuracy, and then corrected by English speakers. So I would urge you, for purposes of governmental transparency, to keep verbatim transcripts in place for board and commission meetings. I would go beyond that and say, I really think those should be done for city council meetings as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Chair Cormack, that was our last speaker.
Thank you so much to the members of the public for sharing their thoughts with us. And now I'll turn to my colleagues for questions, comments on citywide internal support and administration operating budgets. Councilmember Filsa.
You guys are going to laugh at this. What's the actual number of communications people in the city manager's office? In the staffing section, it says 2. In the org chart, it says 3. What's the actual number?
Megan.
Hi, thank you for the question. Megan Horgan-Taylor, Chief Communications Officer for the City Manager's Office and the city. We have 2 filled communications staff and 1 vacant position. So there are 3 total positions.
And does that cover the whole city, including utilities and PAPD and so forth?
We support and help support and provide advice to utilities and the police department, as well as all other departments. But the police department and utilities have other additional staff that support their specific areas.
Aha. Okay, so it's more than 2 citywide. Do we know what the whole number citywide is?
So in terms of, I'm trying to figure out how to respond to this. In the police department, there is not a designated communications person. There are people who handle the function. In the utilities department, there are, I believe, is it 2 people in a communications specific function?
Okay, so 4 citywide plus
1 vacancy.
Plus 1 vacancy, plus some ad hoc.
Well,
it's, the local newspapers are all falling all over themselves, complaining there's too much communication and to please stop talking to them and so forth. Oh, wait a second, it's the other way, right? Okay, 4, okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah. City Manager Takata, can you talk a little bit more about the federal lobbyists change that's being proposed?
Sure, this is a reduction, well, again, specifically a expense reduction. And so we will need to do a new request for proposals for services this year. We would expect to include both state as well as federal under that single request for proposals. And let's see, I don't know if Chantal Cotton Gaines is on, but if she is, she's certainly welcome to chime in as well.
So if she's not there, what do we currently spend on federal and state lobbyists?
See if someone's got that figure with us. are handy.
Trying to figure out how much of a reduction this is and what that will mean to have this reduction.
So while staff's hopefully looking up the specifics of the spend on that contract, in conversations with Ms. Cotton Gaines, the reduction in the allocation of funding will obviously impact the scope of services that a contractor is able to provide through the RFP process. And so what that will do is you always put out as part of that RFP a budget basically, and you also ask them for, we can ask them for ad alternates basically. So what we would do is refine the scope through that RFP process while recognizing the reduced level of resources. Likely what it will mean is currently we have more than one lobbyist on contract. So whether we consolidate it to one so there's no duplication, or we find two but at a more efficient price, staff doesn't quite know the impacts yet, since regardless of the reduction in funding, we need to do an RFP for services. And so that will naturally cause us to readjust to the marketplace.
So when you say we have more than one lobbyist, you mean of state and federal combined? Or you
We have
say
one state and one federal, yes.
That's right, yeah. So having the same lobbyist for state and federal is not typical. And so I'm not, and they tend to specialize. So I'm not sure that combining those functions is going to have some advantage. So do we have the current dollar amount? I'm trying to understand what level of a reduction this is.
I don't, but we can get back to you on the actual spends.
All right, well, while waiting for that, on the transcription services, I also have hesitancy on eliminating it, but I am interested in what's been emerging technologies on at least semi-automating the transcriptions and how we could reduce costs without eliminating this. So that's going to be my inclination, is not to eliminate it. I think it is an important part of our transparency and communication. And frankly, even for council members, it provides a valuable tool to be able to go back and look for things in the record. So I'm going to be open to technology innovations and cost reductions on that, but I'm disinclined to the elimination.
Vice Mayor Burt, we have looked at several different programs that provide it. However, we have found that they are not, they do not capture everything. And so we would end up having to have staff go back and fill in those areas, or contract with somebody to go back and listen to it and fill in the areas that are incomplete. But we've looked at 3 different programs, and I don't have the names on them right at my tips.
Yeah, but that kind of hybrid approach, the alternative that's being proposed is eliminate the transcriptions as opposed to something that may be a more cost-effective hybrid approach. And so that's what I'm interested in, is something that is a hybrid of an automation and a manual editing of it, and reducing costs that way without eliminating the value that we get from it. And does anybody have the answer yet on what we're paying lobbyists and what reduction this would constitute?
Go ahead, Christine.
Okay, hi, Vice Mayor Burt. Looking on page 157 of the operating document, second proposal, second bullet of that proposal, extrapolating the number, the 40,000 reduction for the lobbyist represents a 20% reduction in contractual funding for the lobbyist. If I were to take 40,000, yeah, so I'm guessing it's in the ballpark of 200K. It would also shift more focus on state legislative advocacy rather than federal advocacy. Ooh, tongue-tied today, advocacy
Ms.
efforts.
Gaines is here, so she can help us color it in.
Thank you, Chantal.
Yes, Ms. Gaines, are you familiar with the question? Basically, the expenses associated with both of our lobbying contracts individually?
Yes, and my apologies, I was in another meeting for implementation project, so sorry about that. But the federal contract, I believe this would be cutting it by half. So we are currently paying about 85,000, and I think the cut here is for 40,000 less. And for the state lobbyist contract, it's about 105 a year currently. So that one would stay exactly intact. And the reason for this proposal was that our state lobbyist firm also, there's our firms that do both state and federal lobbying work. So we're interested in doing an RFP to see if there is a firm that does both. We know that we spend more time and energy significantly on the state advocacy. Obviously, right now with the changes in Washington, D.C., there has been more focus on federal work than there has been in the previous 4 years. But at the same time, we are thinking that it will still be a balance, that we will be able to represent the city's interests potentially with potentially one firm providing both services if that is available through our RFP process.
Okay, and I'll say that on the, we certainly are in a period of all-time high federal activities and potentially being able to tap into federal resources in a way that we haven't been able to in a long while. And so I have a hesitancy there. And then my past dealings with the federal lobbyists, they've repeatedly emphasized to us that we underutilize their services for what we're paying for and what other clients do. We just don't take advantage of them as much as they could provide us, was the feedback I received several years ago. I don't know the current state, but it sounds like we aren't perhaps utilizing them today to the extent that we could.
We have the ability to exercise more muscles with them if we see needs for the city. So there is room for more work at the Washington, D.C. level. And I think right now there's more opportunity for that, but we think that we can still cover that work adequately with the proposed amount that is stated in the budget.
Thank you.
I just wanted to go through each of the areas. That's it's a big cut in IT, but I appreciate Interim Director Nomoto saying that they'll be able to accomplish everything. So we'll be watching that, but thank you. ASD, I agree that we should be passing through credit card fees. That's I hesitate to say even emerging trend, but like that's pretty common now. Just about anything you buy online that either that's included or it's offered as an option. So I think that's appropriate. It does cost us money. We should pass that through. HR, Ms. Portillo, thank you for taking a moment to remind us about what your staff did last year. Truly above and beyond in so many ways. So thank you for reminding us of that. It was an extraordinary year. I'd almost forgotten how much happened. To the City Attorney's Office, know that you are understaffed, and we try to keep that in mind. So thank you for continuing, you and the rest of them for continuing to cover the myriad number of issues on our behalf. To the City Auditor, thank you for participating in our budget balancing strategy. Looks like that's about 10% of what the annual contract was. That certainly seems in keeping. I agree with your assessment that we'll still be able to get the vast amount of what we were hoping to get, and with some trimming at the margins around reporting or perhaps an ad hoc. So thank you for that. On the transcription services, you know, I remember we voted on this last year, and then I remember afterwards, some people who voted against restoring it explain more detail about how you can use it on YouTube. And so I'm confused because I think Clerk Minor described the hybrid service that the Vice Mayor wanted and said that it still required the same amount of time. So Ms. Minor, could you just come back and see if we can clarify that a little bit?
Yes, Chair Cormack. In fact, I'm getting information from my team right now. We did do a search on it, and we came up that the current transcriptionist is actually cheaper than going through an AI or some of the other companies that do this. Let me get there. We looked at WebEx, Transcription Panda, Transcribe Meeting, one called Rev, one called Scribe, GoTranscript, Trent, and they all would involve us having to go back and review the minutes, the video, to try and capture the information.
Okay.
And with a staff of 5, if we did it in-house, there are other duties that we wouldn't be able to perform. And if we kept it out with somebody else doing it, it would be at least $35 an hour or more.
So what exactly, just because we heard some different things, what exactly are we proposing in this new budget that we would not have that we had this year?
We would no longer send out the council and finance committee, policy and services committee minutes to a transcriptionist. In fact, their contract is up and we're waiting for the budget to see what's going on to get another contract in place. So the minutes for council and council standing committees would not be transcribed. Other departments do use Cyberterry for their minutes also, such as planning and transportation, ARB. I think that only public art may do their minutes in-house.
Okay, so when we get our draft action minutes next year, if we proceed with this cut, what do they look like and who will have done them?
So the draft action minutes, we actually do those.
Right. Okay.
It's the final summary minutes that takes 2 to 4 weeks for the outside transcriptionist to do. That will take 2 to 4 weeks to get them up online.
Okay, and these are the minutes, for example, of this meeting, which are posted but not sent out.
These would be sent out for transcription to our transcriptionist, but the action minutes of this, the motions of this meeting, we would prepare and put online.
Okay, so
a week or so.
Clerk will continue to do the action minutes. Did I also hear you say that this would free up your staff time during these meetings and you would need fewer people to monitor these meetings?
Yes, because at this time we have a clerk, myself, who takes down the names of all the speakers, does all the, calling on the public to speak. And then behind the scenes, I have another clerk who is handling all the other things, such as doing the motion that goes up on the board and doing, oh my gosh, step in here. They're doing all the other things, the motions and keeping track of the whole
presentations.
The presentations and that.
Okay.
So without having to take the names down, that frees up one person, and I believe that just one clerk could handle it. And we've been trying that with like policy and services, and I think one of your other finance meetings where Danny did everything, and the second clerk just kind of monitored and didn't really pay attention to the meeting in the background. And it has worked perfectly.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you. And back to my colleagues, I think at this point, we should be ready for motions, but if there are further questions, let's keep them brief. Either of my colleagues want to take an additional look at this. All right, seeing none, then I will go ahead and move approval of the citywide internal support and administration funds.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth. I don't need to speak to my motion. Councilmember Filseth, would you like to speak?
Can I propose an amendment?
Please.
put the council contingency fund in the parking lot.
I agree.
I accept it as a friendly amendment too.
Okay, good. All right, talking to yourself. Anything else?
I'm gonna miss the transcripts too. Right, I'm wondering if we shouldn't talk about that one.
Would you like to put that in the parking lot?
Yeah,
Okay, we'll put that in the parking lot then as well. And I think it will be important when we get there, just to be sure we're crystal clear on transcripts of what and when they'd be available and what the YouTube alternative is, because I know people keep saying that there's a way to do it on YouTube where you can do the same search. I haven't done it, so we'll just need someone to answer that when we get there. Yes, Ms. Nose. Oh, Ms. Horgan Taylor.
I just wanted to answer that question because you posed that earlier. We did look into YouTube as an alternative. And I know a couple of other council members in other meetings have mentioned that YouTube auto generates closed captions. However, there are some challenges with their service. One, it's very unreliable. So in terms of them processing and creating the captions, it could be a couple hours or it could be a month or two. So that is challenging from just providing a consistent transcription at a certain time, providing that expectation for the public to be able to view. That's challenging. I also wanted to mention that it's also not accurate at times. So there is additional staff level review that it's not perfect. So I just wanted to mention that as we did look into it. There are challenges and it's not perfect.
You've answered the question even before we got there. Yes, Councilmember Filsa.
let me next ask a question of staff. What if we were to postpone the rec for the third communications person for a year or two?
I think you'll see a direct impact in, frankly, the communications that are happening right now. The ramping up, as we talked about, on fiber to the home is a major initiative that I think we wouldn't have the staff support for.
And again, note that also relates to our recovery, our overall community engagement. So it would be a significant impact, not only in terms of, say, the bodies, but the strategy for how we're approaching those issues.
Okay.
So complex issues like fiber and so forth, we would struggle with public engagement.
Yes.
And SCAP. Just going to throw that one in there. Vice Mayor Burt, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, well, first a question on how long have we had three folks in the city manager's office in communications? My recollection is we used to have two. So did we?
Actually, as long as I've been here, and I'm sure longer. You would note that one of the people we're referring to is an administrative assistant, I believe, that classification. So it's an admin, not communication specific, but someone who has skills for production.
Okay. And then last on the Fed or the lobbyists, principally the Fed lobbyists, I'm all for if we can get an efficiency through a bid process that will give us the same service at lower costs. But I'm concerned that if we put in the budget that we limit that cost and we end up getting reduced service, that we might be harming ourselves in a real critical period for lobbying. And so I'm inclined to budget for retaining the current costs and encourage staff to go forward on the bidding process to get as competitive a bid as we can.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, so I would like to retain in the budget the current lobbying budget amount.
So do you want to put $40,000 for the federal lobbyist in the parking lot?
Well, it's not just the federal, it's the current lobbying combined budget in the parking lot.
Do you want to put the 40, it's $40,000, is that right, staff?
The amount that is in the proposed budget is a proposed $40,000 cut, yes.
Okay, so so the Vice Mayor, your amendment is that we would put the $40,000 lobbyist reduction in the parking lot.
Yes.
That's fine. I'm happy to put it in the parking lot and then we'll just wheel and deal when we get there. Councilmember Philseth, are you willing to accept that?
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Nope.
All right, then does staff have any other last thoughts on this motion before we vote? No. Okay. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
That passes 3-0 unanimously. Now I would like us, before we take our break, to return to the Human Services budget, which we have not yet completed. And that was what, 202, something like that? Pages 202 and 203. Can staff confirm, are we able to proceed with this item at this time?
Yes, and I think Councilmember Burt has a brief disclosure that he wants to make.
This was the subject during the break. The attorney's office double checked. I do not have any kind of a legal conflict regarding to this, but I want to do a disclosure that my wife serves on the YCS board in a non-paid role to a nonprofit that serves our community.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you for that. All right, and do we have a staff report or anything to cover here?
Under the Human Services?
Yes.
No, it would just be moving tentative approval of those 2 pages that we previously excluded.
All right, and do we need to take public comment on this topic?
Has it been covered by any other public comment opportunity earlier in the day, Ms.
It has
Nezet?
not, because I don't know.
Yes, it has. It was covered under the Community and Library Services item. We didn't deliberate on pulling it out until significantly after the public comment period.
That's sufficient then, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you for that. All right, so I'll just note for members of the public, we are on operating budget pages 202 and 203. These are 2-year contracts, as I recall, and there is also a reserve of $50,000. Do either of my colleagues have any questions or comments for staff on this topic? I'm not seeing any. So let me just say to staff that I recall when we discussed the budget at council at some point in the last month, all of a blur, because of course it's all on Zoom. At least a couple colleagues expressed interest in increasing the HISRAP allocations. Is that where this would be if we were to do that?
Yes, Chair Cormack, you could do that now. That can also be something that you place in the parking lot or as a recommendation as part of your wrap up.
Okay.
Under the CSD items.
I just think in order for the 3 of us to see everything together that we have heard from ourselves and from our colleagues, that I will move approval of the Human Services contracts. And I will also suggest that we put, I'll just say, let's see, the contracts for 1 year are $549,000 this year, FY22 base budget. Sorry, proposed budget, 549. So I'll just say, let's put $50,000 into the parking lot for an increase in the Human Services contracts. And we'll see if there's a second for that.
Well, I'm interested in putting something in the parking lot. I want to review that amount.
Okay, is that a second or not?
Well, it depends on, I don't want to second that amount per se. I want to second that we want to review that in a parking lot. And I
think we need, I think we need to put a number on it so we can look at everything together. If you have a different number, feel free to suggest that. If
yeah, so I'd be glad to speak to it and then offer the number, speak to a revision to that. So This actually, I wasn't quick to hit my button there, but this is something that was discussed at the council and several council members were interested. I think the mayor spoke to it. And what we saw in the last HISREP HRC meeting was really we have a period right now where our needs in human services far exceed these allocations, that we received our federal dollars really for two purposes. Now 13.7 million in this go round. One is to avoid cuts to our services as in other cities, and the other is to meet exceptional needs in response to the emergency that we've been going through and are still experiencing. And many cities are having additional responses to social service needs as a result of the emergency. We haven't done so. And I had originally thought that out of 13.7, what we thought was 12.5 million, 13.7 million, I think I put out there publicly at the time that maybe we look at doubling that over a 2-year period so that we have stability to it. And so this was a significant increase in HISREP funding that I was interested in pursuing. We have some real exceptional needs. We have exceptional partners that we can leverage resources with. And the city dollars are immensely important to them. We had real kind of battles at the HRC over which providers to fund, and really what we had was advocates for these different groups starting to go after each other on the HRC, really because they're fighting over scraps. And I think we need to really address our human service needs in this severe period. You know, we have drastic needs going on in this community right now, and as an affluent community who's going through real tough budget times, but nevertheless, an affluent community, we have traditionally not been a strong funder in these categories. And so what I'd like to put into the parking lot is a doubling of the HISREP funding for each of the next 2 years.
All right, so that is $1.1
That's like
million.
$2 million, right? That's like 2 million, right?
No, he's saying $1.1 million.
Yeah.
It's 549.
Divided over, it's over 2 years, so 550,000 or thereabouts per year.
For a 2-year. So I will not accept that. I'm happy to have you offered as an unfriendly.
Okay, I will propose that as an amendment.
And is there a second? Seeing none, that motion fails. We return to the main motion, which is unseconded. Is there a second for the main motion?
Yep.
All right. Speaking briefly to this, I appreciate the deep needs that we have in the community. And also, we've just spent 2 days recognizing that we'll be making cuts in most of our areas, despite the fact we put a lot of stuff in our parking lot. So I think putting in a 10% increase, the HRC could use their emerging needs funds as well. And that would give them a 20% buffer for this year. Councilmember Filseth, would you care to speak to your motion, the second?
Again, you know, all this stuff is, first of all, we're going to run out of money before we run out of stuff that's important to do. You know, we're heading down a path of sending the city council a budget that's, you know, $5 or $6 million higher than the staff proposal. And so if that's what we're going to do, that's what we're going to do. So and we'll see what happens.
After that ringing endorsement, Vice Mayor Burt, would you like to speak to the motion?
Nope, I look forward to the council discussion on this.
All right, then we'll go ahead and vote. Vice Mayor Burt,
No?
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yep.
that passes on a 2-1 vote. All right, it is 4:28. Before we take a brief recess, I am cognizant of the fact that there is a special UAC meeting at 5 o'clock. Is that a hard stop for any of the most crucial people on this call? No.
Well, I'm the UIC liaison.
I know you are.
so-
I know.
So it's one of those prioritization things that we seem to be trying to avoid here on Finance Committee.
But you'll be able to watch the video and read the transcript, right? I'm
Spoken
gonna
like a
try
true
to
ma-
get you
Spoken
there.
like a true manager.
I'm gonna try to get you there. I'm just being realistic, right? Everybody needs a short break to collect ourselves because the rubber's about to meet the road. Yeah. I'm gonna suggest, because it's gonna take us a little while, that we reconvene at 4:40. Okay, that gives everybody a 10-minute break. That gives staff time to find a really small font for the parking lot. Okay. And then the rubber will meet the road at 4:40. So look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks. All right, welcome back. While staff is putting up the visual that's going to help us, I'm going to make a suggestion for how to approach this. And I think we've sort of been talking around it for the past 2 days. We should start with the level of the BSR that we're comfortable with for FY 2022, because I think that will drive what we are able to restore from the parking lot into the budget before the 17th. So let's see if we can do that. And I think it would be helpful. I know there've been a lot of questions about what percents is how many dollars. So we'll wait while we're putting that up. And then I think we will start with that. We can tackle the funds available side first. And then we will move to the restorations we hope to be able to make. And my colleagues should raise their hands in Zoom if they object strongly or have a better suggestion. Councilmember Filson.
Well, I don't object to that at all. I think that's an important discussion, so it's part of it. I wonder if we can't resolve everything. I wonder if part of what we should discuss is, prioritize these things, right? Because if we send a budget back to council that doesn't completely balance, or only balances with assumptions that we worry about, maybe sending this with some level of priority would help the council as they go through it to do a final reconciliation. That's all.
That's possible. I'm going to hope that we can be disciplined and not have to end up there, but I understand your suggestion.
I hear you.
Okay, so on the left, we have, where's our money to spend? That's what I'm looking for.
So on the left, we have the adjustments that the committee has already made.
Right.
And you can see many of them have 0 in the numbers column because they don't have a general fund impact.
Right.
We started with the reserve from the rescue funds of $3.2 million.
Yes.
And if we actually keep scrolling down, we always have articulated that the council has their contingency of $125,000.
Yes.
On the left, to orient everybody, are all the items that have been placed in the parking lot thus far.
On the right.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
No
On
worries.
the right. In the yellow, we have in the yellow, in the holding cell, so to speak, we have everything in the parking lot. From the JMZ ticket pricing all the way down to we had just discussed, which was additional funding for his rep allocation. And at that point, that's about a -5 million, meaning it would cost $5 million in order to reinstate all of those items. So Chair Cormack, I would say to your earlier point, if we go all the way to the top on the yellow side, one area for adjustment is potentially looking at that adjustment for the revised recovery funds figure, the 13.7 versus 12.5 figure. That would be potentially an additional source of funding. And then, as you mentioned, the budget stabilization reserve as well.
Okay, so help me understand why the 600 is in the yellow and not in the green.
Because the council is, or the committee has not taken action on it.
Well, let's go ahead and start then with the ARPA allocation, okay? And it's a twofold part. And what I will do is make a motion that we recognize the 50% of the revised number that the Department of Treasury has shared with us, which is a delta of $600,000, and put that on the green side. And just to be super clear to everyone, that means we would use 50% of the ARPA funds this year and not more.
Second.
All right. I don't need to speak to it. Councilmember Filseth, do you?
I will briefly. I think, you know, as we go through this process, that number may change, right? Between us and as council and so forth. What I'd argue is the following, and this is a little bit longer, right? And maybe I should have said this first, okay? I think what we have here, again, we have a short-term hold problem, and we have a long-term steady state problem. And I think a useful exercise would be, as a thought process, okay, is to think about what would our operating plan look like if all the one-time items weren't part of it? Is what's our organic revenue and expenses, right? So take out the ARPA numbers, take out the green settlement, all that kind of stuff, and what's our organic? Because that's sort of what's sustainable, and then we can look at that and say, well, we think our revenues are going to grow X% in the future, and expenses grow X% in the future, and that's what a healthy city would look like. And you know, at some level, you know, you're sort of treading on territory of the long-range financial forecast, but the long-range financial forecast is out of date already anyway. Okay, so if you did that, then, you know, my estimate of that point, and you know, it's not mine that matters, it's whatever staff thinks it is that matters, is, you know, roughly 195 million a year in general fund revenues and roughly 185 million a year in general fund expenses. And I think that's approximately where we are if you backed out all the one-time stuff, ARPA, the overachievement on Q3 stuff, the green settlement, backing out the $4 million a year permanent reduction in green and so forth. And so if we're going to go above that on expenses out of the BSR, for example, or the ARPA funds, then we got to figure out, you know, how we're going to sustain that next year and the year after, right? And so back to your argument. Let's say that for simplicity, the ARPA, we're still 12 million, okay, and we're going to do 6 this year, 6 next year, and let's say, well, but we really want to spend 9 million, so we need an extra 3 million from the ARPA, okay, so we can do that, but then next year we're going to want to spend the same 9 million, but we're only going to have 3 million. Okay, so instead of having to cut 3, now we're going to have to cut 6, twice that next year, right? And I think that's a circumstance that we want to be, you know, really cautious about getting into, because then it becomes totally dependent on some of these things that we don't know if they're going to happen or not. So, you know, business taxes, golf course overachievement, this kind of stuff. So I think as a starting point, 50-50 is appropriate on the ARPA thing. And that's a very long-winded way of saying that, but I think we got to keep our eye on both the organic, both our organic steady state and on sort of all the one-time stuff. And I think we got to keep those both in our mind.
Vice Mayor Burt, would you care to speak to the motion?
Yeah. So I think that it's important to be looking at our long-term structural circumstances, but I also think it's even more important to not attempt to resolve those in the middle of the biggest emergency we've had in decades. And if you ask our community what they're looking, we actually asked our community this, and maybe can we had a slide earlier that we went through a bunch of some really important slides very quickly on the community responses to the survey. And we look at priorities on retention, and then there was, I don't know if it's a preceding or succeeding slide on how they think we should fill the gap. And we look at the top two is reducing our reserves, and we're not going to do it by the 25%, but we may be doing it by about the 10%, I think, if maybe even less than that. And some greater emphasis of the ARPA funds this year than next year. And next year, we're anticipating to be stronger than this year and less strong than a normal year. And so I think that that's a very appropriate approach. We have exceptional needs right now. We are looking at really having, on last year's cuts were extremely severe, and our community has either not seen them or is just feeling the full impacts of them. And I think that a different way to look at that is, out of last year's cuts, which portion of them were really ones that we could make by getting just leaner in the organization and more efficient, and which of them really cut things that are very valued in the community and important. And I think it's both. I think it's probably most of them were things that were very valued, and some of things, the cuts last year, we were getting probably, we had surpluses, and we kind of went into that pattern of spending surpluses. A lot of them were being directed over to the CIP for several years, but others were adding staff in different areas. But for the most part, if we look at cuts we had last year to police and fire, brownouts, reduction in staff forces for patrolling, reduction in basically our ability to have communications with the police department and transparency, cuts in really valued community programs that weren't visible last year. So the police and fire started to be visible. And we started seeing, when we had all this crisis over encryption, and we realized it was compounded by the fact that we had actually had to cut back in other police communication areas as part of the budget. So what was attributed to being an encryption issue is really a broader police communication issue. And then we've got, our community expects our libraries to reopen, for our children's theater to return to its needs. And remember, a lot of those functions are, especially those things serving youth and others, are things where we've got catch up to do on meeting the needs of the community. And that's a lot of why we were given these ARPA funds, is to try to help bail out communities like ours through this period. And I think that we need to treat last year and this year as exceptional periods, and to some extent next year, a lesser extent. And we should make the adjustments to not only not cut deeper, but look at where we should be actually returning, wherever possible, services and staffing that have historically been viewed as part of the strong services that are valued and important to the community. And so I think at a minimum, we should move the ARPA funding to 60-40, 60% this year. I lean toward 2/3 this year, 1/3 next year. And so that's my reasoning on just that part. We also don't have up here anything about the Stanford University Medical Center funds when we go back to the spreadsheet.
We're just going to go one at a time. So this is
Oh, you
about the
wanted
ARPA
to
funds.
restrict it to what you were talking about right
Yeah,
now?
we're going to take them one at a time. So right now we're doing the ARPA funds. So
Okay, I
do you
didn't
have a-
realize you were framing the conversation that way. Okay.
but we're trying to figure out what's out on the left-hand side. So my motion is specifically about the ARPA funds. Did you care to make an amendment?
Yeah, I will move that we have 60% of the ARPA funds for this year and 40% for next year.
So I will not accept that. Councilmember Filseth, would you like to do you wish to second that? That's a no. So that fails for lack of a second. All right, the next thing, let's do something easy. I think the next thing on the green side would be the council contingency fund. So I'll make a motion that we reduce that by $100,000 and make that number then available on the green side. Councilmember Filseth, if you're speaking, you're muted.
I would second it if it were $130,000.
It's only 125. We can't take more than there is.
Oh, yeah.
I was leaving 25 in.
You're leaving 25 in? Okay, second.
Okay. I think we're going to need every $100,000 we get. Would you care to speak to the motion, Councilmember Filseth?
I may revisit it later when we see how tough this is and move the other 25.
When we're fighting for 20K, okay, like we did last year. Vice Mayor Burt, would you care to speak to the motion?
Yeah, when I look at the revenue side, I don't think we're going to be fighting for the 25. I think that's too little of a council contingency fund that allows the council to really act on things, not only their own internal expenses, but act on things at their own prerogative without having to go through the city manager on modest amounts. No, I don't support that small of a great of a reduction.
We do have a $100,000 consulting fund too.
Yeah, I understand that.
All right, well, let's go and vote on that motion, which is to reduce the council contingency fund by $100,000. Vice Mayor Burt?
No.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
That passes on a 2-1 vote with the Vice Mayor Burt dissenting. So that gets us $100,000. Now I suggest we tackle the BSR, and if staff could scroll down to that part that had the assumptions, maybe it's still there. Yes, okay, helpful. So this budget assumes with the Q3 preliminary information that we will have a BSR target of 18.5%, which is 37.8 million. Yes? Okay. And if we went down, which I'm not suggesting we do, to the 16.6% of Government Financial Officers Association, what would the BSR be?
It's about a $3 million change.
Okay, so between 16.6 and 18.5, there's $3 million. Okay, and earlier today, when you went to the 17.4, that bought us 2 million. All right, so I think the three of us should come to some agreement on the appropriate percentage for the BSR. Councilmember Filseth, your hand was up, down, up.
Yeah,
Would you like to start the bidding?
Yes, I do. So, oh boy, here we are on the way over to the dark side. Okay. So if you look at that 205.6 number, that's not a real number because it's got 6 million in it of ARPA funds, which is a one-time thing. And it's got 4 million in it of the gas transfer, which, we're eliminating, right? And, it's in there as an accounting thing because we got it in there as revenue and we got it somewhere else in expenses as a set aside, right? So the real number is actually about $10 million lower than that, which is 195 million. And it turns out that the difference between 18.5% of 195 million and 18.5% of 205.6 million, that's about $3 million, right? It's about the same as the difference that you just said. So yeah, I'm comfortable with that number.
Is that a motion?
No. Because I forgot exactly what you said.
Okay, well, no, we need to choose a number for the BSR percentage. Okay. So we know how much money, if any additional, we have on the green side to work with on the yellow side. So
okay, I'll move the BSR goes down to 36 million.
So that's 2.5 million.
Is that what that is? 2.5 million. So what did you suggest?
No, I haven't suggested anything. I just outlined the parameters.
Yeah,
right?
2.5 million from the BSR.
I'll second that. Would you care to speak to your motion?
I think I already did my hand wavy math on it.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say. Lowering the BSR makes me nervous. It makes me nervous every time we contemplate doing it. It made me nervous last year. And because it's a risk, right? It's a risk that even at this lower number, right? These are commitments we're making to employ people and implement programs. And in the case of a different emergency or a horrible variant resurgence emergency here, that's a risk that we're taking. I am more comfortable taking it for two reasons. One, right, it's actually a smaller number now because our overall number is smaller. Second, I think there are encouraging signs in some of our revenue streams. So I will just reference our Alan Greenspan's famous phrase, cautiously optimistic.
He's dead.
Okay, that's fine. He was cautious, right? I want us to be cautious, and I am willing to be a little optimistic, which is why I'm willing to get further down on the BSR. So that's my sort of balancing of risk and knowing what's on this list on the yellow side. All right, Vice Mayor Burt, would you care to speak to the motion?
So I just want to make sure the 2.5 takes us to 16.6%.
Takes us down.
Yes. No, it doesn't take you to 16.6. 3 million would take you to 16.6. So, but it sounds like the motion is 2.5. So I think we'll leave it at reduced by 2.5.
Yeah,
it's north
like
of
to know what the percent
16.6,
is.
but not very far.
Well, to be honest, the percent will depend on the expense budget. And so that's why staff's giving you ballparks, because as we adjust this number, it is directly impacting the exact calculation. So right. You'll be in that ballpark. You'll be above 16.6 and below probably 17.4.
Okay. I was gonna say, it looks to me like 17 and change.
Exactly. It's like probably about 17.1, 17 probably is your best bet.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Nope.
All right, we'll go ahead and vote on the motion then to reduce the BSR by $2.5 million. Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filsath?
I guess I better vote yes, huh?
It's been known to happen that someone's voted against their own motion, but in the interest of moving this along. Okay, thank you. Can we now see what our number is at the bottom of the green column? That's looking pretty positive, 6.4. Does staff have any other things that we should be thinking about on the green side before we move to the yellow side? No, okay. All right.
It's not just a question to staff, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think to Vice Mayor Burt's point, Councilmember Cormack, I think it is a choice for the committee to choose when they address additional funding opportunities, such as SUMC was one that was mentioned earlier.
Oh, right. Okay. So I will open the floor for any other adjustments from the committee to the green side. Councilmember Filsath, your hand is up. Was that?
No, not intentional. If I could make a suggestion, I'd sort of like to see what the yellow side looks like before we before we go further on the green side, if people agree.
Well, you can see what the yellow side looks like. It's 5.6.
Right.
I mean, I think the vice mayor's been waiting a long time to have this discussion.
Have we just paid for all the yellow side?
I think we
seeing that
have.
right?
I think we have, and I have one more
Okay.
idea for the yellow side that I should have mentioned earlier.
Okay.
So, but let's just come back now. I think, Vice Mayor, did you have additional things you wanted to offer on the green side?
Well, we've talked about the SUMC fund, and we had a couple of areas that we thought we might apply it to, but we haven't really identified it here, correlated to some of the yellow side. Staff, can you remind us which areas we had discussed that seem most appropriate for SUMC dollars?
I'll wade into this one a little bit and hope City Manager Shakata can help round out my memory and my notes as I comb through the chicken scratch. As we went through, some of the areas that we spent the most time discussing for this were one, the second item on your list, which is the Charleston-Rostadero Corridor project. We talked about using that and having that funded by the Community Wellness and Wellbeing account, which had about 2.4 million unallocated. Another one that we talked about more significantly is the Sustainability and Climate Change pot, which has about 0.5 million in it, and potentially allocating that towards the SCAP, non-enterprise funded activities. The other ones that we looked at were the community expansion mitigation costs, which has about 2 million in it. And the committee didn't have a firm policy one way or the other. There was discussion as part of the capital improvement plan, whether that should be allocated, well, any of these funds, frankly, should be allocated towards a discussion that I believe Vice Mayor Burt had with Mr. Green on the Palo Alto Museum. And there was also advocacy for allocation of some of the community wellness and well-being funds for our community-based organizations. So again, potentially something associated with a HISRAP or HISRAP-like process. Both Project Safety Net advocated for something like that, as well as the committee discussed. So those are my notes. If I've missed something, sincere apologies.
That's helpful. And so I think that we already have this 50,000 in HISREP. I think that's a good one to identify with the SUMC funds. And Councilmember Cormack, just so that we're already having in mind the other side, was the SCAP the thing that you were planning on adding to the yellow side?
I wasn't planning on making any of those adjustments in this budget. I didn't see a request from staff for SCAP funding of climate change at this time. I would anticipate having opened the door to that staff might bring that back at mid-year, perhaps when they have more information. That was my thought on that. It didn't seem like an immediate need.
What was the other item that you were wanting to add to the yellow? So we'll be bearing that in mind as we look at the
other item. Oh, sorry, if you were asking, I meant earlier in the process, and I was going to do it in the non-governmental. I'd like us to add $50,000 to the fire budget to allow to provide release time and have enough materials to do the diversity hiring that we talked about. And that I neglected to do that. So
that's on the yellow side, right?
It's not on the yellow side, but I would like it to be on the yellow side. And it's my oversight in my chicken scratching that I didn't make that motion at the appropriate time. I'll just say though, I think the vice mayor was suggesting the HISRAP allocation, and that would be operational funds. I don't know that we'd be able to use SUMC funds for that, but perhaps I don't understand them all.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
that's like what we've done for YCS and other related things for years.
All right, so then Vice Mayor, with all that, do you have a motion for the green side?
I would simply add the, on the SUMC, I would add $100,000, and that actually could cover the, both the HISRAP additional funding and the fire department funding for recruitment that you just mentioned.
And which of the categories did you want to take that from?
Well, we had, let's see, we have community well-being and
Expansion costs, mitigation.
And do we have something that, what did we use on kind of social equity funding out of SUMC, didn't we? Or am I mistaken? Pardon me?
No, we have not used SUMC for social equity.
Yeah.
Would this be simpler if you put the two $50,000 items, expense items on the yellow side and put 100,000 from the SUMC on the green side? Would that be a simpler way to do this?
Yes, but we have to make sure that, I mean, I guess we actually have extra, so maybe we don't have to be super careful about what goes where. I actually don't even think we need SUMC funds to do it. If we, can we scroll down for just a minute? And
Yeah,
look?
that may be right.
So we have enough funds to cover everything on the yellow side right now. But if the vice mayor would like to make a motion to withdraw more from SUMC, this is the time.
Sorry, can we scroll back up?
By the way, I don't think we're out of the woods on finances here. So
yeah,
we got another major issue to deal with. But this is good so far.
Okay, let's go ahead and just have the HISRAP be the SUMC. I think that's a very appropriate allocation, and drop the fire department recruitment. We'll pay for it out of the other stuff.
So you're recommending a
50,000 SUMC toward HISRAP.
from community health and safety?
Yeah.
Okay. And that would be in addition to the 50 on the right side? Or that would be to fund the 50 on the right side?
To fund the 50, yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Great, all right. And would either of you care, Vice Mayor Burt, would you care to speak to your motion?
No, no further comment.
And Councilmember Filseth?
No further comment.
All right, let's go ahead and,
Okay.
go ahead.
Well,
Right.
we'll come back to it.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on that. Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
I will vote yes, and Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
All right, so that adds 50 there.
Actually, Ms. Pross, since that's offset by SUMC, go ahead and put a 0 where that is under column O, and we've noted the dollar value in the write-up. Since what we're trying to do is identify in column, or I guess it's D, ooh, I need glasses, what your impact is to the general fund. There's no impact on that one.
Okay. All right, but does that mean we don't, okay, but, and you took it out on the yellow side also?
Correct.
Okay, great. Hang on just 1 second. I already fed the dog. Okay, sorry. Oh, I forgot to mute. Anyway, hello. Anything else on the green side from staff or my colleagues? What is it you're thinking about, Councilmember Filseth?
Yeah, well, so we're dealing with this year problem.
Yes.
We're not dealing with the trajectory problem. And the trajectory problem is bad. Okay, so just a little quick back envelope here. You know, the budget that the staff proposed had, you know, nominally $205 million for each of revenues and expenses. Okay, and so with 6 more in here on the revenue side, we're up to 211 in revenue, and with 5 more in the on the yellow side, we're up to 210 in expenses. But almost all the stuff that we've put on the green side is one-time stuff. Okay, it's BSR drawdown and ARPA stuff and so forth that can't be replicated. And almost all the stuff on the yellow side is recurring stuff. So we have to actually take a look at what the numbers are. But this may not work for more than this year. And remember, remember, we got a huge plan for capital, for the capital transfer as well. So I think we need to make sure that the organic revenue and expenses, after you take all the one-time issues out, balance, because otherwise we're going to have a huge catastrophe as soon as the ARPA's gone.
Okay, so that
So
reinforces.
that's the calculation that still remains. And I think that's going to be tougher than the one we just did.
Right, and we're not going to be doing that. Staff's going to have to do
Yeah,
that. And they said they couldn't do that today. So
absolutely.
Before we move to the yellow side, let me suggest we now have a wholly separate piece of paper where we write down sort of the 3 to 5 question statements, assumptions that we want to share with council and discuss, because this is one of them. I'll just read off the ones I have so far. We have increased the risk by lowering the percentage of the BSR. So we just want to lay that out there and say that we've done that, so our council member colleagues understand. 2, we are using a essentially one-year solution, and we anticipate that 2023 will have a structural gap unless our revenues recover more quickly than our long-range financial forecast anticipates.
And remember, expenses are going to go up too.
Yes, we just learned that yesterday. We can have the same number, we can cut positions and have the same number of people, and our expenses go up.
So revenue's got to go up faster than expenses too.
Yes. And then a third thing would be this assumes a 50-50 split of the ARPA funds, right? We
Yep.
just want to surface all these things in some sort of, paragraph way. 4, we want to consider a moderate increase of the electric rate, right? For FY 2022. And then 5, we want to officially ask the council to engage directly with the school board on cost sharing for a variety of things such as crossing guards and children's theater outreach, including but not limited to. So that's my list. And now let me see, Vice Mayor Burt, what else would you add to that list of things we want to surface to the council when we go back next Monday?
Well, that presupposes I agree with how you framed those issues. I don't know if those are in writing anywhere, but I would not characterize the use of a small portion of our BSR principally as a risk increase. I would characterize it as a response to an emergency, and using our rainy day fund for when it rains.
Okay.
What it's there for, in my mind.
That's a different way of describing it. I think on its face, having a lower amount of reserves is inherently more risky. We're choosing to bring forward a budget that does not have our target recommended level of the budget stabilization reserve. So I think that's taking a risk.
I actually think you guys are.
Doesn't mean we shouldn't take it.
Yeah, right. That's where I was going to go. I think you guys are actually sort of saying the same thing, right? I mean, you're saying that it increases risk, and Pat's saying it's worth it. Right? Yeah. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah. So actually, let's just stop here for a minute. Is staff intending to do the presentation to sort of describe these things? Do you expect us to do? I don't know that we ever solved that when we were at council last time. This will be in a staff report that someone will magically make appear tomorrow so we can discuss on Monday. Yes.
So there we go. So staff has magically transcribed the statements without characterization of the implications, but the facts here as it relates to the actions the committee is bringing forward for discussion. So to your point, Chair, I do think it's an open question as to whether staff would run through this with the council or whether you as chair would go through this with the council.
I'm happy to do it as long as it's listed in the staff report, just so the information is out and available. I'm happy to run through that. I would anticipate the staff will go through the numerical part. And then I'm happy to cover, the overview, and then I'll turn to my colleagues for any additional color commentary they'd like to add. All right.
So under number 2.
Sorry, let's just go back. Let's just go back and make sure we got number 1.
Okay.
Increase Let me just state it a different way.
Well, isn't it factual that what we're doing is we're reducing the budget stabilization reserve? And why don't we just not elect what each of us might view as how to frame that or spin that or our subjective views on that and state the facts?
Because I think actually all three of us agree.
I think a version of that might be to quantify. So to state the percentage it will be at while recognizing there's some variability.
Yes, I agree. Let's just get objective facts out here.
All right, so the objective fact is we are lowering the proposed level of the BSR for the next fiscal year.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and put in there what that adjustment is.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to remind just going to remind my colleagues that this is just what I was taking notes on. So yes, happy to wordsmith, but also please be alert to what is not on here that you think is important that we surface for council. Okay, so the next one is basically the second one is saying, yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
I think it's accurate. I think it's accurate too. I would just observe that it's probably even worse in FY24 because we won't have $6.5 million in ARPA funds in 24. So I'd say FY23 and 24.
But we may have cured other problems by then.
Like what?
Right.
We may.
Vice Mayor.
But as you said, as you wrote it, it's correct. If we don't have revenues growth, then we're going to have a huge problem in 24.
Well, we still have millions of dollars in the SUMC funds.
One-time dollars.
Pardon me?
Then you push, if you use the the one-time SUMC fund in 24, then you push the problem to 25. So as long as you got a solution for 25.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm baffled that you think the economy is not going to recover.
I think the economy will recover, but I think our expenses are going to grow as fast as our revenues do.
Okay.
I mean, that's the historical
pattern. We can all get into our speculations about what the future will hold. But what we have here is that we are, in fact, using some one-year solutions to restore what would otherwise be budget cuts. I mean, that's what we're doing.
Okay, so we're all fine with number 2. And we can all add our color commentary next week.
That's right.
All right, number 3. Number 3. Yep. This is an accurate statement of what we are doing. Yes, okay, number 4. Now here, I don't know that we've voted on this, but 2 of us have suggested that we at least consider it. Councilmember Filseth, would you like us to vote on it, or are you comfortable with this
I'm comfortable
invitation?
With it.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with it.
Great. And then 5.
Apologies for interrupting, yes. Chair Cormack. Did the committee want to specify the year for the electric rate? I know that sounds ticky-tack, but we do provide 5-year forecasts.
FY 2022.
FY 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Always good to have a time frame. And then Vice Mayor, do you have any additions to Section 5? I know you had had some thoughts on this topic.
Yeah, what was the, let me just find one more note.
As the Vice Mayor is doing that, one other note as part of this, as I'm reading it and thinking back, there was discussion of whether or not that engagement would occur through the city schools meetings or liaisons. But anyway, just for the committee's consideration.
Yeah. Right. So the other one was the cost sharing on safe routes to school, even though we're not having a cut there.
No, it's worth asking. Okay, and do we want to leave the request open-ended, or do you want to make something more specific here?
Well, we, as Nose was pointing out, we said we request council to engage, and the question is whether we want to recommend that the council ask the city school committee to engage, or that the council as a whole does that. I'm not sure which we want to do, or we could say council or their representatives to engage.
That sounds good. Let's say request the council or their representatives, because that way we can use all of our collective ideas on whether it's the council as a whole, the mayor, the city manager, city school.
Right.
Okay. Colleagues, what is not on this list of 5 that's important for our other 4 colleagues to know on Monday night?
None that I can think of.
We should probably just have a note that this all assumes that we achieve the 1.6 reduction in salaries from employees represented by our unions.
That's in the budget, right?
Yeah, but I think it's important.
Right. No, I just want to clarify that it is still in the budget, the assumption.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing to include.
So if those are not achieved, we'll be unable to restore everything we have on the yellow side, probably, once we go do the math.
So
And that'll hurt even. That'll hurt even more in the out years because it's a recurring thing, not a one time.
Yeah. So why don't we put that on as a number 6 rather than an asterisk?
Sure. Yeah. It's a note. Councilmember Filseth, anything else that should be on here? All right.
It's good to me.
Staff, as you've been listening to us over the past 2 days, thank you for that. Anything else we should add?
I don't know that it belongs on here, but I'm hoping staff's going to take a whack at what 23 and 24 look like under this.
We're going to do, depending on what the committee and council do on the 17th, we are going to do our best to provide back of the envelope or bar napkin math or whatever the phrase is by wrap up on the 25th. We will not be able to provide that by the 17th.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's good.
Bar napkin.
That's great.
That
Great.
sounds intriguing. Okay.
Bottoms up numbers, I think, is what.
No. Back of the envelope.
Back of the envelope.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you for that. Now we can go back to our yellow part. I think we should take a good hard look at that. And if we can just scroll down to the bottom and see how much we have on the green side, which is 6.4, and how much we have on the right side, we've spent 5.7. So I guess I'll just throw out a few options, and then I do think we should go line by line on the yellow and just test our assumptions again. So maybe we have another 600 or 700K that either we could add back to the BSR, we could add to the council uncertainty fund, or we could set aside for our colleagues to restore things that they care about. So those are the 3 things I have in mind for that delta. Having said that, now let's start over on the yellow side, and we'll just go one by one and confirm that we want to keep that here on the yellow side. And the first is the JMZ ticket price at 10. Actually, first, let me just stop and say, is it all right if we do this in sort of informal manner? Or do we need to have specific votes on each one?
I think we don't vote as a whole unless we have any modifications to it. That would be more expeditious.
Let's go through the but let's go one by one, just be sure. Okay, and what we'll do is just jump in if you want to make an adjustment to what's in here. So
I'd just like to make a comment on the first one. So I think it's reasonable to the way we have it there on the assumptions, because what I think the fallacy was that we would retain the attendance if we raise the ticket price to 18. And so by having it at 10, it's not like we're going to increase the attendance. So I think that what we really had was we were under recognizing the shortfall due to raising the ticket price. So I think just the way we have it is fine.
All right.
I think, there's been some speculation about, well, how should we do this? Should we start at 18? I mean, I don't think anybody really suggests this. We start at a higher number and then reduce it if we have to. I think we ought to try to get as many people in there as possible. I think we ought to set the ticket price. I mean, we put a lot of we're putting a lot of effort into this thing, and we might as well have a lot of people use it, right? And so I think we don't want the ticket price to be a big obstacle. And if we can afford it, I think 10's there, right? I don't think it needs to be 6, right? So yeah, I'm supportive of that.
I'm also comfortable with 10 when we look at sort of the market summary.
Yeah.
Can staff just remind us because there were different associated annual pass numbers with this. Having it at $10, it's a lower annual pass number. Is that right? I don't know if Kristen is still with us.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. In fact, it's in your chart.
And that mattered. Yeah, that matters. Okay, great. Next one is reduce patrol. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, before we go on, can I just repeat my Cassandra a little bit here, which is, I really think, okay, that when we sit down and look at what 23 and 24 are going to look like, we're going to come back and look at this list and go, maybe we need to take some of this stuff out. I think that's a significant likelihood. So
I'm also
please continue.
Super concerned about 2024. And that's where
Yeah.
I get to the optimistic part about this is
Right.
assuming revenues come. So if
Right.
at the end of the day, I vote for this in 2022,
Right.
I'm on the record, I'm going to say this does not mean we get to do this in 2023. Everyone
Right.
should assume that this is all on the table for next year.
I'll
unless
just
our
say
revenues
that,
go up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll say that I've gone through this before and seen that what looks so dire in the middle of a downturn, we have recoveries. Not to mention, in addition to the financial recovery, we have additional revenue sources that we're looking at and think we have an increasing likelihood of. Business tax, et cetera. And so I think that we will also address our longer term problems, and we need to do so in a strategic way.
That'll be on us in June, and I'll just say 4 million in TOT is pretty dire. Okay, patrol staffing. Can staff please remind me how many people this is? Was this 5 people adding back?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Chief Johnson. Any comments from my colleagues on changing this number or not?
Well, just how we frame it. Are we saying restore instead of?
Yes, they've just copied. They've copied
Yeah,
over.
I get it. I'm just
everything, yeah.
saying how we want to put it in this list. I think we want to reframe how we're doing this.
Okay, restore. Okay,
Should we do that ourselves or can staff do it?
staff can do it over, I think after we're done.
Okay,
probably.
very good.
Yeah, so it looks good for everybody else later. Okay, any changes to this one? Seeing none. So in Vice Mayor's approach, then adding back the crossing guard services. Yes?
Yep.
That's just a stretch, Councilmember Filsath?
Fine. Yep.
Okay. What about the lieutenant? Thoughts here? This is basically backfill, is that right? This would backfill the lieutenant who is currently assigned to the city manager's office?
Yeah, I'll just say that we didn't go into depth on this, but I understand having shifted resources in an emergency, I'm not at all sure that using a sworn officer lieutenant for this function is the right approach. And so I don't want to try to manage that right now, but I would encourage a re-examination of how to do this. We've had a lot of council interest in having a business development manager. And that seems like really a lot of what this position was doing, not identical to it. So I encourage staff to relook at how to address this function. And maybe this will be something that the council will want to do with this contingency fund they'll be having.
I kind of agree with that. So how should we treat that?
The business development one or this
No,
particular
this,
thing we're discussing?
reevaluate this item.
Well, we're adding the money back by doing this. So the police department would backfill the lieutenant. That's what this is. So.
Right.
This would give us the capacity to do that.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So then is,
so it's really
is anybody
a
going to do what
issue.
Pat just suggested?
Well, I think it's really a separate issue of whether we'd be adding a business development staffer then.
Okay. Okay.
And that can be part of what council looks at in the contingency fund that they'll have if we keep one in there.
Is that something that staff will cover? When do we get our next recovery update? Seems like that might fit there.
You will actually have a special session related to economic support. That's what we've been titling it on, I believe, June 1st. But you won't at that point have really made a decision on how to fill that service priority. But in any case, that will be a step toward addressing this question.
And we will have our $500,000 and potentially more available for that or something else. Right? Okay, so.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember the 500, which
it's down
500
there at the
that is.
bottom. It's the council uncertainty reserve.
Gotcha, yes, yes, yes.
And then there also might be some that we leave for the council as a whole. Okay, so yes, we're gonna leave, we're gonna backfill the lieutenant. Not
Right.
seeing any suggestions to change that. Okay, then the admin, what's prog? Admin, I don't know what prog is. Program?
Programming.
Admin programming. That's not a person though, is that?
Yeah.
It's gotta be
It
part
is.
of a person, Chief Johnson?
That is on page 288 of the proposed book.
I mean, the variety of programs that it contributes to, but it is not a person.
Okay, is this like National Night Out and stuff?
It could be, it could definitely with our public outreach programs, all those kind of things. There's a combination of recommendations that we put in there.
Oh,
But,
including Parent Project, right?
well, it definitely wouldn't refund the Complete Parent Project. That was a program we stopped last year. But it could potentially get that conversation going again.
So
Colleagues?
this is expenses including travel supplies and general expenses for the department, and includes reductions that would impact National Night Out and Parent Project advertising and supplies, promotional giveaways. So it's a lot of miscellaneous things kind of bundled together.
Colleagues, are we leaving it in or are we taking that out?
How much is it? $47,000?
Thoughts?
So I'll just say, I believe I've agreed to having all these things retained, so I don't need to wait in on reconsidering them.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we're giving it this DSD treatment. Okay, it's fine for now.
Yep.
All right, so now we move on to restoring. And again, just so everyone's clear, this is restoring overtime. This does not add people back. That enables
Yep.
us to not brown out Fire Station 2 during the week.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right.
It will still be browned out on the weekend, correct?
Nights and weekends.
Nights and weekends, okay?
Yep. And I would just add the comment, this is, when I was talking earlier about cuts that were made last year, that we should really be looking at as well as the proposed cuts for this year. This is one of them. So I'm not going to propose a change right now, but I just want to use that as an example.
Yeah.
The weekend brownout.
We've gotten emails on that, and the chief had the 11 to 14 seconds in increased response time. So that's been felt. Okay. And now we'll move to my late proposal and we'll see if there is a second.
Sorry, did you mean seconds? You meant minutes, right?
No, it was 11 to 14 seconds has been added in response.
Oh, at the added response time. I see.
Yeah. And now, is there a second to add $50,000 to the parking lot for fire
Sure.
equity? Thank you. All right. And any comments from my colleagues on this?
If we can make a real impact with $50,000, it's money well spent.
Well, they did in Mountain View, so I'm confident our team can as well.
There you go.
All right, library budget. Do we need to relitigate that? No, but I think it's important, and I'm sure staff will be prepared for it, to have the exact numbers for downtown Children's and College Terrace in case that comes up on Monday night. So
Yeah, just so that we, just once again you can adjust this outward, outside, but it's the children's library and neighborhood library closure.
yeah, and just Vice Mayor, I think perhaps you didn't follow the reason that it's called a neighborhood is because it no longer has the supervising level of librarian. That was the distinction between a main library and a branch library. So I think it's just a terminology difference. I understand what you're saying, but there has been a significant change in the past year in how children's
well
is
then,
staffed.
So it's a branch. I'm not comfortable with that description. And I understand why it was chosen, but I don't think it's accurate.
I think we'd probably be well served to just list the libraries rather than categorize them there.
Yeah.
All right. And again, this is an example of we're going to restore 2 or 3 days a week that they haven't even had. So it's not like they get back what they had pre-pandemic.
That's
Okay.
right.
Art Center, any comments? No. CSD admin support, we added back. Everyone's still fine with that. Sports and recreation staffing. JMC marketing reduction. Coverly Theater admin. Children's Theater. Baylands Interpretive Center reopened I think it's a few days a week. I can't quite recall. Coverly Artist Studio admin. Okay, then we have $125,000 back to CSD. Is this was just an arbitrary number that I picked. Any thoughts from my colleagues about whether or not this is the right number at this time?
I'm okay with it.
Councilmember Philseth? Okay, we'll consider it a placeholder. Again, $500,000 is a council uncertainty reserve. We can debate whether or not we put it here or we add it back in the BSR or whatever. Open to thoughts here.
It's the same money.
It's the same money, but I guess from a budget standpoint though, if we want to spend that 500K during the year, it is a little bit different, right?
That's right. The process.
Yeah.
Process is different. Yep.
Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there, unless my colleagues disagree.
And I should say that it's really intended for different purposes. There may be some overlap, but I think there's a distinction in that regard as well.
Yes, I think what it is a recognition is we cannot make perfect decisions on this many things at this point in the process.
That's right.
Okay. TMA funding.
So TMA actually there's revised to 240, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't minus 350. It was minus 110, right?
So
No, I think
a call to Councilmember Philseth's point. It's a call for the committee to make. Ultimately, staff recommends reducing it based on the request from PATMA that was submitted today. So if we
Sorry.
want to align with that, we can.
Let's be super clear. What's in the budget for TMA? The printed budget is 350, and the staff recommendation was to move that to 240 based on the letter from the PATMA. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, move to make it 150.
Is there a second?
You know, I'm not seconding it yet. I do have a comment.
All right, let's be flexible. It's getting
Okay.
late in the day. Go ahead.
So I'll just say that I want to study this more. So I think it's something that I'm game over the coming weeks for us to evaluate this more deeply. We just got a revised budget from them. I want to understand really more about the ramifications there. So rather than pick a number right now, I'm okay with the revised proposal, dropping the cost down to their revised proposal with an understanding that we're going to do additional examination of that item before we complete the budget.
Is this perhaps an item 7 for our list of things to council?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Kami, hello. And remind you're coming back in, no, not June with this though. When might you be able to help us sort out how much money should go to the TMA and why, and if any should go anywhere else?
Right. Well, actually, I was just going to remind the committee that, you know, these funds are specific to University Avenue parking funds that they're paid out of. So just reminding that their funding does not really help out the general fund directly. Just wanted to remind the committee of that.
Yeah.
And restrooms.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So there are other things, of course, that can be paid for with those funds, but just wanted to remind you of that. I don't know that we have a specific time other than the June final budget approval, where we'd be bringing back anything else really on the TMA. Just noting that they have their annual report.
We just got this adjustment. We haven't even had a chance to read some of this, so it may not even be new information. It may be digesting the information we have.
Yep, understood.
Ms. Nozay, do you have, or Mr. Shikata, do you have any recommendation about how to incorporate this into our process?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Okay. What I would say to the committee is, I don't think this is a decision. You have many decisions that need timely action, and this is not one of them. What you would be deciding on as part of this budget is an allocation of funds that can always be amended later. And the city can't spend any of these funds without coming back to the council with a contract with the TMA that will have further details on the services to be provided. So.
All right.
Okay.
If I change it to 240, will Pat, will you second it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so will I.
So be it. So let it be written. So let it be done.
Okay, so this is the staff recommendation now for the TMA. Okay?
240, yeah, okay, right.
Minus 110, total 240.
Right.
And they'll make it look pretty next time. Okay. And we had added back one of the planning staff, so as not to have a 17% reduction in the time it takes to get stuff done there. Any thoughts? Going once, going twice? Sold. Minutes transcription service. I'll just say, having heard what Ms. Horgan Taylor had to say and listening to the clerk, I'm willing to leave that in. I mean, I'm happy with restoring that. We do have people who pay a great deal of attention to this. So any thoughts from my colleagues? No. All right. That brings us to our last one, the lobbyist contract. Any other thoughts on that? Okay, so I think, and we have one remaining task, which is to decide what to call the delta between 6392 and 5375, which is.
And Councilmember Cormack?
Yes, what have I forgotten?
Well, I just want to confirm everything we just went through on the yellow side, we want to essentially actually move it to the green side. The committee now has unanimously moved. Great.
Shall we vote on that? Would that be helpful? Or are we
Yeah,
good?
probably. I think so.
All right, well, let's go ahead and vote. I move that we restore everything on the yellow side. That's a very formal motion.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you very much. I don't need to speak to it. Vice Mayor?
No.
All right, let's vote on the very formal motion. Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yeah,
You had to think about it for a minute.
you know, tempted to vote no, but we're
Again.
just kicking the can down the road. I mean, as long as we understand that, as long as everybody's clear on that, because you got a $10 million coming.
We're clear on your position.
You got a $10 million revenue hole looming in 2024.
Okay. We're clear on your position.
And I agree with it, and I agree with it, and I would, and in a steady state environment,
As long as we all
I would
understand.
not do this. In a steady state environment, I would not do this.
We are in a steady state environment, but okay.
No, too much variability in the revenue. Okay, so open now to thoughts from my colleagues if we want to adjust the council uncertainty reserve. If we want to leave this for our colleagues to work with, one thing, or add it back to the BSR. This actually could be, maybe this will end up being number 8 probably, is on our other part, which is, bring forward $1 million to the council to be allocated to additional expenses, increasing the budget stabilization reserve. I'm thinking out loud here, so help me out, people. And then, increasing the uncertainty reserve for the council. So thoughts from my colleagues.
That's a good idea, right? Yeah, okay, Pat's gonna, we'll do the yin and yang here, right? But if you put it back in the BSR, that's a way of saying, you know what, we think because we're gonna need it, right, in the next couple of years, right? So got to put it somewhere. So BSR seems like a reasonable place, but maybe there's some other place to put it.
Yeah, so let's leave it to the council for their decision.
That's fine,
Okay.
too.
And those 3 places, right? Replenish the BSR, increase the uncertainty reserve, and or
Spend it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some polite way to say it.
Well, or restore additional services.
Yeah. Okay. All right, staff. Do we need to do a big motion here? Is this enough on this?
Just for my clarification, this 1 million we're referencing, is it just the big potpourri pot of those 3 items that council would discuss on the 17th, or should we be recommending certain splits?
I think there's going to be enough swing and sway that I think recommending we could do it, but I don't know how helpful it would be. If we were in a position where we had strong feelings about cuts that needed to be restored, or levels of the BSR, I might feel differently. But what do my colleagues think? You still okay with just leaving this 1 million open-ended?
Yes.
We're gonna need it.
Okay. All right. Anything else from our budget staff on this item?
No, for formality's sake, I think Chair Cormack, it might be good to, and the clerk has obviously been taking motions and the like, but perhaps the committee can take one sweeping action that will confirm that the list is identified of council discussion points and the list under Finance Committee recommended adjustments to budget be forwarded to the City Council for consideration on May 17th.
That sounds great. I will make the motion
And
that
I think City Manager Shakot has.
Just one more perhaps comment along the same lines, just a recognition that given the, I'll say the adds and deletes as the case may be, that staff may need some ability to check the math and, well, quite frankly, also look at the administrative functions necessary to deliver on the various changes here. So sort of just a caveat to throw out, work with staff on.
So perhaps then item 7 on the other side would say up to 1 million, because if I can interpret what you're saying, adding back this many people might mean that we need to add back some other staff. Allocations might change in overhead, etc. Okay.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Thank you.
If we then change item 7 on the written page to be up to 1 million, wherever the dust settles, if it can settle that quickly. Up to 1 million. Okay, thank you for that. I know that was a lot of moving pieces and parts. And actually, I think I might have already said this today. If not, it was definitely in my head that the staff did exactly what they should have done with the information they had to work with. So I'm just going to head off any comments from people that like, why do we go through this every year? The reason we went through this is we did not have these revenues available even a week ago. So, you know, this isn't as bad as last year in terms of changing day by day, but it's still changing week by week. Okay.
We didn't
so
have some of those revenues, and we have other prospective ones, I would continue to argue.
I know we disagree on that, and that's fine.
Right. So I just don't want you to state your opinion as if it is factual first and second representative of the committee. We've gone through that, and I wish we'd hold off on doing that again.
I'm speaking, so I'm pretty sure that's my opinion. Yes, City Manager Scott.
If I might comment, I would take the chair's comment also as acknowledging that staff, and quite frankly myself and the folks with videos on, were following council direction in preparing the proposed budget that you've been discussing and restoring much of. So the initial comment being, why did we go through the exercise? I think, again, from a staff perspective, I think, and I really appreciate the acknowledgement that we were following the council direction relative to the long-range financial forecast and policies in order to bring to you the budget that you have now been able to revisit.
Great, so now we will move to the motion. I will make the motion that Director Nosey had suggested. And it's some version of, unless the clerk has already written it down, I move that the Finance Committee make the adjustments to the budget reflected on the staff worksheet, beginning with the ARPA reserve and ending, if it scrolls down, with something with the lobbyist contract, just for clarification. And also the 7 items that are listed on the suggestion to the council. Was there something else, Director Nosey, that needed to be in there?
I don't believe so.
Let's see if there's a second for that.
Second.
Thank you. I don't need to speak to it. Councilmember Filsa?
Nope.
Vice Mayor Burt, would you like to speak to it?
Nope.
All right, then we will vote. Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa?
Yep.
That passes on the 3-0 unanimous vote, with many thanks to the staff, who I'm pretty sure didn't get very much sleep last night.
Thanks, guys.
And now we're going to move to oral communications, where members of the public may speak to us on an item within our purview that is not on the agenda today.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to oral communications, please raise your hand at this time. And these are items that are not on the agenda for today. Chair Cormack, there's no hands.
Thank you to the clerk. And now, in terms of future meetings and agendas, this committee will reconvene on the 25th to do a wrap up. We will take any direction that comes from council on the 17th. And is there anything else, Director Nosey, that we should comment on with respect to future meetings and agendas?
I would just remind the public that the feeble public that might still have lasted with us all the way through today, that if they haven't already, the survey continues to be live. So although we presented preliminary results this morning, we will continue to provide updates with final results provided at the Finance Committee's wrap up on May 25th. So continue to engage in this process.
And if the community wanted to fill out that survey, they can find it at cityofpaloalto.org/budget.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
There's also a news study,
a
news
blog
story, blog post, yeah, on the homepage. So they just have to go to cityofpaloalto.org.
Last call. All right, then. We stand adjourned and with my thanks. Good night.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.